Lin E never imagined that he would die in such a manner. At the moment the scaffolding collapsed, he was crouched at the edge of the foundation pit, checking the spacing of the steel reinforcements. It was 3 in the afternoon, and the scorching June sun in the south could practically peel a layer off your skin. He remembered finishing his measurement of the stirrup spacing on the third beam with a tape measure and writing pass on his record board. Then, the entire world caved in. The sounds came before the pain. The piercing shriek of twisting metal, the muffled thud of concrete breaking apart, and the panicked screams of his co-workers. Instinctively, Lin E glanced up. He saw the scaffolding above him being twisted and broken as if by an invisible giant hand, with tons of steel pipes and wooden planks crashing down toward him. His final thought wasn't fear. It was an absurd sense of regret. That foundation optimization proposal for the commercial complex project was still sitting on his desk, unfinished. Darkness enveloped him. He had no idea how much time passed. It could have been a second or an eternity when Lin Yi's consciousness began to reassemble itself in the void. He felt disembodied, a pure consciousness drifting in boundless darkness. He tried to shout, but he had no mouth. He tried to move, but he had no limbs. Just as despair began to creep in, believing he might be trapped in this nothingness forever, a silver-white light tore through the darkness. This was no ordinary light. It seemed alive, stretching toward him from the far horizon and gently wrapping around his consciousness. Lin E heard a voice, not through ears, but resonating deep within his essence. It was a woman's voice, cool and clear like a mountain spring, but it carried a strange, mechanical rhythm. Detected, S-tier soul potential. Matching rate 98.7%. Initializing Lord of All Realms system. Binding complete. Transferring soul. When he opened his eyes, he was staring at a cracked stone ceiling above him, lying on moldy straw. The air reeked of rust and desolation. Lin E pushed himself up, feeling a crusted wound at the back of his head. Almost immediately, a flood of memories crashed into him. Alex von Morninglight, 19 years old, a disgraced noble whose family was accused of treason. Their title was revoked and their territory reduced to a penal wasteland. 3 days ago, Alex had died on this very bed. Then, that same cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Lord of All Realms system, at your service. A blue screen of light appeared in front of him, the topmost line written in red. Main mission, survive 7 days. Current population of territory, 23. Habitable houses, 4, ***. Within 7 days, increase population to 30 and houses to 10. Mission failure, territory confiscated. Identity erased. Lin E looked out the window. A crumbling stone castle with fissures big enough to fit a fist. 3 nearly collapsing thatched hovels. Around a dozen people, precariously thin, stooped over a barren, saline field at the edge of the wasteland, turning the soil with movements so slow they seemed to have already given up on life. Beyond that lay endless stretches of white, infertile land unable to host even the slightest sprig of green. That was all he had. 23 people on the brink of starvation, for houses ready to crumble, and a piece of land incapable of growing anything. And the system demanded he somehow produce 7 more people and 6 sturdier houses within 7 days. Lin E stayed motionless, calculating in his mind. 23 people. At minimum survival standards, each person would need half a pound of food and a liter of water per day. For 7 days, that amounted to roughly 161 pounds of food and 161 liters of water. The problem? He had no clue whether there was even a grain of food left in this territory. And building houses? That was an even bigger issue. Constructing 6 shelters that could house people, even just simple rainproof shacks, was nearly impossible with his current manpower, 23 hungry, frail bodies. Add to that the lack of building materials, tools, and technical knowledge, and the 7-day deadline seemed outright ludicrous. As for the population increase, that was the most absurd demand of all. This place was essentially a dumping ground, at the edges of the Empire's map, untouched even by tax collectors. Who in their right mind would willingly come to a place like this? Lin E glanced at the blue screen once more. The punishment for failure, ***, identity erased. ***, He had spent 10 years on construction sites and knew this kind of twisted wording all too well, like how clients would threaten, fail to meet the standard, and the project will be confiscated. Translation: if you fail, you die. Permanently. He pushed himself upright, leaning on the bed frame. His legs were shaky, but he could still walk. This task wasn't outright impossible. But first, he needed to figure out three things: what resources this land had, whether any of the 23 people were fit to work, and whether the system did anything other than issue tasks. Lenny stepped to the window and observed the people outside. Their movements were sluggish, but they were still working, which meant they hadn't entirely given up yet. Or perhaps they hadn't despaired enough to collapse outright. Turning back to the blue screen, he said, "System, display the resource inventory of the territory." The screen flickered before displaying a single line. Asterisk, resource scanning function unlocks after completing the main mission. Currently available feature, basic construction blueprint library, limited availability, 7 days. Asterisk. Lenny stared at the words, his mind racing. The system wasn't going to hand him a detailed resource list, but was giving him blueprints for building houses. This implied that the materials he needed were theoretically accessible. It was just up to him to find and use them. But where? He gazed out the window again. The castle, the thatched houses, the saline wasteland. Wait, a thought struck him. Could the stones from the cracked castle walls be dismantled for materials? Could the thatched houses, with some reinforcement, qualify as habitable? And as for the barren, salty soil, while it couldn't grow crops, it could potentially provide a stable foundation for constructing buildings. Lin inhaled deeply. 7 days. 30 people. 10 houses. His only advantage? He knew construction. He knew how to build something functional with the most limited time, resources, and conditions. But first, he needed to meet those 23 people. He needed to see if they could still work and figure out what resources, hidden or otherwise, this territory might still hold. With that thought, he pushed open the door, stepping carefully down the shaky wooden staircase. The countdown for the mission had already begun. When he first woke up, he already realized this desolate place was doomed. Well, to be precise, it was the original owner of this body who knew that. The previous soul had lasted 3 months in this salty, barren wasteland before collapsing on the cold stone floor of the castle, hitting the back of his head and ending his life. That's when Lin Yi arrived, carrying 20 years of experience in civil engineering from his past life and a mysterious system from who knows where. The system issued a 7-day mission, increased the population of the territory to more than 50 people. The consequence of failure? Annihilation. Currently, the territory had a total of 23 people, including Lin Yi himself, the newly minted lord. The moment Lin Yi opened his eyes, he glanced at the glowing red text on the screen floating in midair. Without missing a beat, he got out of bed. His head pounded in pain, and the lump on the back of his skull was still throbbing, but he had no time to care. In his previous life, he had constructed irrigation ditches through the extreme conditions of the Sino-Tibetan Highway, laid 30 kilometers of emergency water pipelines across deserts, and dealt with challenges far worse than this barren land. A different world? So what? Dirt is still dirt, water is still water, and rocks are still rocks. As long as the fundamental laws of physics weren't upside down, he could figure something out. The issue wasn't whether it could be done, it was that it must be done immediately. The red countdown timer blinked in the upper right corner of the screen. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Outside the castle, on the fringes of the salty wasteland, old Tom sat idly on a rock, gazing blankly into the distance. He was the only halfway capable hunter in the territory. Having served the previous lord for most of his life, he had witnessed this land turn from, maybe something can grow here, to, even rats won't bother coming. The newly arrived young lord had recently taken a bad fall and supposedly was on death's door. Not that anyone figured he'd last long. Old Tom. He looked up. The young lord, who was reportedly near death, stood at the castle gates, backlit by sunlight. His head was wrapped in a rough, blood-stained cloth, and his face was pale as a ghost. But there was a fire in his eyes that told a different story. In all his years, old Tom had never seen eyes like that, resolute, focused, as though the young man could see through every inch of barren soil and knew exactly where to dig the first shovel. Gather everyone, Lin E ordered. Bring any tools that can dig. We're building an irrigation canal. Old Tom opened his mouth, ready to blurt. What's the point of digging a canal? But thought better of it. He stood up and went to gather the others. Lin E turned and walked back into the castle. The glowing screen lit up automatically, displaying two blueprints: basic water management system and simple farmland layout. His eyes focused on the first, the chosen water source's location, the irrigation canal's planned route, the positioning of reservoirs, and the layout of the irrigation network. The Far Eastern wasteland didn't lack water. Underground water was abundant, but buried too deep, and severe salinization had poisoned the soil. Evaporation brought salt up from beneath the surface. Solving this problem would require introducing water to wash the salt out of the soil. Step 1 wasn't tilling the land. It was redirecting water. But first, he had to survive the next 7 days. By nightfall, the residents had carved out the beginnings of an irrigation canal. It wasn't much, just a shallow trench extending from a distant stream, uneven and crooked, but it was a start. After an entire afternoon of backbreaking work, everyone's hands were covered in blisters. Yet, not a single person complained. The reason? Their young lord had been waist-deep in the muddy trench, working alongside them the whole time. Old Tom stood at the edge of the canal and watched the mud-covered young man shovel another load of dirt. For the first time in a long while, he felt hope. Perhaps this cursed land could sprout life again. That night, Lin E stood alone at the tallest window of the castle, looking out at the boundless darkness beyond his territory. From deep within the wilderness came the mournful howls of unseen predators, the sound eerie and lonely. His gaze drifted to a small icon glowing faintly in the corner of the system's interface. A line of text below it read, "Anime Girl Encyclopedia, awaiting activation." Lin E ignored it. You eat your meals one bite at a time and take each step of a journey one at a time. First, stabilize the lives of the 23 people depending on him. Then, he'd think about anything else. As he turned away from the window, something flickered in his peripheral vision. A faint, fleeting flash of silvery blue light in the distant wasteland. It wasn't moonlight, nor the reflective eyes of a wild animal. It was something else, like a signal or perhaps a call. The system suddenly displayed a new line of text written in gold, unlike anything Lin E had seen before. High-energy magical fluctuation detected. Coordinates marked. It is recommended to investigate after completing the 7-day mission. The silvery blue glow vanished, and the wasteland returned to its shadowy silence. Lin E stared into the distance for a long time before pulling his eyes away. Whatever it was could wait. Survival had to come first. In one of the straw-thatched cottages outside the castle, a young girl named Mary huddled in a corner. Clutched tightly in her hands was a warm, coarse barley cake, the ration given to her by the Lord earlier in the day. She had only nibbled on her usual dry rations and saved the barley cake instead. She thought of the young lord working tirelessly in the mud and meticulously wrapped the precious cake in cloth, hiding it in her tunic. Tomorrow, she vowed to work even harder. This marked the first night of Dawn territory. 23 forlorn souls, led by a newcomer from another world, began their fight for survival. In the darkest hours before dawn, Lin E awoke once again. Not naturally. He had been jolted awake by the cold. The Far Eastern wasteland nights were far colder than he'd anticipated. The sun-baked ground, so hot during the day, seemed drained of all warmth at night, with icy gusts seeping through every crack in the castle walls, chilling him to his bones. He rose and walked over to the window. Outside, the dawn territory was cloaked in a thin veil of grayish-white mist. The distant, salt-covered land reflected a faint moonlight, resembling a desolate snowscape. Further out, the contours of the wilderness faded into the darkness, broken only by the occasional low howls of wild beasts, muffled by the dense fog. Old Tom had mentioned those were grayback wolves, the most common predator in the wasteland. A single wolf wasn't much of a threat, but in packs, they could even take down elite knights. Lin E pulled his gaze away and reopened his system's glowing interface. The countdown to the 7-day mission. 6 days, 14 hours, and 22 minutes had passed. The population was still 23, but he finally knew what to do. The problem wasn't with these 23 people. The problem lay deeper in the wasteland, Among the refugees fleeing for their lives, those who hadn't yet starved, frozen, or been devoured by wild beasts. He needed a reason, something strong enough to make those people want to come to this godforsaken place. And the foundation of that reason was slowly taking shape in the crooked irrigation channel outside the castle. Lin Yi stared at the stream, mentally breaking down the 800-meter-long channel into 40 20-meter sections. Each section faced unique challenges. The issue with the rocky slope wasn't the digging. It was keeping the channel intact once it was excavated. If the stones loosened, the whole slope could collapse. The saline alkali lowlands were even trickier. As soon as water soaked the ground, the channel bottom would turn into a muddy quagmire, and the water would seep away long before it reached the territory. The blueprint showed an ideal route, but in reality, every single meter would need on-the-spot judgment to make it work. He glanced back at the 23 people behind him. These weren't the type to ask, "How do we overcome technical challenges?" or "What's the risk management plan?" They'd just pick up their tools and dig wherever he pointed. "Old Tom," Lenny called out to the elderly man testing the water depth. "For the rocky slope section, the channel walls need to be reinforced. No limestone. Use dry stacked stones and tamp them down tightly." "That should hold for now." Old Tom froze for a moment, then nodded. "Understood." For the saline alkali stretches, lay broken stones at the bottom of the channel and cover it with a layer of compacted clay, Lin Yi instructed. "There's an abandoned mud pit on the northern edge of the territory. The clay there is sticky enough to prevent seepage." "Lord." A young man hesitated before speaking up. "That mud pit, someone tried digging there before. They said the clay was too hard to budge." "Clay that hard is exactly what we need to prevent seepage." Lin Yi's gaze was steady. "Soak it with water to soften it up before digging. If it takes more than a day, then dig for 2. An 8-day timeline. It's already factored in." No one said another word. Lin Yi squatted by the stream and found a flat rock. Using a tree branch, he sketched out the construction plan. On the first day, everyone would tackle the hardest part, the rocky slope. Days 2 through 4, the team would split into 3 groups to work on the middle section simultaneously. Days 5 through 7 were for dealing with the saline alkali lowlands and reinforcing the channel bottom. Day 8, the water would flow, and the irrigation channel would be tested. Every step was meticulously planned, and every phase sequenced backwards from the deadline. Back in his previous life, he most disliked a good enough attitude at construction sites, because good enough often led to rework. There was no room for rework here. If the channel wasn't functional in 8 days, the food supplies would run out. What came next would be starvation or mass desertion. "Let's get to work." Lin Yi tossed the branch into the stream, hoisted a shovel onto his shoulder, and strode toward the rocky slope. The first strike cracked a line through the layer of stone, sending a jarring shock through the shovel blade. Pain vibrated up his arms, but he steadied his grip, adjusted the angle, and drove the shovel in again, this time prying loose a stone about the size of a fist. The workers behind him watched his movements, quickly catching on. There were no cries, no slogans, just the dull, unrelenting sounds of metal tools clashing against rocks. Blow after blow, the rhythm began to shape a cadence that echoed across the desolate landscape. Barely an hour passed before Lin Yi's palms began to show signs of wear, with a gash opening at the base of his thumb. In his former life, he mostly worked with blueprints and calculators. Swinging a hammer or shovel was rare for him. Yet he didn't stop, because the moment he did, the men and women behind him, already bleeding through the makeshift rags wrapped around their hands, would stop too. By noon, they had carved 40 meters of the channel into the rocky slope. Alongside the trench, Old Tom and his group had constructed 2 sections of stone retaining walls, crude but stable enough to stop loose rocks from tumbling in. Lenny straightened up, his hands so numb they might as well have been someone else's. He glanced at the trench and then at the far-off settlement, running progress calculations in his head. At this pace, they'd finish in 8 days, assuming no one gave out. When the first chunk of calcareous soil was pried up, Old Tom noticed the young lord's hands were already bleeding, not from scrapes but from the repeated impacts splitting the skin. They all knew this kind of soil, the compacted layers of ancient alkaline deposits that formed a crust as hard as rock. It was the kind of land people avoided when planting trees or sinking fence posts, much less digging a channel through it. But this lord wasn't swinging wildly. He struck at an angle, driving the tool into the crust and levering chunks upward with precise movements. Old Tom watched as a slab of hard earth, nearly the size of a wash basin, was dislodged entirely. That was when it dawned on him. The Lord wasn't experimenting. He knew exactly what he was doing. As the trench started to advance like an assembly line, many hadn't understood at first why they'd been split into 3 groups. One to dig the outline, another to deepen, and a third to smooth and reinforce. 3 hours later, it became clear. The first group had found their rhythm, striking in one direction without hesitation, their speed doubling from when they'd started. The second group no longer had to pause to measure depth constantly, because the outline was already defined. The third group? They simply followed, tamping the channel walls as they moved, barely needing to wait for the others to finish. The trench snaked forward like a living creature, carving across the wasteland. Lin Yi's boots were long since discarded. Barefoot, he stood in the channel to adjust its slope, walked between teams to oversee their work, and left faint trails of blood on the sharp rocks wherever he stepped. No one dared ask questions. Old Tom noticed a pattern, though. Every time the Lord jumped into the channel to demonstrate a technique, the workers nearby would unconsciously stop what they were doing. Their eyes would flick briefly to his bloodied feet before they lowered their heads and worked even harder. At midday, as they gnawed on their hard rations, Old Tom sat by the trench and watched the young lord bite into half a coarse wheat cake. His gaze wasn't on the food. It was fixed on that distant, faint white line in the landscape. A vast expanse of barren, salty land stretched out endlessly. The look in his eyes wasn't one of daydreaming. It was calculating, thinking. When they came across a salt marsh that afternoon, Lin Yi immediately called for a halt. Go around it. But it's on the blueprint. The blueprint isn't set in stone, but the land is alive. Old Tom stood at the edge of the muddy field, watching the young lord poke the ground a few times with a shovel before decisively leading the team on a detour. He was reminded of the mocking phrase that circulated around the territory. An exiled, good-for-nothing noble who knows nothing except how to squander his inheritance. But at this moment, only one thought crossed his mind. This guy is anything but useless. This was a man who had clearly spent a decade surviving the brutal trials of the wilderness. By the time the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the first section of the canal was complete. 120 steps long, with more than enough depth and width. Old Tom stood at the head of the canal, watching the murky water from the nearby stream slowly flow into the freshly dug channel. Although it only traveled about 100 steps before being stopped by the earth dam at the far end, in the setting sun, that stream of water shimmered like liquid gold. In the vast, desolate wasteland, this was the only thing that dared to move. An elderly woman crouched down, dipping her hand into the water. She pulled back instinctively, wiped her hand, then reached in again. Her lips trembled as silent tears fell into the water. Old Tom crouched nearby. He had lived on this wasteland for 30 years. He had seen countless summers when the streams dried up under the ruthless sun, and snowmelt in winter that sunk into the ground without a single drop ever making it to the fields. He used to think this land had long since died. But now, water was moving. And if water could move, then maybe, just maybe, there was still life in this land. As night fell, the workers began to make their way home. Lin Yi walked at the back of the group, barefoot, stepping over gravel and dirt. The wounds on his feet were caked with dust, dulling the sting. Old Tom walked in the middle of the crowd, overhearing a hushed conversation. This lord doesn't seem like he's here to enjoy an easy life. Another voice replied, not that he could even if he wanted to. There's no easy life to be had in these parts. Then why is he pushing himself so hard? No idea. Old Tom said nothing, only watching the barefoot figure trudging ahead of them. He didn't have an answer either, but he did know one thing. This lord was working himself to the bone. And he wasn't faking it. He was genuinely putting his life on the line. Back at the castle, Linny stepped into the great hall and sat near the fire, breaking a piece of coarse wheat bread in half. He handed one half to the young boy sitting beside him, the same boy to whom he'd given his boots earlier that day. The boy took the bread, head bowed, his shoulders trembling slightly. Eat, Linny said. But the boy didn't move. What's wrong? Linny asked. Finally, the boy looked up. His eyes were red. My lord, your feet. Lenny glanced down. His saws were so covered in blood and dirt that their original color was unrecognizable. He gave a small smile. It's nothing. I can still walk tomorrow. The boy's voice broke. But you're the Lord. A Lord still has to work, Lenny replied. Otherwise, why should any of you listen to me? The fire crackled. The hall fell into a brief, heavy silence. In a corner, old Tom sat watching the young lord chew on his piece of bread. Slowly, his gaze shifted out into the dark beyond the firelight. He wasn't sure what the Lord was looking at, but he knew one thing. Tomorrow, they'd keep digging that canal. 6 more days. Over 400 more steps. 6 houses still needed to be built. And at least 7 missing villagers still had to be found. And this young lord? He'd once again be walking barefooted at the front of the line. ####the secret beneath the stone slab. Lenny crouched at the bottom of a rocky slope, holding a grayish-white slab of stone he'd just pried from the ground. This was day 3. For the first 2 days, the canal work had progressed smoothly. The 23 workers' blood, sweat, and blisters weren't for nothing. But today, the moment the pickaxe struck the ground, everyone knew something was wrong. The sound wasn't the dull thud of soil. It was the high-pitched clang of metal against rock. One pickaxe even chipped on impact. They had hit a foundation of ironstone. Finding this kind of rock in a place like Dawn Territory, an impoverished speck where taxes couldn't even be paid, meant one thing. The goal of channeling water in 8 days? Likely impossible. ***. Old Tom didn't mince his words. This stuff takes forever. A full day of digging couldn't get us 3 feet deep. With his 20 years of stonemasonry experience, he understood exactly how unforgiving this kind of rock was. The other workers remained silent, but the faint flame of hope that had started to kindle within them began to gutter and dim. He didn't panic. He tapped along the exposed rock, listening for shifts in the sound, and then asked old Tom to find the thinnest section of the layer. In his previous life, during foundation engineering work, he'd faced worse: granite layers, underground caverns, warped sedimentary rock. Ironstone. As long as it wasn't a whole mountain, it could be broken. Old Tom pointed to a spot, and Lenny picked up a crowbar and headed over, starting to dig straight down. The plan changed. No more widening the canal. The priority now was to break through the rock. Make a single hole, then use the fractures to piece by piece chip away. It was a textbook strategy. Focus on a single weak point and expand from there. After watching a while, old Tom stood up, saying he wanted to try. He ran his hands over the surface of the stone, feeling it like someone reading Braille, before stopping on an unassuming spot. Here. The grain twists here. It'll crack the easiest. 3 strikes later, a large slab roughly the size of a man's palm came free. And then, old Tom froze. The underside of the slab, once buried in dirt and hidden from light, *** was covered in carvings. ***. These weren't natural marks, but intricate and deliberate engravings. The lines were dense and orderly, forming patterns resembling runes, or perhaps a fragment of a map. The edges of the slab were jagged, evidence that it was a broken piece of something larger. A faint golden text appeared in Lin Yi's vision. Ancient relic detected. Civilization index, primordial divine epoch. Integrity, 0.3%. Lin Yi glanced at old Tom. The old man's eyes revealed that, though he didn't know exactly what this was, he understood one thing. This object had no business being here. In a territory so poor they couldn't pay their taxes. Ancient ruins buried beneath this desolate slope of crushed stone. Lin Yi flipped the stone slab over, placing the engraved side face down near the canal, and said just 3 simple words: keep digging. He didn't ask any questions, and neither did the villagers. Yet, as each person took their turn digging the well, they couldn't help but glance at the fragments of rock that had been unearthed. On the rubble's reverse side, some slabs bore absolutely nothing, while others displayed faint, eroded carvings. None were as complete as the first stone. Shortly past noon, the well finally broke through. Old Tom's judgment was eerily accurate. The stone layer here was thin, less than 2 handspans deep. Once penetrated, it gave way to a loose, sandy soil. The pickaxes were exchanged for shovels, and the canal work pushed forward. But Lin Yi knew all too well. The real problem was only beginning. Fragments of ancient relics from a bygone era had surfaced beneath the wasteland of Morning Dawn territory. What did this suggest? That an entire ancient structure, or possibly even something much larger, could lie buried beneath this seemingly barren land. The faint, glimmering interface had labeled the slab's completeness at a mere 0.3%, signifying that what they'd found was merely the tip of an immense iceberg. He glanced toward the direction of the canal. If they continued digging along this path, there was a high chance they'd uncover more fragments. When that time came, the question wouldn't be asterisk, can we finish the canal in 8 days? Asterisk, but rather asterisk, do we dare continue digging? Asterisk. In this world, ancient ruins from the so-called God Age were never good news. Old Tom, his calloused hands tracing one of the slabs over and over, eventually straightened and pointed to the right side of the trench. Here, it's thinnest. Lin crouched to inspect the spot. On the surface, it wasn't any different from anywhere else. A dull gray-white base of ironstone. But old Tom insisted, I've worked stone for 20 years. Stone has grain. You follow the grain to save strength with every strike. This section's grain runs at an angle, and on the right here, it stops entirely. On the third swing of the pickaxe, the slab cracked. Old Tom was right. Once they found the crag, it was simply a matter of prying and pulling, and large chunks of stone surfaced. Lin handled each piece personally. Nearly all were blank on their reverse sides. Until the third one. Carvings. Faint lines, worn from what must have been countless years underground. The edges had corroded into blurs, but the overall pattern remained discernible. Lin put it beside the slab they'd dug up the prior day, and the lines connected seamlessly. A notification from his interface flashed. Asterisk, completeness, 1.2%. Unlocked, partial topographic map. Identifying ancient water systems of the far eastern wastelands. Asterisk, ancient water systems. Lin stood upright and looked around. The saline and alkaline land stretched out endlessly, white and desolate, capable of drying a man to the bone. If this wasteland had once contained a vast, functional water system, it meant this wasn't originally a wasteland. What had transformed it into this barren state? He didn't voice his thoughts. By the time the sun hung low in the sky, the shallowest portion of the stone layer had been completely broken through, and the trench reconnected to the softer soil. They had made only 60 paces of progress today, half of what they'd achieved the day before, but they'd tackled the hardest part of the entire route. Perhaps more importantly, old Tom had devised a method for dealing with the ironstone base. Follow the grain, find the natural joints, and strike there. He taught the technique to 2 of the older villagers, who would each take the lead of a group tomorrow. Progress would surely speed up. On the way back, Lin walked at the rear of the group, cradling 4 engraved slabs. When pieced together, they formed a shape roughly a quarter of a millstone in size. Their carvings revealed a main river and several tributaries. To his astonishment, the river's layout almost perfectly matched the path of the irrigation canal they'd been digging. The ancient water system from thousands of years ago overlapped with the route he'd chosen using modern engineering principles. Either the ancient people had used logic eerily similar to his, or this stretch of land's geography had remained unchanged for millennia. Either way, it confirmed one thing. The path he had chosen was the right one. By the time they reached the settlement, darkness had enveloped the land. As usual, old Tom started a fire in the castle's main hall. Lin sat by the flames, carefully fitting the 4 slabs together on the floor. The faintly glowing carvings flickered in the firelight. For a fleeting moment, the precision of the lines struck him. They resembled no ordinary map. The angles where tributaries joined the main river, the curves of its meanders, the density and spacing of the waterway's network, all carried a sense of familiarity. A scale. Thousands of years ago, someone had mapped this land's waterways using surveying methods almost identical to those from Lin Yi's former life. The interface flashed again. Asterisk. These fragments are part of an ancient hydraulics atlas. Completeness, 1.2%. Next unlock at 5%. Recommendation. Continue collecting along current trench route. Asterisk. Lin carefully placed the slabs in a dry niche in one of the castle walls. Whatever secrets they held could wait until after the canal was complete. He turned to extinguish the fire, but his gaze caught a figure curled up in the corner of the hall. It was Teasy, a 16-year-old, the youngest male villager under his command. Earlier in the day, Teasy had broken the head of a pickaxe. Instead of resting in the cramped straw hut with the others, he'd stayed here in the corner. By the faint glow of the fire, he methodically sharpened the mangled pickaxe with a whetstone. Stroke by stroke, carefully and deliberately, grinding and then holding it up to the light to inspect his work before resuming. Lin-Yi walked over and crouched down beside him. Hand it over. Startled, Teasy jerked and scrambled awkwardly to hide the pickaxe behind his back. Lin-Yi extended his hand, waiting. After a moment of hesitation, the young man handed it over. The damage was significant. A chunk nearly the size of a fingernail had chipped off the edge. Lin-Yi took the whetstone and began working. He started by creating a rough bevel along the chipped edge, followed by finer adjustments to smooth out the blade's curve. Sparks of firelight danced through the dim hall. Teasy watched intently, eyes glued to Lin-Yi's every move. "Lord," the boy finally murmured, voice soft. "My father used to be a blacksmith. He taught me how to sharpen tools. Said a good blade is made through careful grinding. You can't rush it. Where's your father now?" "Taken by the Empire as part of the draft. Never came back." Lin-Yi paused momentarily in his work and then resumed sharpening the blade. Once finished, he handed the pickaxe to Teasy. The edge was repaired. Though faint traces of the damage were still visible, the tool was functional again. Teasy took the pickaxe and ran a cautious finger across the newly sharpened blade. His lips moved slightly, as if to speak, but in the end, he remained silent, simply gripping the handle tightly. "Get some rest. You'll need your strength for digging tomorrow," Lin-Yi said as he stood. Teasy stood as well, clutching the pickaxe. After taking a few steps, he turned back. "My lord," he said, his voice trembling. "Earlier today, when you asked where the thinnest rock layer was, old Tom answered, and you trusted him. Other lords wouldn't have taken the word of an aging stonemason like him." Lin-Yi glanced over at him. "He's not just some old stonemason. He's someone who has practiced the craft for 20 years. Teasy stared for a moment, as though processing the words, before nodding emphatically. Then, clutching the pickaxe tightly to his chest, he dashed out of the hall. Lin-Yi extinguished the fire and ascended to the highest point of the castle. The moonless night engulfed the wasteland in darkness. He gazed toward the northwest, the direction of the glowing coordinates marked on his map, the spot where a brilliant silver-blue light had once appeared. At the moment, there was nothing but shadows. Yet, the ancient engravings on the 4 stone tablets tucked in his arms seemed to carry a lingering warmth, as if echoing through the millennia. A thought suddenly struck him. If someone had mapped out the water systems of this wasteland in ancient times, then they must have lived here once. Where were they now? Where did their canals lead? From deep within the wasteland, the haunting howls of gray-ridged wolves pierced the quiet night, one after another, like a message carried on the wind. Lin-Yi turned and descended the staircase. Tomorrow, the canal digging would continue. The rock layers would have to be broken through. As for the secrets buried for millennia, they'd have to wait until the water flowed. The 4th morning in Chintzy territory, the pulse from the well. At the break of dawn, before Lin-Yi had even opened his eyes, the territory was already in chaos. Throwing on his tattered cloak, he rushed out of the castle, finding a crowd gathered around the newly dug well from the day before. No one dared to act or even speak up. Teasy crouched at the forefront, an expression on his face that Lin-Yi had never seen before, not fear, but reverent awe, as though he had stumbled upon something that defied nature. "My lord," Teasy said cautiously, "there's something in the well. It's making noises." Lin-Yi knelt by the edge of the well and pressed his ear close to its opening. It wasn't the sound of water. Instead, it was a low-frequency vibration, occurring intermittently, like the slow, steady breathing of some enormous creature dwelling deep underground. Lin-Yi reached in and pressed his palm against the sandy soil at the bottom of the well. The tremors were barely perceptible but distinctly present. His mind flashed to his previous life, his time conducting geological surveys. He had measured countless subterranean vibrations, fault movements, underground water flows, magma currents. Each had their own characteristic frequency. But this frequency was unlike any of those. Above his vision, his interface popped up with a notification. Unknown energy pulse detected. Source depth, beyond current detection limits. Energy characteristics, closely tied to materials within the fragments of the Chimera hydraulic blueprint. Dusting off his hands, Lenny stood. Keep digging the canal. Leave the well alone for now. It stays as is. Old Tom opened his mouth as though about to ask something, but chose not to. Instead, he slung the pickaxe over his shoulder and walked off. After living more than half a lifetime, he had learned not to pry into matters he wasn't supposed to. Progress that day came strikingly fast. Once the hardest layer of rock had been broken through, the digging became marginally easier. The mix of sand and gravel wasn't easy to work with, but at least the pickaxe could grip the surface. Old Tom taught the two other crews how to find the joints and work along the grain of the stone, a technique he'd figured out the day before. Together, 3 pickaxes worked in rotation. When they hit tougher stone layers, they tackled it collectively, smashing through with persistence. Once breached, shovels immediately followed, accelerating the pace. The canal trench extended forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lenny didn't stay by the canal. Instead, he and TZ scouted further along its planned route. According to the blueprint, the canal would soon need to cross a second patch of salt-crusted wasteland 200 steps ahead. Detours weren't an option. This wasteland was too vast. Rerouting would add 300 extra steps, and the alternative path was strewn with slopes of impenetrable ironstone. My lord, TZ suddenly halted and pointed ahead to the edge of the salt flats. Look, those grasses. They're green. Lenny followed his gaze. Sure enough, amidst the brittle, lifeless landscape of withered vegetation, there was a flush of green. Not a bright green, but a deep, muted shade, a stubborn bit of life fighting its way out of suffocating desolation. The patch of green was tucked in the heart of dead grass. On land known for its salt-alkali soil where nothing survived, this green was an anomaly. It's green, Lenny murmured to himself. And that could only mean one thing. The grass's roots had pushed past the salty surface into deeper soil, drawing moisture from a hidden source of fresh water. Lenny strode forward, crouching by the patch. He pushed aside the layer of salt-crusted earth with his hands. Beneath, a tangle of roots emerged, thick, sprawling, and unnaturally developed. The main roots plunged straight down, deeper than typical wild grasses. He dug down roughly a foot before his fingertips touched moist, damp soil. This wasn't moisture from surface water seeping downwards. It was an upward seepage, moisture carried upward from below. He scooped up a handful, brought it closer to his nose, and sniffed. There was no sharp, salty scent of alkaline earth. There was water underground, not from the stream he had diverted earlier. This was an ancient aquifer, a relic of the wasteland's once extensive water systems. Millennia ago, this region had been crisscrossed with waterways. Although the surface had dried and become calcified in the resulting centuries, perhaps, deep below, those ancient veins of water had never completely disappeared. Another notification appeared in his interface. Chimera hydraulic blueprint updated to 2.8% completion. Recognized feature, partial ancient underground water system map. Current canal route alignment with ancient watercourse. High correlation. Hypothesis. Ancient civilizations extracted underground water from this location. Lenny carefully replaced the damp soil and gently reburied the cluster of green grass. His gaze lingered on the extending canal trench ahead. His original plan had been to draw water from the above-ground stream 3 miles away and to rely on the canal's gradient to bring water into the territory. But if there were ancient subterranean water sources in this region, the entire framework of his irrigation system could be redesigned from the ground up. Instead of depending solely on surface water, they could dig wells at critical points to tap into the underground reservoirs. Water flow would be more stable and less susceptible to evaporation loss, and they wouldn't need to worry about streams freezing over in winter. The catch was, he had to confirm first, exactly what was pulsating at the bottom of the well. When Lenny squatted near the patch of withered grass, his focus was entirely on one question. Could the underground vein connect with the dried-up surface canal? In his previous life, he had worked on a Northwest project called Well Canal Integration. It had even won awards. But the awards didn't matter. What mattered was that the system truly worked. It could extract water from the underground aquifer and prevent the soil from becoming saline and compacted. Now, he needed to test this concept again. If there was water underground, he'd dig vertical wells along the canal's edge, link them with underground channels, and bring the water to life. He called for Iranzi to fetch Old Tom. By the time Old Tom arrived, he had already sketched a diagram in the sandy soil. It depicted a canal flanked by several circles, with depths and distances marked out clearly. Old Tom studied it for a long time, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing second. "Lord, are you planning to dig wells next to the canal?" "Vertical wells," clarified, pointing at the circles on the diagram with a stick. "We'll dig straight down to the aquifer, then connect these vertical wells to the main canal using underground channels. Groundwater will seep into the wells and discharge into the main canal. And once there's plenty of water in the main canal, it can even be allowed to recharge the aquifer for use during the dry season." Old Tom fell silent. He had spent 20 years working as a stonemason, repairing canals and digging wells, but he had never heard of linking wells to canals. "What if the underground channels get blocked?" he finally asked. "That's why we need to be strategic about location." He gestured towards the patch of grass. "This grass is surviving here because its roots have hit water. No need for guesswork. The grass is pointing us to the water." Old Tom stared at the patch of muted green grass, then shifted his gaze back to the diagram in the sand. His expression shifted. "You told us yesterday to avoid the low-lying ground. Did you already know there was water underground?" "Not yesterday," Lenny replied, rising to his feet. "Yesterday, I only knew those low-lying areas were heavily silted. Today, the grass told me the rest. You see, with projects like this, you dig and adapt as you go. Blueprints are fixed, but the land is alive." Old Tom didn't ask further questions. Instead, he picked up a stick and began sketching something of his own, a pattern he had deduced through years of studying stone strata. "Vertical wells can't be placed where the stone layers are thick," he explained. "They need to be where the stone is thin and the sand is thick. Look for places where the rock veins fork." He pushed the two sketches together. Lin Yi's planned well locations lined up perfectly with the densest network of branching rock veins. Lin Yi stared at the overlapping diagrams, suddenly recalling the sense of triumph he'd felt the previous night when piecing together the 4 ancient stone tablets. The ancient waterway map, drawn to precise scale thousands of years ago, perfectly matched the routes painstakingly drawn by this old stonemason over 20 years of experience. "Old Tom," Lenny said, "from this moment on, you're the head stonemason. You'll decide the well locations and chart the underground channels. My job is just to confirm one thing, whether water will flow through your designs." Old Tom froze, gripping the stick tightly in his weathered hand. He had spent his entire life doing menial tasks in this territory. No one had ever asked him before if it would work. "It will," he rasped, his voice rough as if a stone were lodged in his throat. By that afternoon, the first vertical well had been dug near the patch of grass. Old Tom had chosen the location, and Iranzi led the digging. After just 3 feet of digging into the sandy soil, water began to seep into the bottom of the well, at first a thin trickle, then steadily more. By dusk, a small pool of water had accumulated, submerging their ankles. Iranzi scooped up a handful, cautiously tasting it with the tip of his tongue. He froze. "It's sweet," he said, voice trembling. "Lord, the water is sweet." Everyone around them stopped what they were doing. Silence fell over the group. Slowly, Old Tom walked to the edge of the well, crouched down, and cupped a handful of water. He didn't drink immediately. First, he sniffed it, then gently touched it with the tip of his tongue. Finally, he tipped his head back and downed the entire handful in one gulp. Water dripped off his gray and white beard, soaking into the muddy floor of the well. Wiping his face with his sleeve, the old man stood up and turned to Lenny. "Lord, this well," he said, "can quench the entire territory." A cheer exploded across the barren plains. It was a raw, scratchy cry, born from the deepest chambers of 20-some exhausted throats. Iranzi clung to his repaired pickaxe, laughing so hard tears streamed down his cheeks. Old Tom turned his back to the crowd, pretending to study the distant canal. His shoulders barely trembled. He stood by the well and watched the crystal-clear water continue to seep through the ground and pool at the bottom. There was water underground. Sweet water, Asterisk asterisk. This changed everything. It meant they'd solved the drinking water crisis, secured a second source of irrigation for the fields, and could start washing the salt out of the alkaline soil. But most importantly, it confirmed the thousand-year-old underground water system wasn't dead. It had simply sunk below the surface, flowing silently for millennia, waiting for someone to unearth it. Still, Lenny knew this was just the first step. The real challenges were yet to come. How much water could this well sustain? Would it be enough to support an entire canal system? How could they excavate the underground channels without risking collapses? Could the aquifer handle this level of demand without running dry? And most critically, asterisk asterisk, once this well canal system was complete, the territory's hidden potential could no longer stay under wraps. Asterisk asterisk. When Lin awoke the next morning, the pale golden system text burned brighter than usual. It wasn't the task notifications that stood out. It was the glaring red warning. Progress on housing severely behind schedule. Sitting up, his first thought wasn't, what should I do? Instead, it was, of course, it's catching up to me. The surplus progress on the water source subtask came at the cost of everyone working overtime to dig canals and wells. By the time they'd return to the settlement each night, it was pitch black, forcing them to squeeze into 3 dilapidated straw roof houses. 23 people, 3 houses, with gaps in the walls so wide you could stick a fist through them. They only had 2.5 days left according to the system's timetable. He had to assign manpower to the housing immediately. But the problem was, the wood and straw they had stockpiled wouldn't be enough. At most, it could patch up 2 roofs. Emerging from the castle's main hall, Lin spotted Iranzi wide awake, crouched outside the door chewing on a rough barley biscuit. At the sight of him, Iranzi immediately scrambled to his feet. "Lord, which canal section are we digging today?" "No canal digging today," Lenny said, accepting a wooden water cup from old Tom. He took a sip. Sweet water. Cold, crisp, refreshing. There was a faintly lingering sweetness in the aftertaste. "Leave 5 people to follow old Tom to determine the location of the second well. The rest of you focus on building houses," Lenny instructed. The villagers exchanged glances. Aunt Martha hesitated before cautiously speaking up. "Lord, we don't have enough timber and thatch. The supplies we had prepared earlier are only enough to repair the roof of 2 houses. If there's not enough timber, then dismantle something else," Lenny said, putting his bowl down. "That row of abandoned stables behind the castle, they're built with solid beams and wooden planks. Dismantle them. There's more than enough material there to frame 3 houses. As for the thatch shortage, use the slate from the gravel hill instead. Slate roofs are more durable than thatch and will save us trouble in the long run." Old Tom hesitated, setting his water bowl aside. "Lord, those stables were built by the previous ruler. According to imperial laws, exiled nobles like you are not allowed to tamper with the inheritances left by the former lord." "Inheritance?" Lin cut him off sharply, fixing him with a piercing stare. "Every stone and every plank on this domain was hauled back from the wilderness by our people, often with empty stomachs. There is no inheritance here. What truly matters is distinguishing between those who can survive and those who cannot." Old Tom fell silent for a moment, then gave a slow nod. "I will get the saw." The stables were on the northern side of the castle, nestled against the base of the wall. There were 4 stalls in total, half of which had collapsed, with wild grass sprouting from the cracks in the walls. Standing before the stables, Lin didn't look at the damaged walls. His focus was on the sturdy beams still standing, the ones made of larch wood, over 20 years old, with tightly packed, clearly defined grain. Such wood was impossible to find in this desolate land. It could only have come from the inland forests of the empire. Perhaps the previous lord had built this stable with the intention of raising a cavalry unit, but now there wasn't even a single horse left in this land. Iron, a strong young man, came over carrying a saw and glanced up at the main beams of the stable. "Lord, this timber looks pretty solid," he remarked. "It's not just solid in appearance. It truly is solid," Lenny said as he kicked the thickest beam lightly. The surface showed some weathering, but the core remained as tough as ever. "Dismantle the 2 stalls on the eastern side. Leave the other 2 as temporary storage. Straight beams go towards the house frames. The shorter ones will be cut into planks. Let's work quickly. We need the frames for 3 houses up before nightfall." The villagers got to work quickly. Iron and some younger men climbed onto the roof, using ropes to secure the beams before carefully removing them bit by bit. The old timber was heavy. 6 men had to carry each beam, stumbling clumsily under its weight. Aunt Martha led the women to the gravel hill, selecting thin, flat slates and carrying them back to stack by the well, ready for use as roofing material. Meanwhile, Old Tom took 5 men to find a suitable location for the second well. He held a small slab of stone inscribed with charcoal markings of underground veins that had been mapped out the previous day. His movements were slow and deliberate. Every few steps, he would stop, crouch down, place a hand against the ground, and close his eyes, as if listening. Lenny watched him from the first well. There was something unique about this elderly man. It wasn't just that he was searching for water. It was almost as if he was communicating with it. In a harsh land like this, such a gift was worth more than any masterful skill. Suddenly, a notification popped up in Lin Yi's system interface. Special talent detected. Tom Gray, Old Tom. Talent: water detection, basic. Recommendation: add to the Divine Hydraulics Archives talent repository. By enrolling this individual, their skill growth rate will increase by 20%, and the corresponding skill tree will be unlocked. Lenny blinked. A talent repository? That was a new feature. He didn't confirm the enrollment right away. Instead, he continued observing Old Tom, who had now ventured about 50 meters northwest of the first well. Old Tom crouched again, pressing his hand to the ground. This time, his eyes flew open. "Here," he said, his voice steady but filled with an undeniable conviction. "There's water here. It's deeper than the first well, but the water flow is much greater." Lin Yi walked over, stopping at the spot indicated by the elder. The dry, hardened earth beneath his feet looked no different from the surrounding terrain. Still, when Lin Yi activated his underground water detection skill, the world before him transformed. A faint blue line of light extended from beneath his feet, weaving and winding its way towards the horizon in the northwest. The line varied in thickness along its length, but at this particular point it grew noticeably wider. "You're right," Lin Yi said, deactivating the skill. "Dig here. It's about 6 meters deep, with double the water flow of the first well." Old Tom froze for a moment. "Lord, can you feel it too?" "I can see it," Lin Yi replied cryptically, before gesturing for them to start digging. "Let's aim to dig at least 3 meters deep today." Old Tom nodded and picked up a shovel, but hesitated mid-motion. He turned to glance back at Lin Yi, his expression tinged with something indescribable. It wasn't skepticism or fear, but rather a reverent sort of awe, as though he had finally confirmed that this young lord possessed something extraordinary. By noon, the frames for the 3 houses had been erected. The large beams had been sawn, sanded, and reassembled into sturdy skeletons for the new homes. Walls were pieced together using reclaimed wood from the stables. Creaky and patched, but far sturdier than homes made of mere mud. The slate for the roofs had yet to be installed. The stacks waited neatly on the ground for the frames to be fully secured. Iron wiped sweat from his face and took a few steps back to admire their handiwork. "Lord, these 3 houses are much tougher than the old ones. But they're kind of ugly," he admitted. "The appearance doesn't matter," Lin Yi said as he checked the stability of one of the beams. "What matters is that they provide shelter and keep out the rain and wind." Aunt Martha carried over a slate and cautiously ventured. "Lord, these 3 houses will house 12 people. Combined with the earlier 3 houses, we can now accommodate 18. But we currently have 23 people. So, we're still 1 house short," Lin Yi concluded. Lin Yi glanced up at the position of the sun. "Before night falls, we'll need to have another frame up. Tomorrow, we spend the entire day roofing, making sure the 4 new houses are finished. The system's requirement is 10 livable houses. Right now, we have 7, just barely meeting the standard." Aunt Martha opened her mouth, as though she wanted to say something, but then swallowed her words. She simply nodded, turned around, and went back to hauling stone slabs. Lin Yi knew what she wanted to say. 7 houses for 23 people meant 3 to 4 people crammed into each room, still far from comfortable. But this was the absolute limit of what they could accomplish for now. The system wasn't asking for comfort, only survivability. Before nightfall, the frame for the 4th house was up. Old Tom, however, was progressing more slowly on his side. The second well had only reached 2 meters deep, but old Tom waved it off, saying they'd hit the water table tomorrow morning for sure. The settlers gathered around the newly built houses, and for once, a flicker of a smile appeared on their faces. Iron, one of the younger men, kicked the central beam of the outermost house. The beam didn't budge an inch. He grinned. This house will last 20 years. 20 years, a younger man chimed in. I'm guessing 50. By 50 years from now, another voice laughed. We'll have built a whole city on this wasteland. Laughter followed, soft but clear under the twilight of the desolate plains. Lin Yi, however, didn't join in. He stood by the stone walls of the makeshift fortress, his gaze fixed firmly on the horizon. The system's interface hovered before his eyes. The countdown was still ticking. 1 day and 19 hours remaining. By tomorrow, the 4 new houses had to be fully roofed, transforming all 7 structures into livable conditions. At the same time, old Tom needed to strike water in the second well. As long as both tasks were completed, the 7-day survival mission would be finished. Yet Lin Yi couldn't shake a growing unease. It wasn't about the tasks themselves, but what would come after. The 7-day survival was only the starting trial. The system had explicitly stated it was just the tutorial phase. The true challenges would come after the mission was deemed complete. From the distance, a haunting howl pierced the quiet of the plains, gray ridge wolves. Their cries were louder tonight, and unmistakably closer, resonating like an ominous warning. Old Tom looked up briefly, his gaze trained on the direction of the sound. They're searching for water. Beasts can sense underground water before any man can. Lin Yi didn't respond, his eyes simply narrowing as he stared toward that direction. If the wolves truly were drawn by the promise of water, then the moment the second well hit the water table might also be the exact moment they would strike. He needed to be ready. Lin Yi had already noticed a crucial detail even before Iron spoke. While dismantling old structures, he'd realized that the supposedly ruined horse stables, dismissed by everyone as little more than debris, were far from junk. The beams had been crafted from larch, a hardwood that takes at least 20 years to grow, dense enough that sawing it was a struggle. Though some of the wall planks had succumbed to bugs, most could be salvaged with a bit of planing. Even shattered roof tiles could be crushed and mixed into clay to strengthen it. Lin Yi had seen these exact scenarios too many times in his past life, fixing up dilapidated buildings. What looked like a pile of worthless scrap to amateurs could be a goldmine of usable materials to an expert. And the key difference? He didn't even have to give instructions. Old Tom handled the lumber. Aunt Martha pulled nails out of old planks, hammering the bent ones straight with a stone. Nails were as valuable as currency here. Not a single one could be wasted. The camaraderie and unspoken teamwork from days of digging irrigation ditches were effortlessly carrying over into this new task. By noon, the frame for the first new house was complete. But old Tom stood there mulling over the structure for a long time. Eventually, he pulled a small stone slate from his pocket, crudely etched with lines and drawings he'd spent half the night planning. "My lord," he said, "I think we should tweak the joinery." He handed over the slate. The original stable used straight tenons, but they tend to come loose. If we switch it to angled tenons and secure each joint with a wooden wedge, the pressure will only make them tighter over time. It's a technique I learned from dwarven carpenters back when I worked in Forge City in my younger days. Lin Yi studied the sketch, adding a diagonal wedge hole to the base of the mortise. The main tenon would be slotted in and locked tight with a wedge, forcing the entire joint to self-tighten through friction. Ingenious. A true self-locking mechanism. "Let's do it." Lin Yi handed him back the slate. Every main beam and upright post, dwarven wedges all the way. By dusk, the frames of 3 more houses stood tall. Iron crouched on a roof beam, hammering the last wedge firmly into place before sawing off the excess. Sawdust cascaded into his hair, but he didn't seem to notice. The wall planks were the result of an afternoon's labor by Aunt Martha and her group. After planing off their aged, weathered surface, the yellowish raw wood beneath gleamed brightly. One by one, they slotted the planks into grooves, sealing the gaps with mud mixed with powdered tile. Lin Yi had seen this traditional method on restoration sites in his previous world. Once dried, this tile-infused clay could harden to rival cement mortar. Aunt Martha had been skeptical at first, poking the sealed gaps with her finger. Her eyes lit up as she found them rock hard. "My lord," she said, eyes wide with admiration, "you even know masonry tricks?" He didn't answer. He was too busy up on the roof, laying stone tiles alongside old Tom. The tiles were slabs of gray-white ironstone fragments they'd broken off from rocky slopes while digging the irrigation ditch. Old Tom had painstakingly shaped them into rough squares. He layered them from the bottom up, making sure each upper tile overlapped the one below so rainwater could only flow down the slope. Every seam was filled with the same tile-infused clay for added durability. Old Tom, who'd been roofing for 2 decades, paused to comment. "My lord, how many years do you think this stone roof will last?" "Unless we face an earthquake, 3 to 5 decades. Easy." Old Tom grew quiet for a moment, then passed another tile to Linny. "Back home, our roof was thatched. Every autumn after the harvest, repairing it was the first thing we did. If we didn't, the rain would leak straight through. For 20 years, I fixed roofs like that." He hesitated. "I never thought, not once, that I'd get to build a roof for myself that didn't need fixing every year." As night fell, 3 newly roofed houses stood ready. The stone tile roofs, glowing under the flickering torchlight, seemed to add a sense of stability and timelessness to the wooden structures below. Yee's sturdy helmet. The roof of the newly built house gleamed under the fading sunlight. 23 villagers stood silently in front of their new home. Aunt Martha reached out and touched the doorframe, the one she had carved by hand from pine wood all afternoon. It was so smooth that not a single splinter remained. Her hand lingered on the wood for a moment before she covered her mouth and turned away, emotion brimming in her eyes. Old Tom crouched in the corner of the wall, scraping at the partially set grout with his calloused fingers. It had hardened almost to the toughness of stone. He pressed his forehead against the wall, his shoulders trembling lightly, as if the weight of exhaustion and relief had suddenly caught up to him. On the roof ridge, Iron squatted motionless. He had laid the last slate tile and remained perched there, gazing at the 3 new rooms that had materialized from nothing but effort and determination. 23 companions stood speechless below, dwarfed by the quiet majesty of what they had achieved. At the edge of the group stood Linny. He quietly opened the translucent user interface before his eyes. Main quest, 7-day survival. Remaining time, 2 days, 0 hours. Current progress, population 23/30ths, livable houses 7/10ths. The addition of the 3 freshly built homes brought the total to 7. They still needed 3 more houses and 7 additional people. 2 days remained. It was enough. Linny shut down the interface and began walking toward the castle. As he passed the house that Iron had just helped finish, the boy suddenly leapt down from the roof ridge, landing squarely in front of him. "Lord," Iron said breathlessly, "tomorrow I want to take 2 people with me to the wasteland." "What for?" Linny asked, his tone calm but curious. "To look for refugees." Iron licked his cracked lips before explaining. "A few days ago, while digging the canal, I climbed to the top of the rocky slope and saw smoke to the west. It wasn't cooking smoke. It looked like they were trying to burn the land for farming. The smoke only lasted 2 days before stopping." Linny halted. If a burn site smoke has stopped after 2 days, the reasons could only be grim. Either the people had moved on, or they were no longer alive. Still, for Iron to bring this up now meant he was convinced those people were still out there, alive, but likely on the brink of despair. "How far is it?" Linny asked after a pause. "Half a day's walk to the west, over the rocky slope." Linny stared at the young man. By the light of the torches, Iron's eyes gleamed with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Linny remembered that day at the canal. While others had focused solely on digging, Iron had been the only one to climb the slope for a better look at the terrain. "Take old Tom and 1 more person," Linny instructed. "You must return before nightfall. If you find anyone out there, tell them this. Here, we have houses, a canal, and food. But they must follow our rules." Iron nodded sharply, determination plain in his expression, before sprinting toward old Tom. Linny continued toward the castle. There was something he hadn't shared. If there truly were refugees to the west trying to burn land, and that burn had failed after 2 days, it meant one of 2 things. Either they were starving and too weak to stay, or they had encountered an even greater danger. But either way, As long as they were alive and Iron could deliver the message, Lin Yi would likely solve the population gap. That left only one other issue: 3 more houses. What Lin Yi didn't anticipate was that the real challenge wouldn't lie in constructing the homes. When Iron returned the next evening with 6 new people, their expressions were a mixture of disbelief and hope as they stood at the edge of the estate. The sight before them, stone-tiled rooftops, a freshwater well, and the canal under construction, was unlike anything they could have imagined. One of the men, Zhao De, clutched a piece of moldy black bread in his hands, frozen for a full 5 seconds before releasing his grip. Iron leaned close to him and repeated Lin Yi's words. "Our Lord said there's a place to stay here. There's food, but you have to work." Zhao De studied Iron skeptically, as if trying to gauge whether this was some elaborate trap. Finally, he asked, "Your Lord, does he really give rations?" Iron didn't answer immediately. Instead, he led Zhao De to the well, scooped up a bowl of water, and handed it to him. Zhao De drank, his hands trembling. The water was sweet. As night fell, Lin Yi watched the 30 inhabitants of his land working tirelessly under the dimming sky. Zhao De inspected the load-bearing beams of the 5th house. Aunt Martha calculated the amount of mortar they'd need for tomorrow, and Iron carried lumber to the next construction site. Everyone understood one thing. If they couldn't finish all 10 houses by the end of the night, the territory would be overtaken by the deadly seasonal winds. But what no one else knew was that Lin Yi had only 2 real aces up his sleeve: the well and the system's map. The map indicated a patch of semi-dry marshland 3 miles northwest of the territory, possibly hiding more slate tiles beneath its surface. To the east lay an abandoned ruin with 5 usable wooden beams. The problem was clear. There simply wasn't enough time to send people scavenging for these resources. By the time the frame of the 5th house was completed, the system showed less than 3 hours remaining. Lin Yi stood by the incomplete canal, his gaze locking onto the red dot on the map, the marshland. He turned and sought out Iron. "Do you have the guts to head northwest and dig something up?" he asked. Iron blinked, momentarily startled. "Now? It's getting dark." "Yes, now," Lin Yi replied firmly, pointing to the marked location on the map. "There's slate over there. I need 30 pieces. Do you dare?" A grin spread across Iron's face. "If our Lord's willing to bet, what do I have to be scared of?" He grabbed 3 young men and disappeared into the encroaching dusk. By the time they began working on the 6th house, the sun hovered on the edge of the wasteland, casting long shadows over the frenzied efforts. Hands bled from the relentless labor. Aunt Martha accidentally broke 2 bowls of mortar, and one woman, Axio, handed over her infant to someone else so she could wield a hammer. When night had fully descended, Iron and his team hadn't returned. Lin Yi lit a torch and ordered everyone to continue working. The frame of the 6th house stood tall, but they were out of wall panels and down to their last 7 slate tiles. And then suddenly, Iron burst into the settlement, covered in mud and flanked by his crew. They carried not 30, but 43 pieces of slate. "Lord, the entire bottom of that marsh is full of it," Iron exclaimed, his voice hoarse from exertion, his eyes shining with exhilaration. "We dug up extra." When the final piece of slate was set in place, the system interface lit up with a loud, virtual fanfare. The quest completion screen displayed not only the success of their primary mission, but also an unexpected notification. Hidden condition triggered: 0 casualties among residents within 7 days. Lin Yi froze in surprise. Yes, he had gone to great lengths to ensure everyone's survival these past 7 days, but he had assumed that was simply the baseline requirement for leadership. Never had he guessed it would lead to. It occurred to Lin Yi that the system regarded this as a hidden achievement. The holographic screen continued to display text: "Core functions of the Myriad Realms Lord system unlocked." A previously dim icon suddenly lit up. Lin Yi recognized the icon. He had seen it on the first day he woke up, but back then he thought it was just decorative and didn't pay it any mind. Now, it glowed faintly with a golden hue, and a small line of text appeared beneath it. "Illustrated Guide of Maidens. Activated." Lin Yi frowned. The name sounded like a gimmicky feature from some cheap pay-to-win mobile game, but the system wouldn't design a purely useless function for no reason. He walked into the castle, sat down by the fire, and clicked on the icon. The interface unfolded. At its center was a blank humanoid silhouette surrounded by 6 evaluation dimensions. At the bottom, there was a line of text. High potential individual detected. Host is advised to scan and add to the collection. Lin Yi lifted his head, looking out through the castle's broken window. Outside, Tizi and Zhao De were celebrating with drinks. Aunt Martha was assigning tasks for the next day, and Ashu sat by the well, holding her baby, washing the infant's face with sweet water. These 30 people had just pulled the territory back from the brink of collapse. And now the system was telling him that among them, there was a high-potential individual. Lin Yi stared at the blank silhouette, not immediately scanning anyone. He was thinking about something else. If the core function of this system was called the Illustrated Guide of Maidens, then the essence of the game might be something entirely different from just building and farming. His palm was damp with sweat as he held the engraved stone. It wasn't because of walking for 2 hours. It was because this stone confirmed something. The coordinates the system had given, the silver-blue light from 7 days ago, and the flashing icon all pointed to the same place. Thousands of years ago, there had been a river here, a river that had since vanished. Yet something left behind in the riverbed still existed. He stood up and tucked the stone into his chest pocket. About 3 miles ahead, the ground began to dip, not in a gentle slope, but in a sharp, abrupt chasm, as if something had violently torn the earth apart. Around the edge of the rift, stones were piled more densely, their color darkening progressively, from grayish-green to dark green, eventually turning into an almost black, deep brown. Tizi followed behind, staring at the rift with hesitance in his steps. "My lord, down there." "There's something there," Lin Yi replied without looking back, "but it may not necessarily be dangerous." Even he wasn't sure. The system had only said high-potential individual. It hadn't specified whether it was a person, an animal, a living being, or something else entirely. But one thing was clear. That light from 7 days ago wasn't emanating from anything lifeless. At the edge of the chasm, Lin Yi came to a stop. He looked down. The rift was at least 30 meters deep. The bottom wasn't flat, but instead formed a massive concave depression, like an overturned bowl. At the center of the bowl was a reflective patch, not water, but a thin layer of translucent crystalline material that shimmered faintly with a dim, silvery blue glow under the noon sunlight. It was the exact same color as the light from before. Lin Yi crouched down, grabbed a handful of loose rocks from the rift's edge, and tossed them downward. They fell, traced an arc in the air, and hit the crystalline surface with a crisp sound. A faint ripple of light flashed across the surface before disappearing again. Nothing else moved. "You stay here," Lin Yi said, untying the rope from his waist. A thick, thumb-sized hemp rope he'd had old Tom dig up from the castle cellar 2 days earlier. It was old, but still sturdy enough. Lin Yi tied one end of the rope securely to a massive boulder wedged firmly at the edge of the rift and threw the other end down. "If I'm not back within half an hour, return to Morning Light territory and tell old Tom what happened." Tizi didn't say a word, but stared intently at the rope. Lin Yi grabbed the rope and began descending. The rough hemp stung his hands, and the inner walls of the rift were jagged with sharp rock edges that could tear through clothing if he wasn't careful. He descended slowly, keeping his body from scraping against the walls. The further down he went, the cooler the air became, carrying an odd smell, not of decay or mold, but a strange mix of metallic and earthy scents, as though something had been long sealed beneath. When he was about 5 meters from the bottom, Lin Yi released his grip on the rope and jumped the rest of the way. Upon landing, the crystalline surface cracked slightly, producing a crisp, shattering sound. He steadied himself, then raised his head. Looking up, Tizi's face was a blurry silhouette above the rift. Lin Yi turned around to face the center of the crystalline surface. There lay a person. To be exact, a body. But it wasn't decayed or eroded. The skin was intact, the muscles well-defined, and there was even a faint rise and fall of the chest. It was a woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. She had short hair and sharp, chiseled features. Her body was clad in a type of armor unlike anything Lin Yi had seen before. Not fabric, not leather, but a form-fitting, metallic-looking suit of deep gray. A massive diagonal gash stretched from her left shoulder to her right waist across the chest plate, its edges scorched as if carved by some incredibly high-temperature weapon. Yet, the wound had already closed. Linny crouched down and reached for her neck. A weak pulse was present. Her body was cooler than normal, but it wasn't rigid like a corpse. She was alive, or perhaps existing in some peculiar, slowed-down state between life and death. Another notification appeared on the holographic screen, this time with no accompanying sound, just text. High potential individual detected. Species, human, genetic line, divine era modifications. Potential rating, S-. Special abilities, in an unactivated state. Details to be unlocked upon host contact. Current status, deep hibernation with life force diminishing. Remaining survival time, approximately 72 hours. Immediate collection recommended. Divine era genetic modifications. S-rank potential, 72 hours. Lin E stared at the countdown timer displayed on the screen, his fingers frozen midair. The system wanted him to collect this person. But what did collection entail? Would she wake up? If she did, what would she do? And what about the fatal injury on her body? Who left this behind? And why has she been asleep here for 10,000 years? Too many questions, yet only 3 days to find answers. Linny took a deep breath and placed his hand on her forehead. A burst of silver-blue light exploded instantly. Lin E then wrenched the blood-stained blade from the blind lizard's body, its corpse tumbling limply onto the uneven ground. He didn't spare the body another glance. Instead, his sharp gaze fell on the back of his own hand. His skin was turning gray. This wasn't just a pale discoloration, but a sickly, lifeless gray, as if the very essence of life was being drained from him. The chilling sensation crept up his forearm, not fast, but steadily, as though something was slowly devouring his flesh and blood, inch by inch. TZ crouched beside him, his voice trembling with panic. "My lord, what do we do?" Lin E didn't respond. Instead, he turned and walked toward a depression on the opposite side of the ravine, the location where the blind lizard had emerged. The edge of the cavity was littered with displaced stones, revealing patches of loose soil beneath. From a crack within the earth, a faint, almost imperceptible silver-blue light seeped outward. He nudged aside the stones with his foot, crouched down, and began digging into the soft earth with his bare hands. The light grew brighter. After digging down to about the depth of an arm, his fingers touched something hard. It wasn't stone, it was crystalline. Clearing the surrounding soil with his hands, Lin E unearthed a semi-transparent silver-blue crystal about the size of a fist. Its surface was naturally faceted, and within the crystal were intricate veins and fissures. The gentle radiance emanated from those tiny cracks. Suddenly, the system interface shimmered into view. Detected, dawn-like crystal Oregon purity, medium. Magical energy density, suitable for basic purification. Without hesitation, Lin E grabbed the crystal and clenched it tightly in his fist. The crystal shattered under his grip, and silver-blue powder trickled through his fingers. He pressed the fragments and powder onto the gray, lifeless skin on the back of his hand. The encroaching grayness halted. The moment the powder made contact with his skin, the chilling sensation withdrew, almost as if it had encountered its nemesis. Slowly, the gray hue receded, and his hand began to regain its natural vitality and color. The process wasn't quick, but it was visible. Within seconds, most of the gray had faded, leaving only a faint grayish mark, like a bruise. The invasive force had stopped spreading. TZ exhaled in relief, but immediately tensed up again. "My lord, is there any more of that stuff?" Lin E stood up, his gaze directed downstream along the ancient, dried riverbed. The terrain stretched into the horizon, with the scattered stones thickening the further the eye traced. The central ravine carved deeper into the earth, and along its edges, every so often, was another cavity, similar to the one he'd just examined. It wasn't just one cavity. It was a whole row. It was as if something had turned this dried riverbed into a series of interconnected layers, burrowed just below the Earth's surface, waiting for something to step into their deadly domain. "Let's go back," Linny commanded. TZ hesitated. "But the crystals." "We'll come back later," Linny interrupted him. He glanced briefly at the blind lizard's corpse. The creature's claws were encrusted with ominous black crystals that gleamed under the sunlight with a sinister hue. His system had identified it earlier, void crystals with highly corrosive properties. And clearly, this ancient riverbed wasn't home to just one blind lizard. With nothing but two machetes between them, they had no chance against even a single lizard, not without the system's insight identifying its weak points. If there were 10, 20, or even more creatures hiding in this desolate expanse, they couldn't afford the risk, but they couldn't ignore it either. The reason was clear. This place held two invaluable resources: obsidian ore and dawnlight crystals. One was essential for conducting magical energy, while the other was the only known cure for void corrosion. Both were critical for survival. Lin-Yi gazed down the dry riverbed stretching into the distance. A sobering realization struck him for the first time. In this world, nothing came for free. The ores were here, and the crystals were here. But if you wanted to take them, you had to first deal with the monsters guarding them. And to fight those monsters, you needed the crystals' purifying power to counteract their corruption. It was a vicious cycle. Unless you were strong enough, clever enough, or ruthless enough to get to the cure before you paid the price. Lin-Yi turned to leave. TZ trailed a few steps behind, murmuring nervously, "My lord, are we coming back?" Lin-Yi's expression hardened as he replied, "Yes, but not now." The dull ache from the gray mark still lingered on the back of his hand. Lin-Yi's left arm had been bitten. The injury stretched from his wrist up to his elbow, with gray tendrils of invasive veins creeping higher. A numbing chill spread through his bloodstream, a clear sign of void corruption. If unchecked, the corruption would cause the skin to lose all feeling, muscle tissue to necrotize, bones to weaken, and eventually, the entire arm to wither into lifeless, brittle flesh. Ripping a strip from his clothing, Lin-Yi used his teeth and right hand to tie it tightly around his forearm. It wasn't much, but it slowed the spread and stopped the bleeding for now. Then, gritting his teeth, he moved deeper into the cavity. TZ's shouts echoed behind him, but Lin-Yi didn't stop, because now he understood why the blind lizard had been guarding this place. In the disturbed base of the cavity, the stones and sand were piled haphazardly. Lin-Yi crouched and began to clear the chaotic mess with his right hand. After digging down about a foot, his fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. He grasped the object and tugged it free. A burst of silver-blue light spilled out from the crevice. It was a raw crystal, about the size of a fist. Completely clear, it seemed to pulse with a soft silver-blue glow, as though a fragment of the night sky had been trapped inside. Holding the crystal tightly, Lin-Yi observed as the gray corruption on his hand began to dissipate. The luminous glow seeped into his skin, pushing the numbing chill away. Gradually, the gray tendrils faded back into healthy, pink skin. Sensation returned as the corruption retreated. The system interface chimed once more. Rare resource vein detected, dawnlight crystal. Rarity, rare. Intact veins may yield high-grade and top-grade crystals. Current status, surface-level exposure. Full vein depth unknown. Recommendation, secure and exploit. Dawnlight crystals. This so-called wasteland, dismissed by the Empire as barren and unremarkable. A river infused with magical power once flowed here 10,000 years ago. By now, the river has dried up, its minerals sinking underground to be transformed, by some mysterious force, into crystals capable of purging void corruption. And that ancient civilization, the one that crafted intricate water maps and engraved patterns onto river stones, they must have known about this precious mineral vein. Perhaps that's why they came here in the first place. A tremor reverberated from below. It wasn't a single instance, but a wave. The sound of innumerable scaled bodies scraping against river stones rose from beneath the earth, like the tide rushing across a beach. Lin-Yi stuffed the dawn crystal into his coat, turned, and grabbed Tieji by the arm. "Run." The two sprinted along the dry riverbed. Behind them, the ground collapsed in a massive pit, and at least 7 or 8 blind lizards emerged from the depths. Under the sunlight, their grayish-white scales shimmered as if merging into one. But they didn't give chase. Blind lizards rely on vibrations to sense their prey. The moment you escape their field of perception, you're safe. Clambering over a dirt embankment and through a slope scattered with rubble, the two finally stopped when the raspy sound of scales on stone faded into the wind. Tieji bent forward, gasping for breath. Blood still trickled from a thorn-scratched wound on the back of his hand, yet he was grinning. "My lord, we found it. We've found the vein." He pulled the dawn crystal out of his coat. The silvery blue sheen flowed like liquid light, pure beyond imagining, as if no natural process could have created such a thing. The system's scan indicated a high-potential entity due northwest, just a short distance ahead. But today, He couldn't press forward, not with Tieji injured, a whole nest of blind lizards in their wake, and a crystal that could alter the fate of their entire territory weighing heavily in his pocket. "Tomorrow," he said, tucking the crystal safely away. "We'll go further in tomorrow." On the way back, Tieji suddenly stopped and turned around. "Those blind lizards guarding the vein. Doesn't that mean the deposit must be huge? The bigger it is, the more they'll guard it. Then we need more people." "Exactly." Tieji stayed silent for a moment. Then, gripping the handle of his hatchet, he said, "Next time we go back, I'm bringing a pickaxe. A cross pick cuts through rock, but not lizard hide. But the head of an iron pick is narrow. It can get right into their mouths." 7 days ago, this 16-year-old boy had cracked the head of his pickaxe and spent an entire sleepless night sharpening a new one in the corner, his eyes red with fatigue. Today, after nearly losing an arm to a blind lizard, he was already strategizing the best way to jam a tool into a monster's maw. "All right," Lenny said. "We'll ask old Tom to forge you one when we get back." By dusk, the two returned to their territory. Old Tom, standing by the well, spotted them from afar. The water cup in his hand lowered slowly. He didn't rush to greet them, but instead walked over to the fire pit, picking up 2 water skins full of sweet water to offer them. Tieji downed nearly half a skin in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and started recounting the day's events from start to finish. He spoke in a rush, words tumbling over each other, but everyone understood. To the northwest, there was a dried-up ancient river. Beneath its bed lay a mineral vein containing crystals that emitted a strange blue glow. These crystals could cure void corruption, and a horde of sightless lizards with thick, armor-like scales and mouths full of jagged teeth were guarding the vein. The villagers listened in silence. Carpenter Zhao gripped his hammer tightly. Aunt Martha clenched the hem of her apron. Axiu held her baby close to her chest. When Tieji finished, old Tom slowly stood and approached Lin. "My lord, can this old man take a look at that crystal?" Lin produced the dawn crystal from his coat. Bathed in the dying sunlight, the silver-blue light of the crystal inside transformed, interweaving warm gold with icy blue, like a piece of twilight sealed within stone. Old Tom cradled the crystal, his hands, hardened from 20 years of working stone patterns, gently brushing its surface. His rough fingers came to a pause along one edge. This piece was chiseled off by someone. He leaned closer. Sure enough, where old Tom's fingers rested lay a perfectly regular strike point on the crystal's edge, not a jagged, natural fracture, but a deliberate groove created by tools. 10,000 years ago, someone had mined this vein, and now, a nest of blind lizards had taken up residence deep below. As he held the silver-blue crystal in his palm, old Tom spoke. "My lord, tomorrow, I'm coming with you." This old stonemason, who had once worked in Forge Castle for 2 decades, needed only a single river stone and the remnants of ancient carvings to reach a conclusion. There was a 10,000-year-old vein to the northwest, and the high-potential entity, marked on Lin Yi's system map, it happened to lie in the same direction, just 20 miles away. 2 threads of evidence pointed at the same wasteland. At dawn on the 9th day, old Tom rose early. He spread the map he had drawn the night before near the well, using charcoal to circle 3 points: the surface-level exposure on the riverbed, the deep bend of the ravine, and the upstream ridge. The arc connecting the 3 points matched up perfectly with the system's marked location. "That ridge," old Tom said, tapping the 3rd circle with his charcoal stick. "Obsidian iron, ore is heavy, wouldn't have traveled far. The source of the deposit has to be upriver. That ridge is the only high ground within dozens of miles. If anyone was mining 10,000 years ago, the main mine entrance would have been there. This time, they didn't set out alone. Old Tom, Tieji, and Zhao joined the group. For people, each carrying weapons and tools. The blind lizards they encountered yesterday were just a warm-up. Today, they were heading straight for the source of the mineral vein, where even more dangers surely awaited. As they passed the ravine, the carcass of the blind lizard Lin he had slain the previous day still lay there. Tieji prodded one of its claws with his pickaxe, revealing black, crystalline growths covering the tips. These void crystals, as identified by the system, had already begun to fracture at the base, breaking apart like chunks of shattered glass among the stones. Old Tom crouched, wrapped one shard in a piece of cloth, and slipped it into his pocket. I've seen this before. Decades ago, a team of church inquisitors had passed through Forge Castle, escorting a figure dressed in black robes. The man's shackles, Old Tom recalled, had been made of the same black, crystalline material. He'd asked his master what it was back then, and the reply still lingered in his memory: void crystals. They're designed to seal dark magic users, suppressing their power. Master once mentioned it wasn't man-made. It had been excavated from the depths of the far eastern wilderness, a place desolate and untamed. Far Eastern Expanse. The Holy Church. Void crystal. Lin Yi didn't ask further, but instead committed this piece of information to memory. The object embedded in the claw of the blind lizard. It was crafted from the same mineral the Holy Church used for the shackles that bound shadow mages. And coincidentally, the wilderness the Empire had abandoned lay precisely in that Far East. The further upstream they traveled, the clearer the riverbed's outline became. What were once modest, earthen embankments on either side of the ancient riverbanks transformed into elevated terraces, taller than two men stacked high. The pebble layer grew increasingly dense. TZ clawed at the riverbed a few times, revealing beneath a few inches of surface stones a thick layer of obsidian-like iron sand, its depth more than double that of yesterday's trench. Old Tom stopped every few dozen paces to inspect the smoothness and rounding of the pebbles, jotting notes onto the map. Elevation lines, the thickness of the sand layers, positions where crystals surfaced, all were densely recorded with his charcoal. At one sharp bend in the river, Old Tom froze, his finger pointing toward a sunken hollow across the terrace. "My lord," he beckoned. Following the direction Old Tom indicated, Lin Yi's gaze landed upon the terrace face, a groove far too precise to be a result of natural erosion. The edges of the hollow displayed telltale marks of human craft, its cuts unnaturally clean. This wasn't erosion from wind, it was a mine entrance. And less than 5 miles past the ridge, the system's interface highlighted the marker for a high-potential life form. The distance had shortened, though new questions began to take shape. Whoever it was had been lingering near the source of the ore vein for 2 full days without moving. Were they guarding something, or trapped? They followed the flow of an aqueduct system for 20 minutes. TZ halted at a sediment pit, grabbing a fistful of fine mineral sand from the pit's bottom. He examined it briefly before nodding at Lin Yi, a silent affirmation of their find. This entire stretch of terrain indicated activity long ago, whether by ancient humans or some other species, obsidian iron or had been mined here. Their techniques were advanced, employing systems to direct water flow, wash, deposit sediment, and refine the materials, processes preserved so perfectly it seemed as though operations had only ceased yesterday. But the most pressing challenge loomed ahead. At the aqueduct's terminus, a low ridge rose before them. Upon it lay a partially collapsed cave entrance. Old Tom approached, tentatively reaching out to touch the cut marks etched into the rock face. His expression darkened. He didn't speak, only motioned with a sharp wave for Lin Yi to come closer. The marks were uniformly spaced, meticulously straight, and consistent in depth and angle, as if each stroke had been measured to precision. Old Tom's voice dropped into a hushed, wary tone. "This is dwarven craftsmanship. No human stonemason could replicate work like this. Dwarves. The dwarves who had mined here millennia ago. Their methods were methodical, always stopping when certain boundaries were reached, always knowing when to abandon a site." Lin Yi retrieved the raw dawn crystal from his pouch. The silvery blue glow within began to pulse faster and faster, like the quickened beat of a heart. It had sensed something. "Into the tunnel," Lin Yi commanded. The passageway sloped gradually downward, periodically opening into larger chambers where excavation work had been paused. The supporting columns bore evenly spaced reinforcement grooves, though many had already begun to crack under time's pressure. Each time, Old Tom meticulously inspected the fissures, ensuring they weren't at immediate risk of collapse before allowing the group to press forward. After about 20 minutes of descent, the tunnel came to an abrupt halt, not from a collapse, but due to the sheer interruption of a massive rock layer. The material beyond the break was entirely different, jet black, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. This was the mother rock that produced the obsidian iron mineral. And within the fracture between that mother rock and the tunnel's end, something else glimmered, an unbroken expanse of dawn crystal. Not shards, not scattered pieces. An entire wall of crystal, extending from the bottom of the fracture up and out of view into the shadowed abyss, its width spanning at least a dozen paces. Within that crystalline wall, waves of silvery blue light surged gently in an unceasing flow, as if the river of light itself had frozen in place. TZ raised his torch as he stepped closer. The pale, shimmering light refracted in his wide, astonished eyes. "My lord, how much crystal is here?" Lin Yi didn't reply, his gaze locked on the roots of the crystal wall where the fracture plunged deepest. There, a singular, brighter glow emanated. It wasn't silvery blue, but golden, pure, unblemished gold. The golden light flickered rhythmically, like a sleeping heart faintly beating. In Lin Yi's mind, the system interface sprung to life, the once soft golden text replaced with a dazzling, vibrant hue never before seen. High potential life form detected. Location: inside the crystal wall. Depth: approximately 15 steps. Status: dormant/sealed. Individual assessment: estimated appearance value above 95. Potential rating: S-class. Species rarity: extremely high. Warning: life form in a sealed state. Breaking the seal will require substantial magic reserves. Recommendation: approach with caution. It wasn't resting outside, but was sealed deep within the core of the Urvain itself. Millennia ago, the dwarves had discovered this crystalline wall and found the figure asleep within its depths. But instead of harvesting or disturbing it further, they sealed the mine, leaving it untouched. Why? Were they terrified of it, or protecting it? The golden glow wavered once again. This time, Lin Yi saw clearly. Within the light was the faint, curled outline of a humanoid figure. Behind him, TZ's voice quivered. "My lord, there's someone in the crystal." Lin Yi's hand instinctively tightened around the dawn crystal shard, its radiance now blazing hot, burning against his palm. Within the depths of the crystalline wall, the faint silhouette seemed disturbed by something. A subtle shift, a movement. Old Tom's voice was tense, like a fraying cord ready to snap. "My lord, when dwarves seal a mine, it's for one of two reasons. Either they've uncovered something they shouldn't have, or they found something they couldn't handle." Before Lin Yi could respond, the deepest layer of the crystal wall, a golden light that had been glowing faintly, suddenly cracked slightly, as if it were splitting open from within. The moment Lin Yi's finger left the crystal wall, everyone in the mine held their breath. The golden light pulsed, not gently like a heartbeat, but as if someone had knocked on it from the outside. It was a sharp, undeniable movement. The system's interface popped up with a final message. "Wanna unseal it? Survive and reach Tier 2 first. Then bring a crystal heart to exchange." Currently, Lin Yi was still at Tier 1. He turned to look at Old Tom, Zhaoda, and TZ. Their expressions varied, but their eyes all betrayed the same unspoken question. What was that thing? Lin Yi didn't answer. Instead, he issued orders directly. "Seal the mine. No one goes in without my word. Zhaoda, mark off the entire mountain ridge. TZ, guard the entrance." The three of them nodded silently, unquestioning. As Lin Yi walked out of the mine, he stopped briefly atop the ridge, gazing toward the northwest horizon. The system's dotted line marking the location of the primary crystal vein extended endlessly, leading to where the true crystal heart was hidden. Whatever that thing was, it had been enough to make dwarves seal the mine and retreat thousands of years ago. It had earned an S-grade evaluation from the system and held the power to awaken something, or someone, sleeping deep within the crystal. But right now, Lin Yi was only Tier 1. He needed to grow stronger, fast. The raw dawn crystal in his pocket felt warmer than it had when he entered the mine, as if ignited by some invisible force. Lin Yi didn't look back, but he could sense that deeper inside the mine, the golden light pulsed again. The journey back to their territory was a quiet one. TZ led the way, holding a torch and carrying his iron pickaxe like a short spear. Every few dozen steps, he glanced back at the mountain ridge, not out of fear, but to reassure himself that the mine was still there. Old Tom brought up the rear, clutching a fragment of void crystal and some cloth maps illustrating mining veins, his gaze filled with thoughts Lin Yi couldn't read. Zhaoda walked half a step behind Lin Yi, carrying his carpenter's hammer tightly, gripping it as though he feared it might slip away. They carried a secret from the ancient mine. Deep in the crystal, someone was sleeping. Though Lin Yi seemed calm on the surface, his thoughts were fully occupied by the system. The illustrated guide to magical beings had shrunk to a small, subtle golden dot in the corner of the interface, occasionally flickering. Its status column read, Target's seal stable. Awakening conditions, 1 crystal heart. Host must reach Tier 2. Current progress, crystal hearts 0 to 1. Host Tier 1. By the time they reached the territory at dusk, Aunt Martha came out to meet them. Her eyes scanned each of their faces before settling on TZ. The boy's expression wasn't one of excitement, but something she'd never seen on a 16-year-old before, as if he'd been struck hard over the head and hadn't yet recovered, though a stubborn fire burned deep in his gaze. Aunt Martha didn't press for answers. She quietly handed out 4 bowls of well water. TZ downed his in one gulp, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Auntie, any food left in the pot? Of course. Saved some just for you. TZ forced a smile. It wasn't out of genuine happiness, but from an instinct that if he didn't, the tension in his chest might suffocate him. Lin Yi didn't eat. He went straight to the topmost level of the castle. Every system panel opened at once. Population, 30. Houses, 10. Morale, 68. The unlocked construction blueprint library now included designs for water systems, farmland, and a mining framework, along with a new addition, a basic mana extraction workshop, freshly unlocked due to the discovery of the crystal vein. The resource scan showed 3 identified sources within a 50-mile radius of the territory, a flowing stream, an exposed dawn crystal deposit, and a black obsidian sand layer. But as for the true primary vein, the system still only marked it with a dotted line extending northwest from the ridge, ending in a glowing golden question mark. That was where the crystal heart lay. Lin Yi closed all the panels except for his personal attributes. Tier 1. Mana circuit, activated but unrefined. There was still a long path to Tier 2, one that could only be traversed through relentless combat and training. And deep inside the crystal, someone was waiting for him to grow stronger. As he watched the words flicker on the data screen, the mid-grade dawn crystal in his hand began radiating heat. Mana refinement, as the system explained, involved compressing gaseous mana into liquid form. But the true challenge lay in the next part. To accomplish it, he would need either a natural mana pool or a high-grade crystal to force the process. The fist-sized raw crystal he held was of medium grade, insufficient. High-grade crystals, according to the system, could only be found in 2 places, deeper inside the mine, or at the distant end of the primary vein where the heart of the earth slumbered. The problem was, behind the crystal wall deeper in the mine, something that had been sealed for 10,000 years lay waiting. For now, Lin Yi refrained from making any impulsive decisions and descended the castle. At the communal well, the villagers remained gathered, reluctant to disperse. TZ was recounting what they'd seen in the mine. The crystal wall, the river of silver-blue light, the glowing gold core deep within, and the faint humanoid figure within that light. His voice was slow and uncertain, as though even he doubted whether what he saw was real. Old Tom pulled out the void crystal fragment and placed it on his knee. The firelight reflecting off its surface gave off an unsettling hue of dark purple. 30-some years ago, Old Tom began in his gravelly voice. When the Shadow Mage of Forge City was taken away in chains, those manacles were embedded with this exact material. My old master said this stuff ain't a natural mineral. It's the residue of ancient wars. When the world was torn apart, the wounds it left behind seeped this material and formed these crystals. The dwarves call it the blood of the world. Lin Yi thought of the black crystal shards on the claws of the rock lizards. They were the same material as the fragment Old Tom now held. Void corruption and purifying magic, 2 forces that had coexisted, entangled like twins, in the underground veins for centuries. That person inside the crystal, Zhao suddenly asked, startling them all. That was his fourth sentence of the day. Are they good or bad? No one had an answer. Lin Yi placed the mid-grade dawn crystal on his knee. Its silver-blue glow gently shifted as mana flowed within, casting alternating light and shadow across his face. She sealed away, Lin Yi finally said. 10,000 years ago, dwarves mined crystals here, but the miners dug until they reached the wall, where they found someone sleeping within. They didn't dig her out, but instead sealed the mine and left. Why? It wasn't out of fear. They simply knew they could not wake her. To awaken her required two things: the crystal heart and formal-grade magic power. Dwarves lacked magical circuits and couldn't use the crystal heart. So, they had no choice but to leave her there, waiting for someone who could awaken her. Tieji's eyes lit up. My lord, are you that person? Lin Yi didn't nod or shake his head. Instead, he turned to old Tom. Today, you mentioned that dwarven legends speak of a breathing mountain in the farthest reaches of the eastern wastes. On every full moon, the mountain is said to pulse like a heartbeat from within. Where's this mountain? Old Tom moved his finger slowly across the coarse canvas map, stopping at the end of a faintly marked line. Following the direction of the veins, the main, or vein, runs about 50 miles northwest of the ridge to a mountain. The dwarves call it the heart of the earth, claiming it to be the source of all magic in the wastes. It's said to open only once a year on the winter solstice. When it does, a surge of magic, purer than any vein, bursts forth from the mountain's depths and lasts the entire night. He paused, then added, 7 days from now is the winter solstice. 7 days. On the winter solstice, the heart of the earth would open, releasing waves of pure magic energy. This was the only opportunity to refine one's magical circuits, break through to formal-grade magic, acquire the crystal heart, and unlock the seal. Lin Yi stood and tucked the crystal back into his pocket. In these 7 days, everyone has 3 tasks. First, Zhao will oversee the construction of a fence along the water channel route, enclosing the ridge and the mine. No one is to approach them. Second, Old Tom will continue mapping the ore veins, charting every change in terrain and every crevice where blind lizards might hide. Mark them all clearly. Third, he turned to Tieji. Although Lin Yi didn't say it out loud, the real question lingered in the air. If, on the winter solstice, he succeeded in breaking through to formal-grade magic, returned to the mine with the crystal heart, and unlocked the seal, what exactly would happen when the being that had slept in golden light for millennia finally woke up? Lin Yi stood at the highest point of the castle, his gaze fixed on the northwest. In 7 days, the breathing mountain spoken of by the dwarves would awaken. Before that, he had just one critical task: to prepare the faint strand of magic within him. But currently, the real danger wasn't about him. Tieji and his team had been gone for 3 days. Their single task was to drive a pickaxe into the mouth of a blind lizard with one precise strike. It sounded simple, but Lin Yi knew better. Blind lizards moved underground far faster than on the surface. From the moment they emerged from gravel to the time they could sever a human leg took less than 2 seconds. Within those 2 seconds, you had to identify the point where it would break through, grab the pick handle, adjust your angle, and plunge it directly into the creature's open throat. Miss by an inch, and the pick would get lodged in its upper jaw. You'd lose your only weapon. Miss by half a second, and it would bite through the hand holding the weapon. This wasn't about courage. It was about muscle memory, spatial awareness, and the ability to calculate risk and death beforehand. Old Tom laid the full map of the ore veins on the ground near the fire. From the ridge to the heart of the earth, there was one solid line and one dotted line. Alongside the dotted line were 7 marked points, the abandoned mine entrances that the dwarves had themselves sealed millennia ago. Why did they seal them? Lin Yi stared at the 7 darkened marks. Because this, or vein itself, is a trap, Old Tom explained, tracing his finger from the heart of the earth back down the main vein. The magic surge on the winter solstice isn't a gift, it's an explosion. If too many outlets exist along the primary vein, the surge would erupt at all 7 points simultaneously, causing the entire ore vein to collapse like a ruptured artery. The dwarves left just one outlet, the mine at the ridge. They channeled all the pressure there. Lin Yi understood. On the winter solstice, The crystal wall deep within the mine would bear the entire force of the magic surge from the whole vein. If the one sleeping inside was indeed waiting to awaken, the price of her awakening might just be the collapse of the entire mine. That was why the task marker given by the system wasn't a green safe label, but a golden question mark of uncertainty. News arrived from Zhao Da's team. The fence had reached its third stretch. Ropes strung with shards of ironstone were clinking in the wind. The noise served its purpose, at least warning the villagers ahead of approaching blind lizards. But Lin Yi knew that such sounds only bought precious moments of warning. Survival ultimately depended on whether Tieji's team could drive their pickaxes into the creatures' throats at the critical second. On the fourth night, Lin Yi sat cross-legged by the fire, trying once again to circulate the magic inside him. The faint energy crawled sluggishly through his circuits, like struggling against some invisible resistance with every inch it moved. His magic level was still at 22, and his refinement progress was at 0. The system prompt was clear. His current magic purity wasn't high enough to support a breakthrough. He needed an external source of high-purity magic power to stimulate his circuits. And that external source of high-purity magic was waiting 7 days later, deep within the heart of the earth when it opened. The question was, could he survive until that moment? Tieji returned on the 5th morning, accompanied by 4 villagers carrying bloodied pickaxes, mud, and blood caking their clothes. One of them had their lower leg wrapped in coarse burlap, the fabric already soaked with dark red blood. "Did you get it down?" Linny asked. "We killed one blind lizard." Tieji planted his blood-stained pickaxe into the ground. "We drove the pickaxe in, but the angle was off. It got stuck in its upper jaw. While it thrashed, it nearly tore off Li San's leg. Eventually, Zhao Zhu delivered the second strike and finished it." Lin Yi examined the pickaxe. The tip was bent, and the blade had 2 chipped notches. "Can you land a clean strike now?" Tieji fell silent for 3 seconds before shaking his head. "Not yet, but we've found its pattern. Half a second before a blind lizard breaks through the ground, there's a faint tremor. If we align the pick, the critical spot, the moment it burst out, the pickaxe tip was aimed directly at its throat. So why didn't it work this time? Because Li San was afraid." Tizi glanced at the injured villager. He pulled the pickaxe back by an inch too soon. Lin Yi understood. Skill can be trained, but fear can render it useless. "Keep practicing," he said. "We've got 2 days left." Lin Yi held the fragment of the crystal heart, standing beside the first abandoned mine entrance. On the side of the foundational stone was a line of carved dwarven text. "Do not open unless it's the chosen one." The dwarven craftsmen who sealed these mines millennia ago clearly never intended for them to be reopened. Yet tonight, a tide of magical energy would surge from the earth's heart, rushing through the sealed main veins, passing through 7 backfilled mine entrances, and finally reaching the crystalline wall deep within the mountain mine. If Lin Yi didn't get there before the tide receded, he'd have to wait another year. But he only had 6 people with him. Old Tom crouched next to the foundational stone, running his hands over the ancient dovetail grooves carved millennia ago. Beneath the stone was a layer of backfilled rubble, its crevices sealed with a gray-white paste, much like the method Aunt Martha used to seal gaps, but far more intricate, still rock-solid after all these years. Dwarven craftsmanship. Old Tom stood up, dusted off his knees, and said, "They never meant for it to be opened again." Lin Yi turned to the team. Tizi, Shirtu, Ashu, and Axiu. The 4 of them had just completed a 7-day training regimen. The training focused on a single task, standing with their backs to the training ring, listening for the sound of a rolling pebble, and in the span of one breath, turning, targeting, and striking with the pickaxe. The target was a wooden stake the width of a fist, meant to simulate the single patch of soft flesh inside a blind lizard's mouth, the only area without protective scales. On the final training day, Shirtu was the first to hit a moving target. His pickaxe swept the ground and struck the stake dead center, driving 2 inches in and leaving a neat and narrow diamond-shaped hole with clean edges, free of cracks. Tizi had run his fingers over the hole and remarked, "That's the perfect force. Any heavier and the pickaxe head would get stuck. Any lighter and it wouldn't pierce the blind lizard's upper jaw. You've got to get it just right." But the wooden stake in the training ring didn't move. A real blind lizard would. Axiu's training target was smaller than those of Shurtu and Ashu, a tree branch the width of a wrist, with only a forearm's length protruding from the ground. She was the only woman who had escaped to the territory with her child. Back then, she had handed her baby to Aunt Martha and, without a word, grabbed the lightest pickaxe from the pile of tools and walked into the training circle. While Teasy was left stunned, she had already begun swinging. Her form was incorrect, using arm strength instead of the power from her waist and back, and her first strike missed the mark by half a foot. But the second was off by just 3 inches. The third narrowed it down to 2 inches. Teasy stopped criticizing and started teaching from the basics. Axiu learned faster than anyone else. Before they set off, Aunt Martha stood at the front of the group with Axiu's child in her arms. She didn't say a word, just slipped a coarse wheat cake into Axiu's hand. Axiu leaned down, kissed her child on the forehead, and turned to join the team. From the ridge to the Earth's heart was 30 miles. The first stretch followed an ancient riverbed, where the pebble and sand layers provided a relatively flat path. By noon, the group had reached the first abandoned mine entrance, a bowl-shaped depression scattered with artificially shaped foundational stones. The dovetail grooves on the stones were still clearly visible, but Lin Yi's real concern wasn't these stone markers. From this point forward, there were 6 more abandoned mine entrances. Tonight, the magical tide would pass through each of them in succession. Each time the tide surged through a backfilled mine, the seals would temporarily loosen. Anything buried under the sealing paste and rubble might seize the opportunity to break free. Blind lizards were merely the most common threat. Far more sinister things lurked deeper underground. Things so old they had never been recorded. Lin Yi rolled up the map and pressed onward. By dusk, the pickaxe remained firm in his grip. A glimmer of golden light flickered deep within the cracks. Lin Yi knew one thing for certain. There was no turning back now. It wasn't the terrain that made retreat impossible. He had just confirmed a suspicion. The dwarves who sealed these mines millennia ago hadn't left a warning. They'd left a test. Only those with a crystal heart who could endure the tempering of the magical current were deemed worthy to continue. The mid-grade dawn crystal he held was resonating with the golden energy source deep within the crevice. The Earth's heart wasn't just a mountain. It was a living magical node, like a beating heart, periodically channeling accumulated magical energy southeast through the main vein. The tide he just witnessed was merely one of its breaths. The ochre oxidation layer he had seen at the mountain's base wasn't a sign of depletion. It was a burn mark left by magic leaking through the rocky layers over countless years. Now he understood why no vegetation thrived within the surrounding 10 miles. It wasn't barren. It was too rich, so saturated with magic that ordinary life forms couldn't survive. The tempering process was harsher than anticipated. When the surge of magical energy flooded his circuits, Lin Yi's first reaction wasn't pain. It was the thought, this is going to explode. The scarcely established pathways in his body, barely 10 days old, were forcibly expanded to several times their original size. It was a brutal process. Expand, fill, compress, and repeat. His circuits were reshaped entirely before the explosion could even occur. But he endured. When he released the pickaxe, the imprint of his grip was burned so deeply it looked like it had been seared with tongs. Yet his circuits had been fully formed. The magic flowing through them shifted from a misty state to a liquid one, circulating smoothly. His sensory range doubled instantly. Without even turning his head, he could now feel old Tom's tension as he bit into a piece of charcoal 50 paces away and the white-knuckled grip Axiu held on the pickaxe. The display that popped up in front of him was simple, Tier 2 formal level. Magic power, 50. Magic projection unlocked. In other words, you made it past the threshold. Now, the real work begins. At the crevice entrance, the blazing white light that had surged after releasing its energy quickly withdrew and condensed into a single, pulsating golden point, hiding deep within the fissure. Lin Yi bent down to retrieve the dawn crystal. The dawn crystal's raw form glimmered. The silver-blue halo inside this mid-tier crystal felt piercingly vivid under his sharpened perception, almost alive, as it resonated with the faint golden glow deep within the crevice. Their frequencies matched. Their origin was the same. Clutching the crystal tightly, he stepped into the rift. The walls around him grew narrower, the path steeper, while the golden pulsations became increasingly intense. After about 200 steps, the space seemed to suddenly expand, not into a tunnel, but a natural crystal cavern. Its walls and ceiling gleamed with clusters of high-purity dawn crystal formations. Yet Lin Yi ignored those glittering formations. His eyes locked onto the cavern's center, a golden crystal core, the size of a fist, suspended midair and pierced through by 7 chains marked with ancient dwarven runes. The heart of the crystal. With every pulse, it sent ripples of magical energy throughout the space, resembling the heartbeat of something alive. The 7 rune-marked chains stabbed into the crystal's surface from different angles, their tails embedded deep into the cavern walls, forming a complete sealing array. No instructions appeared on the illuminated interface, but Lin Yi instinctively knew what needed to be done. Raising the mid-tier dawn crystal in his hand, he approached one of the chains. The moment the crystal touched the chain, the silver-blue halo and golden pulse erupted together. The engraved dwarven symbols along the chain seemed to ignite, disintegrating segment by segment from the point of contact. The first chain snapped. The heartbeat of the crystal's heart quickened noticeably. Lin Yi's expression didn't falter as he moved toward the next chain. Outside the cavern, Old Tom stared anxiously at the crevice's entrance, his charcoal stick clutched tightly in a sweat-slicked hand. Nearby, Tai Zi crouched, absently poking holes into the dirt with the tip of his pickaxe. Ashio stood upright, her pickaxe planted firmly beside her feet, her unwavering gaze fixated on the faint golden glimmers emerging occasionally from the crevice's depths. Finally, Stone broke the silence. How long has it been since he went in? Old Tom glanced at the sky. Half a quarter of an hour. Is that normal? Who knows? Old Tom's voice was dry. Nobody's ever tried anything like this before. Before they could say more, a low, rumbling noise reverberated from deep inside the mountain. It wasn't the heartbeat. It was the sound of some ancient seal being undone. The object in Lin Yi's hand burned hotter than he'd anticipated. Not just physically hot, like holding a scorching ember, but warm in an almost lifelike way, as if the core itself were breathing in his palm. Though wrapped in an old cloak, the golden light of the crystal's heart seeped through the fabric in rhythmic pulses, synchronized with Lin Yi's own heartbeat. He could feel it radiating something outward, not heat, but an energy pulse, a signal that seemed to rouse things in the earth's deep recesses. They had already fled 40 miles. Ahead, Old Tom's knees buckled under the strain. Tai Zi shouldered him, their chaotic stagger looking like a 3-legged scramble. Though Ashio's breaths were labored, her piercing gaze remained locked forward as she refused to slow her pace. Stone and Ashu gripped their blades so tightly their knuckles had turned white. When Lenny glanced back, he immediately regretted it. He shouldn't have looked. Near the 7th abandoned mining entrance, the collapsed ground began to rise again, not from loose rubble shifting, but by the entire surface being pushed upwards, as if something massive was forcing its way to the surface. Cracks widened as the silver-blue glow surged upward. Then came the claws. 1 claw. 2. Dozens. Blind lizard beasts clawed their way out of the fissure, their ash-gray scales shimmering faintly in the magical afterglow. Though sightless, they all turned in unison toward one thing, the blazing golden light pulsing from Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi's realization struck swiftly. The crystal's heart wasn't just the key, it was the lure. The magical surge had awakened all the dormant creatures along the primary vein of the mine. Now, the heart's energy pulse was leading them directly toward the group. "They're tracking us," he growled in a low tone, not daring to look back again. Tai Zi heard and risked a glance behind, his face draining of color instantly. Blind lizards, dozens of them. How many? Old Tom struggled to ask between gasps. Too many to count. Can we outrun them? No. Lin Yi could feel the relentless chase growing closer. They're after the crystal's heart. The ridge's silhouette appeared ahead, tantalizingly close, yet still 3 miles away. The lizard beasts moved faster than any human could, especially when heightened by the magical surge. The sound behind them rose, a ceaseless whispering of scales scraping against the ground, blending into what felt like an endless wave of gray-white swallowing the barren lands. Ahead was the key to unlock the magic. Behind, death surged ever closer. Time dwindled to less than a quarter of an hour. Abruptly, Old Tom spoke. You all go ahead. What? Tai-Z looked shocked. I'll hold them off, Old Tom said firmly, shaking Tai-Z off his arm. Get the crystal's heart to the seal. I'll buy you a quarter of an hour. Shut up, Lenny barked without stopping. Nobody's staying behind. Then we'll all die here. No one's dying, Lenny said flatly, his gaze locked ahead. Just run faster. 2 miles left. The rustling behind grew louder. The outline of the first blind lizard came into view, its gray-white body leaping in the darkness, less than 50 meters away now. Lenny gripped the crystal's heart tighter. What was now a lure would soon be the key, if and only if he could reach the crystal barrier before being overrun. As Lenny dashed into the mining caverns clutching the glowing core, he knew he had only 60 breaths remaining to make it count. Behind him, Tai-Z and the others fought with everything they had. Back at the edge of the 7th mining shaft's sunken ground, the swarm of blind lizards crashed upon them. The lead beast lunged with its jaws open wide, only to have Tai-Z's pickaxe pierce straight through its lower jaw and out the top of its mouth. Its jagged teeth clamped down, trapping the tool irretrievably. Without hesitation, Tai-Z let go, using brute strength to pry the jaws of a second lizard apart until its bones snapped at the joints. Ashu delivered the killing blow. Ashio hammered the next on the skull, while Stone finished it off. Quick, efficient teamwork with no wasted movements. But the onslaught of blind lizards didn't slow. Their relentless pace, faster than anticipated. Old Tom crouched behind Ashu, charcoal darting quickly across the map. He wasn't focused on the battlefield, but on the fissure in the sunken center. Its silvery blue glow pulsating faster and faster. If we can't clear it in 15 minutes, no one's getting out alive. TZ yanked his pickaxe out of the mouth of the dead blind lizard and tore a strip from his shirt, wrapping it around the handle soaked in black blood. Then we'll clear it in 15 minutes. He had already reached the crystalline wall. The entire surface was glowing, no longer a static river of silvery blue light. The wall quaked and breathed like a living thing. Deep within the crystal, that golden humanoid shape was no longer curled up. Limbs stretched outward like a flower, dormant for millennia, suddenly awakened by the arrival of spring. He held out the crystal heart. The moment it left the protection of his cloak, golden light cascaded unchecked, flooding the entire tunnel until it gleamed as bright as daylight. The system pinpointed the core socket's location, the convergence of all the crystal veins. Lenny pressed the crystal heart into place. The crystalline wall caved inward, seamlessly enveloping the crystal heart like a heart being returned to its chest cavity. Then came the peak of the tidal surge. Silvery blue light burst forth from the depths of the crystalline wall, not illuminated from the outside, but blazing outward from within. The entire surface ignited like oiled parchment, light surging outward from the core socket, engulfing cracks, clusters, and the ancient dust. Within the wall, the golden river of light and the silvery blue tide intertwined into a spiraling beam. Meanwhile, over at the 7th mine shaft, the battle had reached its critical moment. The woman in front of gripped a pickaxe stained with blind lizard blood in one hand. Her voice was as flat as if she were recounting someone else's mundane story. The void's corruption. It's far worse than 10 millennia ago. As she touched the handle of the axe, the black blood evaporated into smoke. TZ froze. He felt his throat tighten. 3 minutes ago, the crystalline wall had been whole. Now it had shattered into fragments, floating like a sea of stars. At the heart of this starry sea, the humanoid figure that had been dormant stood at its center, barefoot, long silvery blue hair cascading to her waist, her golden slit-pupil eyes locked onto him. There was no confusion, no dazed expression of someone just awakened. There was only a calmness that came from eons of silence and patience. Realized something. The system had labeled her with an S-tier potential rating, yet it had never once mentioned who she was. Who was she? Why had she been sealed within the crystalline wall? Had the dwarves sealed the 7 mine shafts to suppress the veins, or to protect her? She didn't wait for him to ask. She glanced at her own hands. Her fingernails translucent silvery blue, the same hue as the dawn crystals, then slowly raised her gaze to the tunnel ceiling, where chisel marks scattered like fish scales. A faint ripple passed through her golden eyes. Dayan, she said, foreman of the dwarven miners. He sealed the shafts and made me a promise to wait for the inheritor to arrive. Lin swallowed. Inherit what? Inherit this land, she replied, her voice devoid of warmth. Inherit the war that was never finished 10 millennia ago. Inherit me. The sound of footsteps echoed from deeper within the tunnel. Teasy was the first to rush in, his pickaxe dripping with black blood. A streak of red ran diagonally from his temple to his cheekbone, a mere fraction of an inch from his eye. Ashio followed, her pickaxe chipped but held tightly in her hands. Shirtu and Ashu supported old Tom, whose right pant leg was torn, his calf gashed, and blood trailed down to his ankle. All 5 of them stopped in the tunnel. They stared at the starry fragments. They stared at the woman in the center of the sea of stars, silvery blue hair, golden, slit pupil eyes. Teasy's pickaxe gradually lowered. My lord, she's the one from inside the crystal? She turned her head and looked at the pickaxe in Teasy's hand, black blood still smeared across its surface. She reached out, her fingertips brushing against the coarse fabric tied around the axe handle. The fabric had absorbed the lizard's dark blood and Teasy's sweat. She lightly gripped the handle. The black blood beneath her fingers evaporated rapidly, turning into wisps of dark smoke. The pickaxe gleamed once more with a clean, cold metallic luster. Teasy was stunned. She released the handle and turned to Linny. Her voice was still calm. How long have I been asleep? Leaning heavily on Ashu, old Tom rasped, 10,000 years. By dwarven ancient calculations, this mine has been sealed for at least 10 millennia. 10,000 years. She repeated the phrase, her tone carrying the cadence of an archaic tongue, as if savoring a word that had long since grown cold. Then she lifted her head. That molten gold pair of slit pupil eyes, so serene for centuries, finally cracked open into a fissure. It wasn't sadness. It was something far heavier than sadness. 10,000 years, she said once more, this time in the common tongue of the continent, as if speaking only to herself. When Dayan sealed the mines, he said an inheritor would come, soon, perhaps in 100 years, or perhaps 1,000. Her voice lowered. He miscalculated by 10,000 years. Lin Yi's grip on the pickaxe tightened. The remnants of the crystal heart still embedded in the rock wall were now only an empty shell. All the golden light from its core had flowed into her, leaving behind nothing but a hollow vessel. The woman stood before the shattered wall, fragments of her ancient robe clinging loosely to her shoulders and waist. Across the exposed skin, intricate channels of magical runes flowed subtly, like miniature rivers. She looked at Linny. The magic you brought was just enough to wake me, she said, but not enough to restore me. Inheritor, are you currently at a formal rank? Linny nodded. Not enough, she stated bluntly. 10 millennia ago, I was at the legendary rank, but during my slumber, I have degraded to the threshold of an epic rank. To return to my legendary peak, I need a source of legendary grade magic continuously fueling me for 3 months, or simultaneous input from 10 epic grade sources. She paused. You can only keep me awake. In the tunnel, silence fell, broken only by the sound of their breathing. Teasy gripped his pickaxe, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. Ashio glanced at the woman, then at Linny. Old Tom's gaze darkened. Linny looked at her. You mentioned inheriting an unfinished war from 10,000 years ago. What war? In her golden slit pupils, the fish scale-like chisel marks on the ceiling of the tunnel were faintly reflected. The War of the Void. Her voice carried the weight of a story buried in time. 10,000 years ago, 367 Tears of the Void appeared across this continent. Humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs. Every race came together to seal 366 of them. She turned her head to look at Linny. The last one was sealed here. Lin Yi's fingers tightened their grip on the iron pickaxe. Sealed at the bottom of the Dawn mine. She continued, when Dawn declared the mine closed, I volunteered to stay behind to suppress the rift. The crystal heart became the core of the seal, and I became the seal itself. Her eyes landed on the old dwarven pickaxe in Lin Yi's hands. The mine didn't dry up because we depleted it. It dried up because the magic of the Dawn crystal has been slowly consumed by the thing on the other side of the rift over these 10,000 years. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine. Where is the rift? She pointed toward the depths of the tunnel, to the abandoned mine shaft that old Tom had always forbidden anyone to enter. 50 meters below where you encountered the blind lizards. Old Tom's face went as pale as a sheet. At the bottom of that shaft, his voice trembled. My great-great-grandfather once said that before the dwarves sealed the mine, you could hear sounds coming from there. Not of water or stones breaking, but— He hesitated. The woman finished for him. But something on the other side of the void testing the strength of the seal. She turned her gaze back to Linny. At this point, the seal is down to 30%. Dawn thought a legendary successor would arrive within a century to take my place. Instead, after 10,000 years, here we are, with a newly appointed lord. Her tone was calm, but that calmness weighed heavier than any blame. Lin Yi asked the question that mattered most. What happens if the seal completely breaks? A glimmer of icy light flashed through her golden eyes. The rift will tear open again. Void corruption will spread outward from this mine, covering an area of 500 miles. All life within that range will be transformed within 7 days. She paused. That includes your land, your people, and you. The air in the tunnel turned heavy. Tizi's hand, holding the pickaxe, started to tremble. Ashio's face turned ghostly white. Linny looked at her. How long will the seal hold? She glanced at the hollow shell of the crystal heart embedded in the rock wall. 3 months, she said. If you can't provide me with enough magic to restore my legendary strength within 3 months, or if you can't find another legendary figure willing to take over suppressing the rift. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. Linny was silent for a few seconds. Then he asked a question no one had expected. What's your name? The woman blinked, clearly taken aback. For the first time in 10,000 years, a subtle ripple appeared in her golden-slit pupils. Seraphina, she said. 10,000 years ago, I was the third in line to the elven court. She looked at Linny. And now, I am your seal. Lin Yi had just stepped out of the mine when his footing wobbled. A word echoed from behind him. Alicia. She called herself Alicia, crown princess of the solar elven court. As soon as the words left her lips, a light screen burst into view in front of Linny, not with 1 or 2 notifications, but flooding with luminous golden text. Beautiful Maiden Encyclopedia, official entry added. Overall rating S. S-class. Lin Yi stared at the rating, and in an instant, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. 10,000 years ago, the crown princess of the solar elves was tainted by the void. The dwarven miner, Dawn, sealed her within a crystal barrier, using the purifying power of the crystal heart to suppress the spread of the void's corruption and keep her alive. Afterward, Dawn sealed 7 mine entrances and led the dwarves away from the wilderness, leaving behind just one message. The successor will come. But the successor never came. She waited in the crystal barrier for 10,000 years. Until tonight, the longest night of the year, when the magical tide surged up the main vein of the mine, and a foreign soul stood before her, holding the crystal heart. Lin Yi tucked the pickaxe back into his belt, removed his weathered old cloak, and handed it to her. Alicia looked down at the stiff-as-cardboard, frayed cloak, stretched out her hand, and took it. The faded, ancient robes she wore overlapped with the patched-up cloak like a fissure across time finally bridging itself after 10,000 years. Come with me, Linny said. There's light above. Alicia lifted her head. In her molten gold-slit pupils, the faintest glow of dawn filtered in. She repeated the word, light, as though confirming whether it was still as warm as she remembered. Then she took her first step in 10,000 years, off the ground that wasn't part of the seal. At the mouth of the mine, dawn was just beginning to break. It wasn't sunrise yet, but the serene gray-blue light that comes right before daylight stretched from the horizon across the barren plains to the base of the mountains. Lin Yi walked ahead, his footsteps steady, each step crunching against the loose stones. Behind him, the footsteps of the others followed in uneven rhythm. Tizi's pickaxe scraped against the ground, throwing off sparks. Ashio's heavy breaths broke the silence. Stone and Ashu carried old Tom between them, their 6 legs stomping out a lopsided cadence. And lastly came Alicia, barefoot, each deliberate step pressed upon stones exposed to open air for the first time in 10,000 years. The tattered cloak hung over her shoulders, its coarse edges fluttering and falling with the breeze of dawn. She paused at the cave's entrance and looked up. For the first time in 10,000 years, her molten gold pupils reflected the sky. Gray-blue. She stood there for a long time. So long that TZ couldn't help but glance upward as well, only to see what seemed to him like just another ordinary winter morning sky over the barren plains. Compared to 10,000 years ago, it's different now, Alicia said softly. Old Tom leaned against the tree, his right leg bandaged, and the bleeding stopped, though his calf was still swollen. He looked up at the woman who had emerged from the crystal, the princess of the Sunlight Elves, a sleeper sealed by dwarves 1,000 years ago. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. Instead, he pulled out a coarse, blood-stained map and spread it out on his knee, using a charcoal stick to carefully draw a small crown near the location of the seventh mine. He didn't rush him. He walked to the edge of the ridge and sat down on a slab of obsidian, adjusting the holographic interface so only he could see it. In the illustrated catalog of mystical beings, Alicia's avatar had lit up. Not a static image, but a looping animation. She stood barefoot beneath a shattered crystal wall, surrounded by a starry expanse, her long silver blue hair flowing as though in an invisible breeze, and her molten gold pupils gazing intently beyond the screen. Beneath her avatar, all 6 stat attributes were above 90. But he wasn't focusing on those details. His eyes lingered on the line of text below the stats. Status: initial seal broken. Powers greatly diminished. Current estimated tier: expert, tier 4. Full recovery requires sunlight crystal or relics from the same divine lineage. Warning: residual traces of void corruption detected within this individual. Immediate purification recommended. Void corruption. It hadn't been cleansed completely. He looked up at Alicia again. She stood at the entrance of the mine, her head tilted back as if confirming whether the gray-blue sky above her was truly real. The first light of dawn crept over the horizon, brushing the edges of the ridge and illuminating the rocky ground beneath her bare feet. The first glimmer of sunlight in 1,000 years. But the void's grip was not fully broken. When the crystalline wall began to fracture under the sunlight, Lin Yi's attention had been on the assessment panel, watching the shifting scale. All 6 metrics glowed. Beauty, 98. Physique, 96. Aura, 99. Potential, 97. Racial rarity, 94. Special abilities, 96. Each stat had a system note next to it, but Yi glanced at them only briefly before focusing on the final prognosis. Requires purification. Void corruption. Traces of the void lingered within her. Even the system had warned him that purification was essential, achievable only through a sunlight crystal or a divine relic of the same origin. The real question was, what had transpired in the events of that ancient sealing a millennium ago? Why would the dwarven foreman entomb the eldest princess of the Sunlight Elves within a crystal wall, sustaining her for 10 centuries with the crystal heart? Before sealing the mine, Dawn had left a cryptic message. Wait for the full moon and rising tide. None but the chosen may awaken her. Was he referring to her, or to the one capable of purifying her entirely? Tieji approached, his iron pickaxe freshly cleaned and resting on his shoulder. My lord, he asked earnestly. About Her Highness, the princess. What does she eat? Yi didn't reply. Instead, he walked straight to Alicia. She stood in the doorway of the mine, staring at the dusky sky. The morning breeze billowed her tattered cloak, revealing a faint network of silver-blue magical etchings near her collarbone. Do you need food? Linny asked her. Alicia lowered her gaze, her molten gold eyes locking onto his. Sunlight elves do not consume food. We draw nourishment from light. She opened her palm, letting the sunlight trickle over it, only for the light to pass through her fingers as though the earth had grown too parched to absorb water. I haven't been exposed to natural light for 1,000 years. My mana circuits have atrophied. It will take time to recover. How much time? With a sunlight crystal, 1 night. Her voice was soft. Without one, relying solely on natural sunlight, around 30 years. 30 years. The void wouldn't wait that long. What does a sunlight crystal look like? He asked. A flicker of surprise crossed Alicia's expression. The first person she encountered after an eternity of slumber didn't ask where she'd come from or why she had been sealed. He didn't inquire about the war from 1,000 years ago. Instead, he asked about the sunlight crystal, about the size of a fist. It's the central gemstone in the sunlight elf crown, she explained in delicate tones. Golden, but not metallic. Its light emanates from within, like a fragment of the noonday sun trapped in crystal. During coronation ceremonies, it resonated with the entire royal light network, and for one day and one night, the sky would glow as bright as high noon. She hesitated. Before dawn sealed me within the crystal wall, the sunlight crystal had already been stolen. I don't know where it is. Old Tom suddenly spoke up, his voice gravelly. In ancient dwarf songs from Forge City, there's a verse about the sunstone. Sitting on the ground, he tapped his fingers against his thigh as if sifting through the melody of a long-forgotten tune. Then he recited the gist of the lyrics. The sun sank into the eastern mountains. The dwarves broke through the chest of the mountain, but what they found was not gold. The elf king wept through the night. The dwarf's pickaxe never swung a second blow. Alicia's golden pupils contracted sharply. Where did you hear that song? She demanded. The stonemason guild in Forge City. My master taught it to me. Old Tom nodded. He said we weren't to sing it outside the guild, only behind closed doors. I once asked him what the sunstone was. He said it was a debt the dwarves owed to the elves, a debt unpaid for 1,000 years. 1,000-year-old debt. The sunlight crystal's disappearance was tied to the dwarves. Lenny reached into his cloak and retrieved a chunk of raw dawn crystal the size of a fist. Its silver-blue glow shimmered faintly, like light trembling on the edge of a shadow. A mid-grade crystal, too impure to facilitate full recovery, but perhaps sufficient to keep her mana circuits minimally functional. Will this work? He asked. Alicia took the crystal from him. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, the glow within the crystal surged briefly. Faint gold light radiated from her fingertips, weaving together with the crystal's silver-blue hue. The two hues swirled together for a few brief heartbeats before gently pulling apart. It will do, she said. Slowly, but it will suffice. The purity level is low, so it will only sustain my basic functions. She raised her gaze to him again, her molten gold eyes flickering with a hint of genuine emotion, not gratitude, but something closer to a careful assessment. What do you intend to use me for? She asked. And therein lay the real question. Lin Yi had awakened her, given her a crystal, and asked about the sunlight crystals. Feng Yin zai Kuangjing Sun Chu. Lin Yi pondered the mystery of the crystal's whereabouts. He wasn't a dwarf or an elf. He was human, a newly appointed lord who'd just inherited a bankrupt territory in the far eastern wastelands. Opposite him stood Alicia, the eldest daughter of the Sunlight Elf royal family, who had been sealed away for 10,000 years. Her body bore traces of void corruption, and healing would require either 30 years or a rare relic from an ancient divine era that had been lost to time. Was she worth saving? According to the system's evaluation, yes. But right now, Lin Yi didn't need an elf who would take 30 years to regain her strength. What he desperately needed were immediate solutions to the Void's invasion, the blind lizard beast hordes, and the impending collapse of his territory. The clue to the sunlight crystal lay in an old dwarven song. Asterisk, the sun fell into the eastern mountains. Asterisk, the 7 sealed mines of dawn, all located in the eastern mountains of the far eastern wasteland. Asterisk, the dwarves carved into the mountain's chest. Asterisk, before the mines were closed, this was Forge City's largest crystal-producing site. Asterisk, the elf king wept all night. Asterisk, the night the sunlight crystal was stolen. Asterisk, a dwarf's pick never struck a second time. Asterisk, the mines were sealed forever. Old Tom had said the dwarves owed the elves a debt. If that debt was the sunlight crystal, then it might still be buried somewhere deep within one of those sealed mines. Lin Yi met Alicia's gaze. I'm going to find the sunlight crystal. You need your strength back, he said firmly. Let's work together. Lin Yi held a rough burlap map in his hand, its edges marked with Old Tom's blood. His fingers gripped it tightly, still stained red from the wound Old Tom bore. Alicia had just awoken from the crystal wall where she'd been entrapped, but the void corruption within her continued to devour her life force. 1,000 years ago, the dwarf miner Dawn had used a sealing spell to suppress her at the brink of death, slowing the void's erosion to the pace of her falling power levels. Now that the seal was broken, she could stand, she could speak, But the void power within her was like a toxic root buried beneath permafrost, destined to grow back eventually. Old Tom had put it plainly. To completely purify the void remnants, you need the sunlight crystal. Without it, her strength will keep declining until all her magic dries up and she dies. The sunlight crystal. Lin Yi had never heard of such an artifact, but when Alicia heard its name, her pupils contracted sharply. Her eyes lowered, and her shoulders stiffened slightly, like someone who'd thought they'd lost something forever, only to learn that it might still exist, though no longer within their grasp. It was stolen 10,000 years ago, she said, her voice even. On the day of my father's coronation. Lenny did not ask what the sunlight crystal looked like or where to find it. Instead, he glanced at the resource data glowing on his interface. The crystal wall in the mountain ridge's mine had shattered, but deep within and on the cave ceiling were clusters of high-purity dawnlight crystals that remained intact. Top-grade crystals. They were here in this very mine. The problem was, this vein was already deemed unstable by dwarves 10,000 years ago. The recent magical tide surge had shaken loose the deeper rock layers. All 7 abandoned mine entrances marked by Old Tom showed clear signs of collapse. To begin large-scale mining, they need to reinforce the support structures first. Lin Yi pointed at 3 names, Tizi, Shirtu, Ashu. The 3 men straightened up immediately. Starting today, you 3 will learn structural support from Old Tom. Dwarven wedges, fish scale joints, pillar reinforcements. Whatever he teaches, you learn. Within 10 days, I need this tunnel stable enough for safe extraction. Old Tom sat on the gravelly ground, his legs swollen from the injury. He was still clutching the blood-smeared map. He glanced at the claw wound on his calf, then looked toward the faintly glowing crystals deep in the mine. Slowly, he nodded. Alicia's gaze remained fixed on Lenny. It wasn't scrutiny, nor was it gratitude. It was a quieter look, like someone who'd wandered alone through an endless dark night, suddenly spotting a faint light in the distance. She didn't know whether it was the way out or merely a mirage, but she chose to walk toward it regardless. Your name is Alex, she said. It was not a question. Lin Yi, he replied. Also Alex von Dawnlight, if you prefer. Call me whatever you'd like. Alex. She settled on the latter name, pronouncing it in the common tongue of the continent. Her voice lingered slightly on the last syllable, like a note from an ancient ballad, sung over and over again. Before the mines were sealed, Dawn told me the successor would come. I didn't know who this successor was, what they looked like, or when they'd arrive. Neither did he, but he told me he believed. She paused. A dwarf's belief, once spoken aloud, is a lifelong commitment. Lin Yi held her gaze. What did he promise? He promised I would wake. He promised that when I did, someone would be standing there in front of the crystal wall. She wrapped the old, frayed cloak tighter around her shoulders. Her bare feet stood on rock that had weathered 10,000 years. She turned to face the horizon beyond the cave, where the gray-blue sky was beginning to brighten. The first rays of morning light crested the ridge, spilling over her silver-blue hair. The delicate magic-imbued patterns within her strands began to glow faintly, one by one, as if ignited by the light, spreading from the roots to the tips of her hair until it shimmered with a soft golden halo. She was absorbing sunlight. Slowly, painfully so, like a riverbed dried up for 10 millennia, finally meeting its first rainfall. Most of the water evaporated before it could seep in, but at least the cracks were no longer parched. I need that sunlight crystal, she said, her back to the group. Her voice carried on the morning breeze, echoing softly into the depths of the mine. Not to regain my strength, but to learn the truth of what happened 10,000 years ago, on the day of my father's coronation. Dawn refused to tell me. He said some truths are meant to be found by oneself. Lenny stood just a step behind her. From this angle, he could see her shoulders trembling ever so slightly beneath the tattered cloak. It wasn't from cold. Sunlight elves didn't feel cold. It was because she had finally voiced the question that had haunted her throughout her sealed millennia. A question she'd had no one to ask until now. On her father's coronation day, the sunlight crystal was stolen. And on that same day, she had been struck by the void and sealed away by dwarves. The foreman was sealed within a crystal wall. 10,000 years later, she awoke to find her father gone. The royal court in ruins, her people vanished. All that was left was the faded, grayish-blue sky, and a human lord wearing a tattered cloak. "I'll help you find them," Lenny said. Alicia did not turn around, but the slight trembling in her shoulders gradually ceased. A glowing screen appeared, with words in a quiet, pale golden color. Asterisk. Main quest updated. Sunlight crystal. Quest difficulty. Epic. Asterisk. Lin E dismissed the glowing screen. Below the ridge, morning light spread over the ancient, dry riverbed. Pebbles that had been parched for millennia now gleamed as if awakened to the memory of water, shimmering in the sunlight. In the distance, the stone slab roofs and freshwater wells of morning light territory began to emerge from the edge of the wasteland. This was the first home he had built in this world. And now, it looked like there would be another person living here. When Alicia walked into morning light territory, Aunt Martha was crouched by the well, washing baby diapers for Axiu's child. It was the morning after the winter solstice. The chill of the wasteland hadn't fully dissipated yet, and the steam rising from the well cloaked her rough hands in a ghostly white mist. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, her gaze skimming over iron, Axiu, Stone, Ashu, and Old Tom, who was being supported, before finally landing on the figure at the rear of the group. It was a woman, barefoot on the frozen ground and wrapped in a man's old cloak. Her silver-blue hair spilled out from the hood of the cloak, its ends catching the faintest golden glimmers in the morning light, like silk washed endlessly in water. The woman tilted her chin slightly, and the shadow of her hood slipped back, revealing a face Aunt Martha had never seen in her 40-plus years of life. It wasn't just beauty. It was beyond beauty, something almost otherworldly. The diaper in Aunt Martha's hands fell into the bucket. By the time they brought Old Tom to the well, the scratch on his calf had already formed a crusty layer of dried blood. The blind lizard's claws weren't long, but they had cut deep. The wound stretched diagonally from the back of his calf to his ankle, its ragged edges torn and jagged. Blood oozed from it slowly but persistently. Aunt Martha knelt down to clean the wound, a small dish of coarse salt already set on the edge of the well. It was the kind traded for by merchant caravans, mixed with fine sand, used for disinfecting wounds. Then the woman with the silver-blue hair walked over. She crouched down next to Old Tom, extending her hand. "I'll do it." Her fingertips hovered above the wound, avoiding any direct contact with the skin. A faint, golden light seeped from between her fingers, not the blazing gold of sunlight, but a spent, dim hue, thin and on the brink of extinguishing. As soon as the light touched the edges of the wound, the bleeding stopped, not by healing, but as if barely suppressing the blood from seeping further. Alicia frowned slightly, her expression fleeting. She withdrew her hand, and the faint golden light faded, the stark paleness of her hand now all the more evident. "Sorry," she said. "This is all I can manage." Old Tom glanced down at his leg. The wound was still open, but the bleeding had indeed stopped. The patch of grayish tissue, damaged by the blind lizard's void crystal contamination, had inexplicably faded back to normal, healthy flesh. He gave a sharp, surprised hiss. "Good enough." Alicia rose and returned to the well, tucking herself back into her cloak slowly, not with grace, but as if drained of strength. Aunt Martha waited until Alicia had wrapped herself up again before speaking. "Girl, what's your name?" "Alicia." Aunt Martha didn't ask where she came from, why her hair was silver blue, or why her eyes glowed like gold. She simply nodded, drew another bucket of water, and resumed scrubbing the diaper. After a couple of strokes, she paused. "By the well's too cold. There's a fire inside the house." On the roof of the 7th new house, Zhao Da's carpenter hammer had stopped mid-air a while ago, frozen in place. When he saw the faint golden light flash at the woman's fingertips earlier, the hammer had stilled, not out of fear, but from a craftsman's instinct. He recognized the look of someone exhausting every ounce of energy just to achieve the bare minimum. The gesture she used to stop that bleeding? That was pure grit and precision. Sliding the hammer into his waistband, he climbed down from the ladder. Lenny appeared at the well with a bowl of sweet well water and offered it to Alicia. "Even if you don't need food, you should still drink water." Alicia took the bowl from him. Her fingers paused briefly along the rim. The bowl was rough pottery, its surface bearing the fingerprints of its maker. Uneven firing had left patches of exposed clay on the rim, an unfinished brown-gray tone peeking from beneath the glaze. The sunlight elven quartz tableware had been crystalline, jade-like, embedded with fragments of sunlight stones. She hadn't touched anything this coarse in 10,000 years. She raised the bowl and drank. Sweet well water, cold and clear, with a faint aftertaste of sweetness. She drank slowly, taking deliberate sips, as if rediscovering her throat's ability to swallow. Lin Yi settled on the edge of the well opposite her. The villagers had dispersed. Iron took his chipped pickaxe to grind it. Axie took her child from Aunt Martha's hands. Stone and Ashu helped old Tom indoors, and Zhaota climbed back onto the roof. Only Lin Yi and Alicia remained by the well, joined by a gray-back sparrow perched nearby, sipping from the edge. That power you used earlier, Lin Yi said. The golden light. Was that the magic of the sunlight elves? Sunlight purification and healing. Alicia replied, still holding the bowl, her gaze fixed on her reflection in the well water. A bloodline ability of the royal sunlight elves. In its full state, it can purify void corruption, heal magical trauma, and reconnect severed magical circuits. She paused briefly. Now it can barely stop bleeding. Because of the void corruption? Lin Yi asked. Because of 10,000 years. Her voice carried the weight of those years. The power of sunlight purification and healing comes from sunlight itself. After 10,000 years without exposure to a natural light source, the purification circuits within me have nearly atrophied. She placed the bowl on the well's edge and looked directly at Lin Yi. What I just used earlier. That burned through all the magic I absorbed from the crystal you gave me. Lin Yi reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the shovel. He followed the place she had pointed to, set his feet firmly, and drove the shovel sharply into the ground, scooping up a mound of earth. After a few scoops, the sandy soil began to change color. The light yellow layer mixed with gravel gradually gave way to a damp, dark brown hue. Alicia didn't say another word. She stepped back, making room for them. Tizi and Shirtu put down their pickaxes and grabbed a couple of shovels. Without needing to coordinate, they began taking turns digging. Lin Yi recalled what she had told him before. 1,000 years ago, this barren, saline land had been transformed into a desert by a Brahma monsoon. As the storm descended, people buried everything beneath the earth: houses, wellheads, crop roots, and even the entrances to ancient water channels. She had laughed and added, if your ancestors had learned the sun elves' water vein magic, you probably wouldn't have to dig these canals yourself now. That day, no one laughed at her jest. They simply continued digging. Under the dimming twilight, the dampness in the air grew even heavier. They dug deeper and deeper, and by the time they reached the second foot, a wooden shovel hit something hard, something that didn't belong to the sand. Tizi tossed his shovel aside and used his hands to clear a small patch of wet earth. Slowly, what emerged was the stone entrance to an ancient water vein. Through the hand-sized crevice, a faint glimmer of water light flickered, as if a great sleeping beast finally exhaled its first breath. Found it! Tizi turned and yelled excitedly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't respond immediately. He crouched down by the canal's edge, intently studying the exposed stone fissure. Reaching out a finger, he touched it. The chill of dampness seeped into his skin. Beneath his fingertips, the grooves in the stone seemed to ripple, resembling a network of veins stretching deep underground. Clear it further. Remove all the loose soil around it, he ordered in a hoarse voice. Straightening himself up, he stepped back a few paces to make room for Tizi and the others to take over. Alicia stood quietly by the edge of the canal, her face shadowed by the red-orange glow of the setting sun, making her expression even more somber. She didn't approach any closer, as though deep in thought, or perhaps just silently watching. For a moment, time itself seemed to slow, and all the noise and clamor faded into a distant haze. The shadow of the mountains northwest, the ancient dwarven songs of the sun stones, the millennium-old irrigation magic of the sun elves, and the sealed veins of the earth, they seemed woven together, forming a massive tapestry of fate. At the center of this tapestry lay the gradually awakening water vein. On higher ground, Zhaota had just finished packing up his woodworking tools. He stood on the roof, gazing at the scene unfolding from afar. Alicia's long, silver-blue hair shimmered in the dying embers of sunset with an almost ethereal glow. Her lone figure by the canal reminded Zhao De of an unspoken search, as though she sought answers she couldn't find, a yearning that wasn't all that different from the state of the wanderers who had come to this land. Zhao De sighed deeply and turned his eyes away. He climbed down from the roof, scrubbing the dirt from his hands. There was still that small clay oven at home he needed to repair. Axia was probably making flatbreads tonight. Quietly, he told himself, no matter what was happening out there, his task would still be the same: to complete tonight's work, to endure today, and then endure tomorrow. Life, in its simplicity, was enough. As night fell, the entire settlement descended into cold and stillness. Only one spot near the canal glowed faintly with firelight. The flickering flames cast shadows of those silently digging, tirelessly uncovering the earth. He simply pressed the shovel into the spot Alicia pointed, braced his foot on the tool's shoulder, and pushed down with determination. The sound of the soil changed. It was no longer the crisp crack of the calcareous layer being forcibly severed, but a duller, wetter sound, like cutting into semi-dry clay. As the shovel broke through the frozen ground, not a single word was spoken. Failure was a constant presence on this land. The wheat seeds planted last year barely reached 2 fingers' height in the spring and withered in the summer, scorched by the saline alkali soil. The year before, they dug a water channel, following the Empire's map to a potential water source, spending 300 steps in vain. It was bone dry at the end. This hostile soil never yielded crops, an unspoken decree from the Empire when it exiled them to the far eastern wastelands. Survive on your own, if you can. Yet Lin Yi's first strike unearthed moist earth from the ancient riverbed. This wasn't water seepage from recent rains or some lucky pocket of shallow groundwater. This was different. The faint glimmer of water oozing from the cracks in the soil carried a mineral tang, deep and ancient, as if it had traveled through time itself. Tieji squatted by the edge of the channel trench, watching the thin thread of water cautiously chart its course, leaping over the edges of the calcareous crust and inching its way westward, toward the wasteland they called home. He had seen water in a well before, but not like this. Well water was still, dead, lying deep in a stony basin unless drawn forth. But this water moved, alive and deliberate, as though it were choosing its direction. Alicia tightened her threadbare cloak around her, stood barefoot on the frozen ground, and walked 40 steps along the trench before stopping. She crouched and pressed her hand to the icy soil. Here, she said, dig northwest about 4 feet. There's a wider branch there. Lin Yi hefted his shovel and walked toward her. His first strike only scratched the surface. The second and third shattered the frost layer into pieces. With the fourth strike, the shovel struck something. It wasn't rock. It was something elastic, something that trembled faintly, like it was alive. Dropping to his knees, Lin Yi used his hands to scrape away the loose dirt where the shovel had struck. Beneath the layers of frozen earth was deep brown, oily, glistening wet silt, darker, denser, and more viscous than what they'd dug up before. It almost seemed to pulse, like the surface of a sleeping creature rising and falling with breath. Lin Yi dug his fingers into the mud. As he pressed downward, water began to well up, not seeping but surging. Frigid, metallic tasting, ancient water pushed up from the cracks, quickly pooling over his knuckles and spilling across the frozen soil. Tieji's iron pickaxe fell from his hands with a clang. On the edge of the pit, Alicia knelt, her molten gold, slit-pupil eyes fixated on the water spilling from between Lin Yi's fingers. Her breathing paused as she reached out and lightly tapped the surface of the water. The water rippled in recognition, as though it knew her. The main branch of tributary 1003, she whispered, her voice as soft as someone reciting an archive entry a millennium old. 1,000 years ago, this flowed through here, irrigating the western farms of the Sunlit Elves' royal domain. Then the land fractured, the water veins sank, and it lay buried beneath frozen soil, dormant for a millennium. She placed her entire hand into the water, shutting her eyes. But it's still alive. The pit began to fill faster. The water wasn't merely being exposed, it was waking up. The increasing pressure pushed the mud apart, forcing wider openings until the pooling water spread across the surface. From there, it flowed along the same path Alicia had touched, pouring into the ancient trench they had unearthed moments earlier. Tieji watched the stream gather speed. carving through the cold earth and following the same route it had taken 1,000 years ago, heading back toward the land they'd struggled so hard to survive on. He opened his mouth to speak, but all he could manage was, It's really moving on its own." Alicia stood, the hem of her worn cloak fluttering in the morning breeze, revealing bare feet trailing prints in the wet dirt. She gazed at the stream as it wove its way through the rediscovered trench, guided by a memory etched long ago across the land. "Sunlit Elves' irrigation techniques don't rely on magic," she explained. "All you need is to know where the water veins run, recall how they flowed thousands of years ago, and understand how to awaken them." She looked over at Linny. "Beneath your land isn't just the dried-up remains of an ancient riverbed," she said. "It's a living network of water veins, untouched and waiting underneath." Linny stood at the edge of the pit, hands covered in mud, watching the awakened stream carve its own path back into the barren soil. He recalled Alicia's arrival to their territory when she'd casually mentioned that the western lands of the Sunlit Elves once had over 1,000 irrigation tributaries. Now, they had uncovered one of them. Tributary 1003. There were still over 1,000 more hidden under the frozen expanse the Empire had dismissed as barren, lying dormant, waiting to be uncovered. Tieji crouched by the trench, staring at the flowing water trickling past him toward their land. For some reason, he thought about last year's crops, the wheat that had withered in the salty soil. If this water had been there then, even just a thin stream like this one, would the wheat have lived? He didn't know. But what mattered was that the water was here now. After 1,000 years, this water had surfaced again. It had crossed time itself to reach them, flowing right in front of him, choosing to course through their broken land. When Lin Yi pulled the shovel from the earth, he saw something unlike anything he had encountered before. It wasn't mud. It was pure black sand. Fine grains, smoother than mineral dust, running easily through his fingers. Tieji leaned close and sniffed. "It smells metallic, like iron." Old Tom, who had limped over without anyone noticing, reached out and took a few grains of black sand from Lin Yi's palm. He crushed them between his fingers, slowly, deliberately. Upon the third press, his hand stilled. "This is magnetic sand," he said. He held his hand up to the sunlight. The black grains jittered faintly in his palm, each one rotating minutely, as though responding to some unseen force, like thousands of tiny compasses pointing toward the same magnetic center. "The dwarves of Forge City use this to locate deep water veins," Old Tom murmured. "The magnetic sand sprinkled on the surface gravitates toward the water vein on its own. It's not being washed by water. It's attracted by the faint magical field around the water vein," explained Lin Yi as he turned toward Alicia. "What connection did this water vein have with the dwarves 10,000 years ago?" Alicia's palm remained pressed against the ground. Black magnetic sand was faintly quivering between her fingers. The Sunlight Elves mapped the water veins, and the dwarves did the digging. Over 1,000 tributaries, all carved out by the dwarves, one pickaxe stroke at a time. She paused for a moment. "Don and his mentor worked on this tributary. He told me that when it was finally completed, his mentor stood at the mouth of the canal, watching the water flow from the heart of the earth into the elven farmlands, and cried the entire night." Titsa clenched the fistful of magnetic sand in his hand, peering at the small particles slowly rotating in his palm. Suddenly, he felt a strange heat radiating from his hand. Without a word, Lin Yi planted a shovel into the marked spot and began digging. The permafrost layer was thick, but beneath it, the sandy soil mixed with magnetic sand was unexpectedly soft, almost effortless to dig through. As the shovel cut into the sandy layer, it seemed to part willingly, sliding off the blade like a door being gently pushed open. By the time Lin Yi had dug down 4 feet, the shovel struck water. It wasn't a slow seepage, it was a surge. For the first time in millennia, the tributary of the ancient water vein was breached. Pent-up water, confined for eons, burst forth. At first, it wasn't liquid but a dense mist, compressed to its limits, shooting up from the depths of the earth. The mist exploded in the morning light, forming a brilliant, glowing haze. Then came the water itself. Cool and plentiful, it bubbled up from 4 feet below, tinged with minerals and a faintly metallic tang. The water quickly swirled past Lin Yi's ankles, flooded the bottom of the trench, and began to flow along the ancient canal carved by dwarven hands so many years ago, heading toward the settlement. In Titsy's hand, the magnetic sand was swept away by the current. Black grains dissolved into countless streaming threads in the water, resembling the veiny roots of some deep, unseen structure. Watching those dark streaks drift toward the settlement, Titsa suddenly sprinted, unable to contain his excitement. He ran at full speed, nearly tripping several times, but never slowing. As he approached the settlement, Aunt Martha was sitting by the well, holding her baby and basking in the sun. "Water is here." His voice cracked and echoed, raw and unrestrained. "The ancient water vein. Water from the heart of the earth is flowing." Martha rose to her feet, her gaze fixed on the canal. And then she saw it, the glimmer of water. It wasn't a mirage, it was real. A shimmering line of water traced its way against the gray desolation of the barren landscape, following the canal they had dug just 7 days before, gradually nearing the settlement. The water moved cautiously, like a toddler learning to walk. Each foot of forward progress came with pauses, detours around pebbles, moments spent filling low spots, before pressing onward. But the water kept flowing. Zhao climbed down from the roof. Ashio stepped out from her home, clutching a handful of wild vegetables she hadn't yet finished preparing. Stone and Ashu came running from the training ground, their faces dirty with sweat and mud, still holding the pickaxes they had been working with. Old Tom sat at the edge of the canal with his injured legs stretched out in front of him. He said nothing, only watching as the trickle of water passed by his feet and flowed toward the saline alkali flats at the edge of the settlement. The instant the canal water reached the salt-crusted ground, it was absorbed. The cracked soil, like a massive sponge, drank up every drop of the incoming water, leaving behind only a dark, damp stain that quickly spread and then dried up again. A second wave of water arrived, only to be consumed. And a third, and a fourth. The fifth wave was still on its way. On the first evening that the canal water breached the saline flats, Alicia stood barefoot at the head of the canal, her feet submerged in the flowing water. She bent down and cupped some water in her hands, bringing it to her lips. The water was cold, tasting faintly mineral and slightly sweet, a taste distilled from the heart of the earth. 10,000 years ago, she had tasted water just like this during her coming-of-age ceremony at the Sunlight Elf King's court. Back then, her father and noble figures had stood behind her. Today, only an otherworldly lord, a few humble settlers, and a mother cradling her child shared in the moment. Alicia drank the water. A translucent screen materialized in front of Lin E. Ancient water vein system activated. Salt alleviation efficiency for saline alkali land increased by 3 times. Alicia's loyalty level increased. New passive ability acquired, water vein sense. Lin E closed the screen and crouched down, submerging his hands in the water. It was cold, solid, steady coldness that spoke of promise. That night, Martha lit an oil lamp beside the well. Alicia sat on the edge of the well, slowly wringing water from her hair with a coarse cloth. "Are you heading back to the canal tomorrow?" Martha asked. "Yes," Alicia replied. "Then I'll find you a pair of shoes," Martha said, draping freshly washed cloth diapers over the edge of the well. "The frozen ground out there will chill you to the bone. Elf or not, your bones are still bones." Alicia lowered her gaze. The collar of her worn cloak slipped down, exposing a small patch of faint golden patterns at the nape of her neck, like a river long buried, but still yearning to flow. On the third day after the winter solstice, Old Tom hobbled his way to the mine entrance, leaning heavily on a tree branch for support. He pressed his ear against the rock face and listened for a long while. Part of it collapsed inside. The magical tide must have weakened it. "We need to clear it out first." Titsa slammed the pickaxe handle against the ground. "Then we'll clear it." And just like that, the first mining support team of Morning Dawn territory began work. There were no blueprints, no measuring tools, no experience. Just an old man with 2 decades as a stonecutter's apprentice and several pairs of calloused hands hardened by life on the barrens. Old Tom split the crew into 2 groups. Titsa and Stone focused on clearing rubble, while Ashu worked with Tom to secure the support beams. Inch by gritty inch, they pushed forward from the mouth of the mine. Large chunks of rock were dragged out with rope, smaller pieces shoveled into woven baskets to be carried away. By the third day, the tunnel was barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Old Tom limped to the deepest point they'd reached, standing at the spot where a crystalline wall used to glimmer like a sea of stars. He looked upward, his gaze fixed on the densely packed clusters of crystal hanging from the ceiling. After a long silence, he spoke. "These crystals, leave them untouched." Titsa froze. Titsa already knew that beneath this crystalline ceiling lay a fissure in the rock. But this was no ordinary fissure. When Old Tom had shown him with his tree branch, the crystalline formations, the ceiling above locked together like countless hands clasped tightly overhead. TZ had originally planned that, once the mining tunnel was cleared, the first thing he'd do would be to climb up and pry out the largest crystals to give to Alicia. But something Old Tom said that day made him put down his pickaxe. If you take the crystals out, the crack will reopen. And if the crack reopens, this whole mine won't last through one storm season. The crack had been carved open over millennia by the relentless ebb and flow of magical tides. The crystal clusters had taken tens of thousands of years to grow into the fracture, holding it tightly shut. Now, the only thing preventing the mine's ceiling from caving in were those very crystals. From that day, the support crew's job changed, from clearing collapses to reinforcing the structure. Old Tom began teaching Stone and Ashu how to carve dwarven wedges. These weren't ordinary wedges. Their slope was far steeper than what human carpenters typically used, so steep that they were on the verge of splitting the wood along its grain. Stone ruined over a dozen pieces of timber before finally getting it right on his 14th try. Ashu managed it on his 7th, but Old Tom criticized his wedges as being too clever. Dwarven wedges weren't supposed to be clever, they had to be simple. So simple that they only exerted force in one direction. The more they pressed, the tighter they gripped, never budging. TZ had the hardest task. He was in charge of driving the dwarven wedges into their slots. Each slot had to be positioned differently. For example, the crack in the left side support column slanted to the upper right, meaning the wedge slot had to be vertical. Meanwhile, the right side column already had vertical fractures from the pressure, which meant wedges couldn't be driven directly into it. Instead, they needed two slots on either side of the crack for simultaneous insertion of opposing wedges, what Old Tom called counter wedges. TZ didn't fully understand the reasoning behind it all. He just focused on hammering one blow at a time. By the 5th day, the skin between his thumbs and forefingers was completely torn. The coarse burlap bandages Aunt Martha had wrapped around them soaked through with blood, dried, and then re-soaked until they were as stiff as a crust. By the evening of the 10th day, the final dwarven wedge was driven into the mine's first support column near the entrance. Stone had counted a total of 63 wedges. Old Tom knocked on the support column with his gnarled walking stick, listening carefully. The sound had changed. Gone was the hollow, echoing resonance from before. Now it was solid, muted. The whole tunnel seemed to hum faintly, as if it were breathing. It was the deep vibration of stress transferring through the structure's components, the kind of low, subdued tremor that felt like the Earth's heartbeat. TZ leaned against the support column, his hands, wrapped in bloodied cloth, resting on his knees. He closed his eyes, a faint, weary grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Stone and Ashu slumped against each other on a pile of rubble, covered in wood shavings, faces streaked with dried sweat. Neither had the energy to speak. At the end of the passageway, Old Tom stood beneath a section of the ceiling where crystal clusters held a crack tightly closed, still gently reflecting light like a starry sky. The dwarven wedges had made the tunnel stable, for now, but the crack was still there. And timber, no matter how well cut, would eventually decay. 100 years, 1,000 years from now, these wedges would fail. When that time came, only those crystals that had taken millennia to grow would still be holding the mine together. Turning slowly, Old Tom tapped his way back down the tunnel, his walking stick clicking rhythmically against the ground with each step. The sound, thunk, 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 echoed hauntingly, like the heartbeat of the mine itself. Outside the mine, the sky had grown completely dark. Lin E crouched atop a block of obsidian ore, studying the map of the mining veins Old Tom had sketched 10 days earlier. 7 abandoned mine openings aligned from the mountain ridge down to the heart of the earth. Next to each opening, Old Tom had marked new symbols with charcoal. Beside the seventh mine opening, Old Tom had sketched a little crown. Below it, he had added his own note. Blind lizard nest cleared. Crack wide enduring peak of magical tide forces, likely connected to primary tunnel. He rolled up the map and tucked it into his coat, brushing dust off his knees as he stood. The mine's structural supports were in place. Next came the real challenge: extracting high-grade crystals. 100 mid-grade crystals or just one high-grade crystal? That was the choice. Alicia needed those crystals to restore her magic, and Lin needed her answers once she had regained her power. The location of the sunlight crystal, the source of the void's corruption, and what had truly happened on the coronation day of the Sunlight Elven King all those millennia ago. These lingering questions lined up like those 7 mining entrances, forming a single thread that all led to the same mountain. Lin turned and walked back into the mine. The air in the tunnel was thick with the scent of resin from freshly hammered wooden wedges, mixed with the faint metallic tang of minerals. The 63 dwarven wedges bit snugly between the support columns and the ceiling, each bearing its share of the stress. The fibers of the wood groaned faintly, not in the way wood does before breaking, but as if it were settling in, adapting to the weight of the rock above. But the real issue was still unresolved. The crack in the ceiling remained. The crystals couldn't be touched. So how were they supposed to extract a high-grade crystal? When the pickaxe struck, Ashu's hand froze in midair. It wasn't fear. It was because she felt something she shouldn't have. Old Tom had told her to dig down 4 feet, that the origin of the crack was buried there. But he hadn't warned her that it would be warm. When her palm touched the surface of the rock, at first, she thought she might have been mistaken. The minerals of the wasteland were always dead, cold, like frozen corpses. But there it was, a faint warmth pulsing in the exact center of her palm, subtle but so real it sent tingles up her fingertips. Pulling her hand an inch away, the warmth vanished. Pressing it back down, it returned. It felt as though she were touching a heart buried in the earth. She didn't ask Old Tom if it was normal. After 10 days of mining, she'd learned the rules of the trade. Don't ask why, just dig. With the first blow of her pickaxe, the surface layer of rock shattered, revealing a dense scatter of silvery blue specks of light, like a fragment of a starry sky. On her second strike, the specks linked into lines. With the third, the pickaxe suddenly sank deeper, creating the sound of something hollow breaking apart. Then, a gust of air flowed up from the bottom of the cavity. It wasn't the damp, briny air typical of the mines. It was cold, clean, and carried a faint sweetness, like the first breath of air after a snowfall in winter, but older. So old that her senses couldn't tell how many centuries it had been trapped underground. Her fingers bled as she clawed away at the rubble, but she didn't stop. And then, she found it, the crystalline pillar. It wasn't something pried out of the rock. It grew up from the pit. It was the length of a forearm, as thick as a thumb, entirely translucent. Within it, a silver-blue glow flowed, more pure than the clusters of crystals found anywhere else in the mine. The glow wasn't stationary. It drifted, flowing slowly from the base of the crystal column to its pointed tip, like a miniature, shimmering river of light. But the strangest part was its base. There wasn't one. The end of the crystal column floated mid-air, perfectly suspended in the center of a fist-sized cavity, unattached to any rock surface. It hovered there, as though held in place by an invisible hand. The walls of the cavity were dusted with a fine layer of obsidian iron powder, which shimmered faintly under the dim light, casting a dark red metallic sheen. Ashio held her breath. Old Tom had claimed that in his 20 years of working rocks, he had never seen a crystal that long. He said that the entire vein of the crack began to grow from that very point, as if a tree sprouting out of a seed. But he hadn't mentioned that this seed could float. Ashio turned to glance at Old Tom. The old man, bracing on his cane, stood at the edge of the pit, a charcoal stick already in hand, ready to mark the new discovery on his map. But when his eyes fell on the suspended crystal column at the bottom of the pit, his hand froze mid-air. It stayed frozen for a long moment. Lin emerged from deeper within the passageway, the flickering torchlight casting shifting shadows across his unreadable expression. He crouched at the edge of the pit, studying the crystal column for a few seconds, then reached into the pit, letting his fingers rest lightly against its surface. Ashio saw his pupils contract sharply in that instant. "Don't touch it," Lenny said, his voice low. "Carefully clear all the surrounding rock, leaving at least an arm's width of space around it for operation. Be gentle, don't let it shift from its current position." He stood, turning to speak to Tai Zi. "Take all the wooden wedges down and bring them here. Starting tonight, the position of the mine supports is to move back 2 zhang. The new foundation will be directly above this pit." Tai Zi froze for a moment. "But we haven't found the vein here yet." "This is the vein," Lenny interjected, his gaze fixed on the floating crystal column. Every fine-quality crystal along this ridgeline grew from it. The clusters you've seen are just its outward branches. The true core, the main trunk, has been right here for over 10,000 years. The passage fell silent for several seconds. Then came the muted sound of old Tom's cane tapping the ground, the faint noise echoing far into the dark. "My lord," the old man's voice was hoarse. "This thing, it's alive." He had already realized that the moment he touched the crystal column. What he held wasn't merely a mineral deposit. It was a seed. The temperature of the crystalline structure as it touched his hand wasn't what he had expected. Minerals were supposed to feel cold, inert, dead, stones waiting to be broken down into fragments or powders. But this crystal wasn't like that. It was warm, pliable. The semi-transparent filaments at its base curled faintly in his palm, like a newborn animal flexing its tiny fists for the first time. The system panel displayed 2 hours, 30 minutes remaining. Once the crystalline seed was removed from its original cavity, its internal magical energy began to dissipate, bleeding out like lifeblood from a wound. It didn't understand what had happened to it, only that the magical energy around it had drastically thinned. As a reaction, it instinctively tightened its filaments, locking as much energy as possible into its core. This was the reaction of a living entity. Old Tom is right. Lin-Yi glanced at Ashio crouched by the edge of the pit, then at Tai Zi and Ashu, who hovered near the column, torches in their hands trembling from exhaustion but refusing to set them down. "This thing is alive." The crystalline clusters lining the passage had already dimmed. They hadn't been extinguished, but rather, their silvery blue glow had faded into a pale, moonlit white, like a stream drained of its current. The crystals were still there, but they wouldn't grow anymore. Once the seed crystal was removed, the entire vein became inert. But Lin-Yi had no intention of putting it back. He was going to transplant it. Old Tom had already sketched out a route on the rough back of a burlap sheet, starting from the mountain ridge's mine shaft, following the course of an ancient riverbed, veering past the plateau, joining the remains of an aqueduct, and ending at a point less than 3 li from the estate. Here, Old Tom tapped the spot on the map twice with his charcoal stick. 10,000 years ago, the dwarves mined this branch vein. They later filled it back in. Beneath the fill layer, there's a cavity. The magical conditions there are even better for the seed crystal to take root than the mountain ridge. Lenny understood exactly what an underground cavity implied. It meant they wouldn't have to carve out an entirely new mine shaft. The dwarves had already done the work, only sealing the entrance afterward. The filaments of the crystalline seed just needed to come into contact with the cavity, and it would begin to grow once again, like a plant rooting into fertile soil. They weren't just extracting a mine vein. They were planting one right next to their territory. Ashio, Tai Zi, grab your tools and follow me. Lenny steadied the seed crystal in his hands, glancing at the map spread over Old Tom's knees. A shoe and a stone, stay behind. Harvest every usable piece of dawn crystal from this passage and pack it into bags. Don't let any of it go to waste. Old Tom, with your leg injury, sit still and make sure the crystals aren't shattered while they're removed. Ashio stood up, the blood crusted on her fingers dark and hard with dried scabs. She didn't bother wiping it off. Tai Zi's hand was no better. The bloodied cloth around his palm was soaked through, yet he didn't stop to replace the bandage. The two grabbed their pickaxes and shovels, gripping torches in their other hands, and followed Lin-Yi out of the passage. The timer ticked down. 2 hours, 15 minutes remaining. The filaments of the seed crystal had begun to curl even more tightly. From the mountain ridge to the designated site Old Tom had marked, the straight-line distance was less than 4 li, but reaching it on foot required traveling 7. The twists and bends of the ancient riverbed were strewn with rocky debris, and the aqueduct ruins had partially collapsed. Lin Yi couldn't run while cradling the seed crystal. He could only press forward as quickly as possible. Ashio and Taizi followed close behind, their torchlights shaking as the shadows they cast swayed in the night. The seed crystal was growing colder in his palms. It wasn't the environmental temperature. The magic was dissipating. The flowing river of light inside the crystal pillar was thinning, shrinking from the width of a finger to that of a chopstick, and now no thicker than a strand of hair. It was desperately pulling the last vestiges of magical energy into its core, but the loss outpaced its efforts. Countdown, 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining. The mark that old Tom had drawn, it was finally reached. This was a desolate and unremarkable patch of land, its surface layered with shattered stones and dead grass. Beneath the stones lay a compact layer of black slag, discarded remnants from the dwarves when they filled in the mines 10,000 years ago. Lin Yi handed the seed crystal to Ashio, grabbed a pickaxe, and swung it down at the center of the marked circle. The first strike revealed loose stone. The second strike brought up layers of old slag. The third strike hit something unyielding, sending sparks flying as the pickaxe collided with an incredibly hard sheet of rock. It was a slab, the ceiling cap the dwarves used to close their abandoned mines. Lin Yi adjusted his angle and chipped away at the edges of the slab. Iron took over for him, while Ashio carefully cradled the seed crystal in one arm and used the other hand to clear the debris with a shovel. Taking turns, the three of them worked until they finally carved out a crack along the edge of the slab. A sharp surge of energy burst out of the gap. It wasn't the dispersed kind of energy that one might expect. This was the type of power that had been sealed for thousands of years, concentrated to the point of condensation. The second Ashio brought the seed crystal close to the opening. The shriveled and grass-like crystal fibers at its base snapped to life, unfurling rapidly like a drowning man gasping for his first breath of air. Countdown, 57 minutes remaining. Lin Yi pried the slab open, revealing a massive hollow chamber beneath. At the bottom of the cavity was a layer of obsidian-rich iron sand, dusted with a fine, gray-white powder, the dwarves' specially prepared magical base. 10,000 years ago, the dwarves hadn't completely mined this vein. Instead, they removed some of the dawn crystals from the cavity, sealed the entrance, and left behind what could only be described as a perfect magical incubator. Hand me the seed crystal. Lin Yi took the crystalline structure from Ashio, carefully holding it by its base. He positioned it over the center of the cavity and gently lowered it straight down. The moment the seed crystal's base touched the magical foundation, its root-like fibers erupted outward as if a tree were taking root in fertile ground. The strands extended, branched out, and anchored themselves with remarkable speed. Inside the crystalline structure, the once thread-thin rivers of light swelled visibly, transforming from hair-thin threads to the thickness of chopsticks, then to the width of a finger, and finally as thick as an arm. The seed crystal had come alive. The magical energy in the chamber began to surge upward, flowing like a river reunited with its course. Lin Yi sat at the edge of the cavity, watching the fibers at the base of the seed crystal continue to expand outward. He hadn't just accessed a mining vein. He had planted one on the border of his territory. When the seed crystal's pulse finally stopped, Lin Yi realized something for the first time. What he held in his hands was not merely a piece of ore. The faint warmth beneath his palm was dissipating. It wasn't cooling naturally, it was withdrawing. The dozens of thin, semi-transparent fibers at the base of the crystalline structure were contracting inward, much like the way plants in the desert curl their leaves into tight coils during a dry season, waiting for a rain that might never come. Iron had just caught up, pickaxe slung over his shoulder, when his steps faltered. He had seen countless crystals inside mines, lifeless once extracted, reflecting light when illuminated, dull when not. But he'd never encountered a crystal capable of sleeping. How much longer? Almost there. Lin Yi tucked the seed crystal close to his chest. He no longer carried it in the cradle of his palm, but placed it inside his cloak, pressing it against his heart through layers of coarse fabric. Its pulse had stopped entirely, leaving behind only a faint, almost imperceptible coolness. 3 miles of walking took him an hour to cover. The path wasn't particularly treacherous, but the seed crystal in his hand seemed to grow lighter with every passing step. By the time he reached the bend in the riverbed, its gentle rhythmic warmth had dwindled so much that he had to hold his breath to feel it. By the time he reached the edge of the plateau, the pulse had disappeared altogether. Old Tom's designated transplant site lay at the intersection where the ancient riverbed met the long-abandoned dwarven aqueduct. Lenny crouched down and pressed his palm against the frozen earth. At the center of the spot, he felt it, a faint trace of warmth, buried deep and feeble, identical to the sensation Asio had discovered in the mine's cavity, only faintly fainter and lying even deeper. Dig down, 6 feet deep from here. Iron and Asio alternated swings with the pickaxe. The frozen soil, mixed with gravel, sent more sparks flying than earth shifting with each strike. By the 4th foot, the pickaxe struck something different. Layers of stone, mortar, and obsidian-rich iron sand, packed tightly together in a deliberate blend. It was the same dwarven backfill as those found in the other 7 abandoned mining sites. Asio shifted her angle, driving the pickaxe into the edge of the backfill layer. She wedged the tool into a seam, levering it upward, and an entire slab of mortar, the size of a wash basin, came loose, exposing a downward-sloping hollow beneath. A breath of ancient, pure air, faintly tinged with sweetness, wafted up from the opening. Lin Yi retrieved the seed crystal from within his cloak. The blue-silver river of light inside the crystalline structure had been reduced to a thin, fragile thread that barely extended from its base to its tip, like the fading wisp of smoke curling from a spent candle. The fibers at its base were curled into a ball, completely still. It was on the verge of falling into a deep, lifeless slumber, not the rhythmic rest of something alive, but the inert dormancy of something drained of all magical energy. If he didn't transplant it now, it would never wake again. Kneeling at the edge of the hollow, Lin Yi held the seed crystal steady and lowered it vertically into the ancient chamber the dwarves had sealed away millennia ago. The moment the base of the crystal passed the threshold of the hollow, the tightly wound fibers at its foundation suddenly sprang to life. In an instant, Lin Yi knew he had made the right gamble. The fibers didn't slowly extend, they snapped outward all at once. The semi-transparent strands fanned out in every direction, as though someone drowning had burst to the surface, gasping for air. Then, they began to grow. Rapidly, what started as a dozen strands multiplied into dozens, then hundreds. Each strand stretched directly toward the cavity's obsidian-rich iron sand walls, splitting at the tips into finer threads that tightly entwined around individual grains of sand. One by one, each crystal fiber anchored itself. The seed crystal had locked itself into place within the ancient dwarven chamber. He wielded his pickaxe, mining, yet he willingly laid it down. He abandoned the dwarves' most cherished profession, choosing instead to uphold an ironclad rule. Knowing full well the veins he left behind were still fertile, he chose to seal them away, warning future generations never to set foot in that place again. Why? This was something Lin Yi couldn't understand. Do you believe those ancient rumors? Taizi stepped aside, looking at Old Tom, his voice tinged with confusion. Old Tom looked up, silent for a moment before replying. These rumors are like echoes from the depths of the mine. They sound indistinct, but there's always something real hidden within them. He paused, as if letting those memories recede from his mind, then added, whether you believe it or not, the rule was established by Dawn himself, and no one dares to break it. Lenny glanced down at the 3 vertical lines on the rough map, a vague feeling creeping into his heart that there were probably more complex reasons behind this rule. He looked up and asked, and then what happened? After they sealed the mines, what changes occurred to the remaining ores and seed crystals? Old Tom clearly didn't want to elaborate. Nothing has changed, because no one dares to go there anymore. His tone turned somber. He took a breath and rubbed the charcoal stick between his fingers. Ashio suddenly spoke up. Perhaps they were protecting something. Her voice was quieter than usual, but carried a certain certainty. Or to prevent something from leaking out. This statement caused everyone to fall into deep thought. A mountain wind blew, the wasteland was vast and empty. Only the faint light of the crystal in the distance still flickered. All right, what needed to be done has been done. Let's go. Lin Yi turned around, glanced at the dry ground, and gave Old Tom and the others some time to compose themselves. He knew this topic couldn't be explored further. They all understood that this path couldn't be crossed lightly. The secret left by Dawn could be a key, or it could be a warning. The three walked back along the mountain path, the outline of the mountain ridge gradually fading into the distance under the moonlight. Behind them, the cavity buried for millennia fell silent once more, as if it had never been touched. Yet, deep within, the crystal still breathed slowly, its life rhythm subtly resonating with the ore's magnetic field. Who knows what the dwarves of 10,000 years ago saw when they sealed the mine? Did they see the future or the abyss? Under the dawn, the secret still awaits to be unraveled. Chiseling stone, sealing off a mine, and then until death, 40 years had passed, and never once did the chisel strike again. The area near the well was silent for a long time, until Alicia stepped out from the shadowed doorway of the castle's portico. He chiseled. Her barefoot steps landed lightly on the stone floor. Her long, silver-blue hair draped down her back, the tips glinting faintly gold in the morning light. After absorbing 3 mid-grade water crystals, her magical circuits had recovered from being almost completely withered to barely capable of sustaining themselves. Her fingertips no longer paled to an eerie transparency. She walked to the edge of the well, leaning over to gaze at the line of carved markings that wound from the heart of the earth. 7 charcoal dots, 3 vertical slashes, and next to a lopsided little crown, drawn shakily with a left hand, unmistakably the handiwork of old Tom. She reached out, her fingertip lightly touching just beside the crown. Dawn never chiseled stone after sealing off the mine, she said softly. But he did grind a crystal. For 40 years, every night, once everyone in the guild was asleep, he would take that crystal from under his pillow and grind it against a sharpening stone. Not to shape it into any particular form, just to grind. 1 stroke, 1 count. Grinding until dawn, he would then stow the crystal and stone back under his pillow before unlocking the guild doors for the apprentices. 40 years later, the crystal had been worn down, just a thin layer. When he passed away, the guild found the crystal and sharpening stone under his pillow. Beneath the crystal lay a note, with a single line of writing. Alicia's hand moved from the crown to the 3 vertical slashes carved nearby. A debt owed by the elves will be repaid by the dwarves. Take this crystal to the main chamber. Old Tom's charcoal piece slipped from his knee and clattered between the narrow cracks in the stone by the well's edge. He didn't retrieve it. My master never spoke of that expedition to the far eastern wastelands. Not once before he passed, Tom said hoarsely. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. But under his pillow was a similar crystal, and beneath that, another note that said, "The one to repay the debt hasn't come yet. Pass the crystal to the next." He had taken that note and crystal and tucked them away in the guild's archive, inside an unmarked cloth-bound book. A year later, he left Forge City. An aging stonemason with a book filled with crude sketches of or veins, he journeyed eastward, through every dwarven mine in the mountains, across the borders of the human empire, and into the far eastern wastelands. Lenny stood at the edge of the chasm, gazing at the sky. The wind over the wastelands that day was fiercer than usual, whistling through the fractured stones of an ancient mining tunnel behind him. In his hands was a pick's handle with a rope tied to its end, the same rope old Tom had handed him before his departure. It measured 10 yards, but the calcite deposits on the other side of the rift looked so soft, like damp lime and alkaline soil, that stepping on it would surely make them collapse. Alicia crouched a step behind him, her palm pressed against the fractured roadway. Her head remained lowered, and her fingers moved slightly along the edge of the chasm, as if tracing a residual signal only she could sense. Ashio had taken 2 steps back from the chasm's edge. "My lord," he said, "the wind below feels like it's leaking from within a mine shaft." Lin nodded slightly. The crystal left by his master, the note written by Dawn that referenced finding the debtor in the main chamber, the 3 etched marks on old Tom's map. All of them pointed toward the depths below this crack. But it wasn't just these indications that compelled Lenny. What truly solidified his determination to descend today was what he'd heard 3 nights ago. The night when crystal grafting had succeeded and the ancient water veins resumed their flow, he had stood by the well's edge and caught the faintest of hums emanating from deep underground. That hum matched the sound currently resonating from within the rift, a perfect harmony in frequency. The earth was breathing, and in the past 3 days, its breathing had grown more urgent. Looping the rope around his waist, Lin Yi turned and looked back at Alicia. She had risen to her feet. The wind tugged violently at her cloak, but her stance remained resolute, feet firmly planted. Her silver blue eyes were fixed on the chasm, not in observation, but in anticipation. She was waiting for his decision. Down, Lin Yi said firmly. We go down from here. He had no intention of leaping over the fissure to search for a different entrance. The location of the main chamber marked on Old Tom's map lay directly below, and along the exposed edges of the rift's walls, the oxidized layers of obsidian ore were visible, a sign that dwarves had once mined here along this very vein. The tunnel might have collapsed, but the vein still remained. Alicia stepped up to the edge, peering down at the silvery blue glow emanating from the depths before turning her back to the chasm. Her bare feet clung to the eroded rock at the rim. She said nothing, only extending a hand. Lin Yi hesitated, then understood. She intended to descend first to scout. He handed her the other end of the rope. Alicia took it, looping it securely 3 times around her waist with a familiar ease that suggested this was far from her first climb. Then, she stepped back until her heels hovered over the void, shifted her weight, and let herself drop straight into the darkness. The rope snapped taut immediately. Lin Yi braced himself, gripping the rope tightly, his boots finding steady purchase against a protruding rock near the rim. The weight on the other end of the rope was unexpectedly light, so much so that for a moment, he thought Alicia might have hit the wall on her way down. But the tension in the rope remained steady, consistent. No sudden jerks, no swinging. She was descending smoothly, like a feather drifting through the dark, searching for a place to land. At the end of the rope's length, a faint sound echoed from below, the gentle thud of landing. Then, the rope went slack. She had made it, and she was standing steady. Lin Yi waited 3 beats. From below, 2 sharp knocks of stone against stone rang out, a signal of safety. He resecured the rope around his waist, took a deep breath, and, like Alicia, turned his back to the void and let himself fall into the abyss. The moment the darkness enveloped him, Lin Yi caught the scent Ashio had described. Ancient, pure, and tinged with the faint warmth of freshly forged iron. The main chamber was close, and something within it was beginning to awaken. Lin Yi's pickaxe had gotten stuck in a crevice on the far side of the chasm. The moment the hemp rope pulled taut, he realized that this fissure in the ground wasn't meant to discourage intruders. It was testing whether one truly desired to find the main mining chamber. Beneath the layer of loose sand covering the path, traces of dwarves' intricate stonework were evident, but only to those willing to crouch down and brush away the sand. Doing so revealed faint joins and wedge marks smoothed by erosion over the ages. This wasn't abandonment, it was preservation. The dwarves of millennia past had left their secrets here, but only for those who knew how to pass through the fissure and understand the clues left on the path. Ashio went first. She gripped the rope tightly with both hands, her palms producing a rough scraping sound against the coarse hemp fibers. The residue of tung oil and hemp fibers pressed further into the cracks and scars already formed on her fingers from repeated pressure. She crossed to the other side and caught the second rope Lin Yi tossed over. Laid side by side, the 2 ropes formed a makeshift suspension bridge. Alicia stepped onto the ropes barefoot. 1,000 years ago, she could have flown. Now, she couldn't even levitate. Yet the way she walked made it seem like she was gliding over the polished crystal floors of a royal court. The ropes swayed beneath her feet, but she remained perfectly steady. Once all 3 had crossed, Lin Yi retrieved the pickaxe and wrapped the ropes back around his waist. The makeshift bridge was dismantled, and the fissure closed up once more, as if nothing had ever happened. They continued forward for another quarter of an hour. Ashio crouched down, brushing aside another patch of loose sand. Beneath it, the smooth surface of an obsidian iron slab emerged, marked with the faint imprint of a weathered dwarf's wedge, tools the dwarves used to lock the road foundations into place. Even after a millennia of shifting sands and weathering, the sections of path remained perfectly aligned. The tip of the wedge was corroded, but the interlocking marks endured. Suddenly, Ashio understood. This road wasn't abandoned. it was deliberately sealed. Every fork, every dwarf's wedge, and every section of path severed by a chasm were markers left by the ancient dwarves for future explorers, but only for those willing to crouch, brush away the obscuring sand, place their hands on the cold surface of the stones, and walk the precarious suspension bridge barefoot. She stood up. "We're close." They rounded a weathered rock pillar, and the entrance to the main mining chamber came into view. It wasn't a cave opening. It was an entire mountain face carved down to a flat cross-section over 10 stories high. The rock surface was densely lined with overlapping chisel marks shaped like fish scales, stretching from the base to the very top. The wind and sand had softened the edges of the markings over eons, but it had also made the patterns stand out more sharply due to uneven weathering. The cross-section was dominated by a massive arched doorway, flanked by two imposing mining pillars. These pillars were etched from bottom to top with countless wedge slots, not meant for securing wedges, but forming meticulous patterns. The left depicted the crystalline growth process, from seed crystal to full cluster. The right detailed the flow of water veins, tracing their course from the heart of the earth to the endless oceans. Every secret the dwarves uncovered in their habitation of the wilderness had been engraved onto these door pillars. Alicia placed a hand on the obsidian sealing stone at the center of the arch. The moment her fingertips touched its cold surface, a silver-blue filament of light lit up within the rock. It spread outward along natural fissures, illuminating the stone with an ethereal luminescence. When the light reached the stone's edges, the entire slab shuddered, not collapsing, but releasing the dwarf wedges embedded deep within the two adjacent pillars. The sealing stone slid backward, the sound of its movement low and resonant, like the weary sigh of a secret kept for 10,000 years. The main mining chamber had opened. Lin-Yi stood motionless before the archway. As the sealing stone slid away, a distinct scent wafted out from the chamber. A cool, crystalline aroma mixed with the sharp tang of obsidian and the lingering residue of tung oil from the weathered dwarf wedges. There was also something else, a scent hard to describe, like the rising, earthy tension of a thunderstorm rolling across the land in midsummer. This mine was alive. He stepped inside. The interior of the main chamber was far larger than he had imagined. It wasn't a narrow, crack-driven shaft. It was a gargantuan dome-shaped hall with a ceiling at least 20 feet high. The walls were entirely crystal, not scattered clusters, but vast, unbroken planes, interlocked and layered from floor to dome, creating a sturdy yet beautiful structure. As Lin-Yi gazed at the crystalline walls, he suddenly understood why the dwarves had made the sealing stone so impenetrable. This space required no support columns. When Lin-Yi had pushed open the sealing stone, he hadn't expected to see a heart suspended midair. This wasn't a metaphor. The crystal heart genuinely pulsed. Hovering at the very center of the dome, it was as large as a fully grown adult's embrace, its surface covered in shimmering crystal filaments that twitched like living tendrils. At the tip of each tendril glowed a faint silver-blue light. The entire chamber's radiance emanated from this heart. But the sight that truly made Lin-Yi hold his breath wasn't its appearance. It was the way the heart responded when Alicia stood beneath it. All its crystalline tendrils instantly went taut. Then, a singular heartbeat echoed from deep within the crystal. It wasn't merely a sound. It was a wave of magical energy that pushed the air through the room. Lin-Yi's ears popped as though descending underwater. With a second pulse, a third, he felt his own heartbeat being pulled into sync, not just with the crystal heart's rhythm, but with Alicia's breathing and Aishio's as well. The heart was forcing them into a single rhythm. The tips of Alicia's fingers began to glow. The faint golden aura, nearly invisible for thousands of years, grew steady and tangible in the resonance. It spread from her fingertips to her palms, up her arms, waking ancient pathways of magic within her that had long since withered. This wasn't a restoration, it was a memory coming back to life. Her body remembered how magic had once flowed within her, and the crystal heart was simply reminding it. The light stopped at her elbow. The crystal heart stopped too. All its silver-blue lines went dark in an instant, its filaments curling tightly inward. The entire heart folded in on itself like a clam closing its shell. But as it dimmed, Lin-Yi heard another sound, a deeper, slower breath rising from beneath the chamber's floor, like the exhalation of something vast and ancient. This heart wasn't alive on its own. It was the stethoscope, amplifying the breathing of the Earth's heart deep within the rock layers. Now that it had gone silent, the breath rose clearly on its own. Asio crouched beneath the heart, examining the ground beneath it. Etched into the stone was a small engraving, no bigger than a hand. A dwarf carved in profile, crouching, a pickaxe in its hand, its tip hovering just an inch from the rock wall, as if forever on the brink of taking that first strike. The chisel marks were shallow, as if the craftsman hesitated to exert force. She pressed her palm against them. The marks were warm, a heat emanating faintly from deep within the stone. These were Dawn's marks, Alicia said. The day the mines were sealed, his master told him to leave the guild's insignia. He did carve something, but it wasn't their emblem. He carved himself, a dwarf whose greatest skill in life was carving stone, left behind not a masterpiece, but an unfinished pickaxe. Lenny stood beneath the now-closed crystal and looked up. From deep within the mother crystal, the slow, heavy vibrations that echoed like the Earth's ancient heartbeat, beating steadily for millennia, still pulsed faintly outward. He turned to face the entrance of the dome. Beyond the gash of the landscape, past the plateau, the night's darkness spread like a sea, but amidst the deepest black, a single, quiet silver blue light glimmered steadily. The transplanted seed crystal was still alive. It was oblivious to the mother crystal's closure. It simply persisted, doing the only thing it had been tasked with, glowing alone in the darkness. When Dawn drove his chisel into the rock wall, he had already been waiting for 40 years. For 40 years, he ground down that crystal every night until morning, shaping it in preparation. His master, Elrond, must have waited too, waited until his death, leaving the crystal and a scrap of a note for the next apprentice. Old Tom's master had ventured into the far eastern wastelands more than 30 years ago. 3 went in, and only 2 came back. The ones who returned refused to speak of what happened, but they left behind a tattered, coverless book hidden away in the archives. They hadn't found the keystone, only the primary mining chamber. And there, they found the words Dawn had left etched into its walls. Ashu crouched before Dawn's carvings, her palm pressing against the rough surface of the wall. The chisel marks were warm, the kind of warmth that seeped from the depths of stone. "He's still here," she murmured, voice low. Alicia approached, placing her right hand over the carvings. The faint light remaining at the tips of her fingers flickered, like a candle about to go out. Although the mother crystal had gone dormant, a fraction of the ancient magical circuitry that had once belonged to the sunlight elven princess had yet to fully recede. Like glacial meltwater seeping into dried riverbeds, part of it had been absorbed into the ground, while another part formed fine, hidden currents deep below the surface. When her faint light touched the carvings, they responded. Across the entire carving, the numerous chisel marks, outlining Dawn's profile, the grip of his hand on the pickaxe, and the poised tip of the pick, released weak but palpable warmth that had been stored for untold years. From the depths of the rock face, a line of ancient dwarvish words began to emerge. They were not carved into the surface. Instead, Dawn had used the most time-worn techniques of the stonemasons' guild, grinding obsidian iron ore to a fine powder, mixing it with powdered crystal and his own blood, and embedding it into the chisel marks. The words remained invisible unless touched by the magical essence of the sunlight elf royalty, and only if the blood within the marks agreed to respond. The blood only recognized debts acknowledged by the dwarves. The keystone has sunk to the 7th layer of Forge City. The debt owed to the elves will be repaid by the dwarves. Bring the keystone back, and the mother crystal will open again. Dawn. Below that was a smaller line of words, carved more shallowly, as if with great hesitation after much deliberation. If I do not return, tell my master. His name is Elrond, the 37th vein leader of the Stonemasons Guild. When Dawn sealed the mines, he had been a mere young mining overseer, certain that he would return someday. He believed, whether in 100 years or 1,000, that his successors would arrive. He sank the keystone into the 7th layer of Forge City, sealed the mother crystal, refilled 7 mine entrances, and led his people, the dwarves, out of the far eastern wastelands. Once back in Forge City, he would inform his master, Elrond, exactly where the keystone lay, assure him that the mother crystal had been sealed, and note the debt within the guild's secret records. Then, he would wait for the debt to be repaid, for his successors to arrive. He waited for 40 years. Each night, he used a whetstone to hone the crystal shard, grinding it meticulously, counting each motion until the break of dawn. Ashu withdrew her hand. Her fingertips were cold. She possessed no magical circuits, no bloodline of the sunlight elven royalty. The blood embedded in the carvings would not rise for her. But she had watched, word by word, as the crude strokes of the dwarvish text appeared from deep within the rock. She couldn't read the language of the dwarves, but she understood the strength behind the chisel marks. When Dawn carved the word keystone, his chisel struck deep, seemingly carrying the weight of a lifetime's strength. When he wrote, Elrond, the chisel hesitated thrice against the surface. A skilled hunter adept at reading faint tracks, Ashu had chased wild hares on the wastelands for over a decade, discerning wolf claw marks to determine hunger or injury. In that moment, she read Dawn's marks more clearly than any beast's trail. This was a dwarf, after sealing the mine, crouched alone in the dome for one long night, chiseling each stroke into the rock face by hand. Linny crouched before the words etched with blood and sand, but did not touch them. Instead, he let the fading amber-hued glow of the crystal's remnants illuminate every letter, studying them closely. Only one question remained. Was the seventh layer of Forge City still intact? At the heart of the dome, the crystal now lay dormant, folded in upon itself like it had died. Lin-Yi fixed his gaze on the final line of words projected on the faint light screen. The second layer of the mother crystal's seal, it wasn't sealed naturally. Dawn had locked it. Lin-Yi had undone the first layer, reawakening the crystal, allowing its ancient heart to beat and breathe again. Alicia had recalled fleeting fragments of its magical essence. But the mother crystal's true might, the primal, unyielding magical energy channeled by dwarves from the Earth's core and preserved for millennia, remained locked beneath the second seal. The keystone was the key, and Dawn had sunk it deep in the seventh level of Forge City. Shutting off the light screen, Linny stood. The residual glow along the crystalline walls dimmed further, retreating from amber to ash, now darkening into deeper shades of gray. With the mother crystal dormant, the magical energy within the dome ebbed away, like a furnace slowly simmering down and relinquishing its heat to the cold night. Let's go, he said. The keystone isn't here. Behind him, Alicia rose from where she had been examining the carvings. The faint golden light tracing her right fingers flickered weakly, caught between persistence and extinction. Taken from my heart, Old Tom continued in a low, hoarse voice, heavy with emotion. His hands trembled slightly as he gently grasped the crystal, as if holding the weight of history itself. Alicia stood to the side, her gaze fixed on the crystal in Old Tom's palm, her thoughts drifting back to those silent yet enduring days. She seemed to see Dawn bending down to sharpen his pickaxe, his movements like a solemn ritual, again and again, mechanical yet not monotonous, but carrying a steadfastness emanating from the depths of time. Axiu stood silently a little further away, her eyes slightly lost as she gazed into the darkness surrounding the ruins. This path buried beneath the sands of time, and this forgotten workshop seemed to whisper secrets of millennia, hiding the answers in subtle coincidences, requiring endless patience to unravel and listen. Old Tom slowly straightened up, his gaze sinking into the faint yet clear words on the crystal. He said, he left hope to someone more patient than himself. But Alicia's voice was as soft as a sigh. Did he know someone would find it? Old Tom squinted, as if recalling something, or perhaps conversing with something distant. He didn't know if anyone would find it, but he knew that if someone truly understood his sharpening techniques, this crystal would explain everything. The atmosphere seemed to deepen with those words. The three stood in the center of the collapsed workshop, silently gazing at the whetstone that had accompanied Dawn through countless twilights. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the ruins, its fragments reflecting on the whetstone's curved surface, flowing slowly. It was light and shadow left behind by time, a bridge where past and present met. Finally, Alicia nodded slightly. Forge City, deep within the seventh level. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it revealed determination. Whether the forge fire is still burning or not, we have to go down and find the keystone's location. Her words drew Ashio's attention. The girl looked up, pulling her gaze from the darkness to Alicia and Old Tom. After a moment, she nodded. The group said nothing more. The wind continued to wander through the ruins, as it had for millennia. However, this night was destined to be different, for the three of them had taken the crystal from a forgotten corner, carrying with them questions the past could not answer, and walked towards the future. As they left, Old Tom glanced back at the whetstone one last time. The moonlight shone there, like a quiet eye, watching over and guarding those deeply buried memories. After the ruins sank back into the moonlit silence, the wind swept by gently, like a lingering sigh, telling of a past that could never be heard again. Even if 10,000 years had passed, that sandstorm and the road, and the depths of the unextinguished hearth fire, would continue to await those who could understand their stories. Was the foundation for tomorrow. Old Tom held the crystal in his hands as though it were a sacred relic. This light, it hasn't extinguished in 10,000 years, he said. On the winter solstice, the guild requires its youngest apprentice to extract a spark from the furnace fire and ignite the unwaning lamp deep in the 7th level. Only the lead miner knows its exact location. Alicia stood on the edge of the well's shadow, her silver-blue hair whipped by the night wind. Her hood was down, leaving her face to the faint light. Dayan's master, Elon, she said softly, was the last lead miner. Since returning from the rough stone workshop, a latent force within Alicia was draining her strength. The magical current imbued into her by the mother crystal. The faint light that previously glowed golden under her nails had dimmed to a thread-thin line, like the weak glow of a candle nearly extinguished but stubbornly clinging to its last breath. Suddenly, Iron stood up, his hands heavily bandaged and clenching at his sides. Pain twisted his face, but his resolve was unshaken. Lord Lin, Forgefire City, are we going there? Lin Yi's gaze moved toward Alicia. That current in her body was still consuming her energy, the residual warmth of the mother crystal pulsing near her chest. In her palm, she clutched the crystal left behind by Dan. The keystone remained buried in the deepest recesses of the 7th level, beneath the eternal flames of the great furnace. And right now, their territory had no more than 17 people, only 3 usable pickaxes, and 2 cartloads of stones still waiting to be unloaded. We'll go, Lenny finally replied, but not now. He turned to Old Tom. Which direction is Forgefire City? How long would the journey take? Old Tom contemplated for a moment, handing the crystal back to Alicia before hauling himself off the well's edge. He limped toward the territory's boundary line, dragging his injured leg, before raising a steady hand to point northward. At the horizon's edge, the vast plains stretched out under starry skies. Stars seemed to press low, like a flat silver thread slicing through the distant darkness. 17 days if we go straight, Old Tom said, his voice low. But the city's entrance lies on the far side of the mountains. We'd have to circumvent 3 massive cliffs. It'll take at least 20 days. He paused, then turned back to Lin Yi with a cautionary look. And even if you make it there now, you'd only reach the outer gates. The 7th level won't open until the winter solstice. Time pressed on relentlessly. Ashiyu stood with determination, gripping the round crystal disc shaped by Dayan over 40 painstaking years. She didn't look at the freshly seeded soil behind her, but instead fixed her gaze toward the direction of Forgefire City. From their position on the northwest edge of the wasteland, the mountain ranges had yet to rise into sight, and the snowline was nowhere visible. But Ashiyu knew, the dwarf city built on a smoldering volcanic rim awaited them there. Beneath its deepest level lay debts, Dayan's debts, Old Tom's master's debts, and Old Tom's own. They were all buried beneath layers of eternal fire in the 7th level. But first, they had to sow the seeds. Crouching down, Ashiyu carefully placed the crystal back in her pouch and began planting. The iron-grained seeds were a deep yellow, plump, and firm, pressing sharply against the cuts on her palm. Each seed she pushed into the moist earth jabbed uncomfortably at her already raw flesh, but she pressed on. The soil had changed, no longer the dry and harsh grit of before. It was moist and full of vitality, rich with warmth from deep within the earth. She buried each seed 2 knuckles deep, covered it with soil, and patted it flat. She lingered for a moment after each one, watching as fine raindrops struck the soil. The dark brown of the surface gradually deepened, absorbing water and growing darker still. The earth, now nourished, seemed to shift slightly beneath her observation. Across from her, Aunt Martha worked without a word, planting seed by seed with care. Her touch was gentler, not out of fear of damaging the seeds, but a tenderness that suggested respect for the soil itself. Together, both women moved steadily forward, row by row, as the rain intensified. Their soaked hair clung to their faces, but neither paused to adjust it. Behind them, the field stretched, a grid of freshly planted rows, each seed a promise for the future. By the irrigation channel, Iron was tempering axe heads in the frigid water. He'd submerged the steel into the stream, counting softly to 12 before withdrawing it. The moment the steam ceased rising, he would plunge it back again, this time counting to 6. His lips moved, but not in numbers. He whispered Dayan under his breath repeatedly. Mistaking it for numerical counting, Stone had eagerly tried to imitate him earlier, only to be corrected by the steely-eyed Iron. The final axe head emerged from the cold water, its blade shimmering a bluish-green hue. Old Tom called this hue the color of debt, born from flame and steel forged by those with heavy obligations wrought upon their shoulders. Meanwhile, the old man himself sat at the edge of the well, charting routes with intense focus. The map spread across his knees wasn't of the mines, but of the road to Forgefire City. It was the same path Tom had tread over 30 years earlier. Now, he retraced it with his charcoal stick, marking river crossings with wave patterns, sketching rope bridges over fractured cliffs as twin parallel lines, and leaving dwarf wedge runes at forks in the path, their tips pointing in the intended direction. When it was complete, he stared long and hard at the winding route, as though reliving each step he'd taken down that treacherous path years ago. Alicia remained in the castle's shadowed portico, separate from the activity in the fields and along the stream. She withdrew Dayan's crystal disc from within her cloak and held it tightly in her palm. For now, it was safe with her. The seeds had to be planted first. The debts, they would begin to repay those in 3 days. But for today, the seeds sown in this rainy field were the first true strides toward their distant future. What truly helped them pay off their debts was their perseverance and faith. In the still of the night, old Tom's injured leg woke him up. It wasn't the pain that woke him. He was long accustomed to the constant ache. It was the sudden, sharp convulsion in his injured leg, as if someone were twisting a knife between his bones. He opened his eyes and found the map still spread beside his pillow, its corners pinned down with a piece of charcoal. That path, leading out of Forgefire City, he had walked 3 decades ago. Now, he had to retrace his steps. No, that's not right. It wasn't just a matter of having to walk. It was that he must. Because the keystone was still buried deep in the 7th level, beneath the eternal, unquenchable flames of the forge. When Dorn submerged it there, he already knew someone would come back for it. Old Tom turned over, his bones creaking faintly in his injured leg. With practiced hands, he folded the map and tucked it back into his coat. That same night, Tietze slept clutching his pickaxe on the edge of the canal. The worn handle rested on his knee, and the rough, blood-stiffened cloth around his hand felt rigid in the cool night breeze. Though still asleep, his fingers instinctively tightened around the handle. The end of the axe's grip bore a deep, uneven stain, a mixture of dried blood and water, pressed perfectly against the deepest crease in his palm. This pickaxe was his creation. The raw iron ore he carried down from the scree slopes had been forged with a touch of pure steel, molded in embers until red-hot, pounded painstakingly into shape, and tempered using the ancient dwarven quenching technique to give the blade its edge. It had taken an entire day's work. By the end of it, the base of his thumb had bled raw, his new pink flesh seeping blood that mixed with quenching water and stained the wooden handle that dark hue. Was it painful? Yes, but he was used to it. It wasn't that the pain was gone. It was simply that he could endure it and keep working despite it. Just like Axiu's fingertips had hardened and cracked over and over, layer after layer. Just like Alicia had adapted to the ancient, atrophied magic circuits in her body, forcing herself to restore even the tiniest sliver of power each day. Just like old Tom had learned to walk with a leg that hardly bore his weight anymore. You just keep going, pain and all. As the last light of evening fell across the furrows of the field, Axiu said the soil was glowing. Aunt Martha squinted her eyes at the dirt. It wasn't actually glowing. What Axiu saw were the tiny flecks of mica in the soil, catching the warm, golden light of the setting sun and sparkling like someone had scattered crystal dust over the earth. But Aunt Martha didn't correct her. Instead, she nodded and said, "It's glowing. Living soil always glows." Axiu flipped over her hands. Both were caked with mud, with wet, dark earth packed deep under her fingernails. She had just learned the planting method Lin Yi had shown her. You didn't pack soil down with your palm. Instead, you guided it gently with your fingertips, filling the holes, then softly pressed it with the back of your hand. Soil wasn't meant to be compacted. It should sink naturally. The more space you give it, an old landscaper once told Lin Yi on a construction site in his past life, the deeper the roots will grow. Now, Lin Yi crouched on the edge of the field, watching as Axiu and Aunt Martha worked their way down the rows, planting seeds one by one into living soil. A shovel stood upright beside him, rainwater trickling down its handle before forming into a fat droplet near the iron ring. It hung there for a moment longer and then dropped, landing with a soft splat in the earth at his feet. The soil dimpled slightly where the droplet hit. Lin Yi stared at that tiny indent for several seconds. Then he stood, hefted the shovel, and began walking toward the far end of the field. The blade of the shovel still carried the dull, damp mud from the last section of an irrigation ditch they had finished digging yesterday. Water had been diverted from a remnant aquifer in the main mining chamber, flowing along the edge of the terraces. It was enough to saturate the patches of reclaimed land that were now ready for planting. On the highest ledge of the castle, Alicia sat wide awake. Barefoot, her legs dangled over the edge. Her old cloak was wrapped around her shoulders. The sky above the rain-soaked wasteland was astonishingly clear, like it had been scrubbed clean, and the Milky Way swept across the heavens. It spanned from the heart of the land far behind, arched over the ruins of the workshop and the transplanting terraces below, and climbed straight over her head. She unclasped the crystal disc Dorn had left behind and held it up to the sky. Starlight pierced through the crystal, casting a faint patch of silvery blue on her palm. In the center of the light, the shallowly etched words, "7th level, deepest chamber, beneath Forgefire City's eternal flames," glimmered as each character seemed to soak up the light. When Dorn had crafted this crystal disc, he must have imagined this: that a rainstorm would one day fall on this scorched stretch of earth, that it would touch fields where people, strangers he would never know, planted their seeds, that it would pour over the city where he had buried the keystone. Alicia replaced the crystal over her heart. The faint blue glow lingered on her palm for a long time before fading. Her silver blue hair danced in the wind as those faintly reawakened magical circuits, etched deep by the mother crystal, gleamed faintly, a color not quite golden, but paler and softer, like the hazy light of dawn brushing the edge of the eastern sky. Her gaze rested on the direction of the fields. They had just finished planting. The dark brown surface of the earth was no longer visible in the dim light, but she knew the seeds were there, nestled in the quiet soil, reaching down through the gaps between the particles, beginning to take root. Forgefire City was deeper still. The 7th level, the deepest place, beneath the eternal flames of the forge, the keystone was still there. When Dorn placed it there, he had always known someone would return someday to retrieve it. And taking the keystone, that price, old Tom understood, Alicia knew too. It wasn't a matter of just reaching the destination. Getting there was only the beginning. Old Tom gripped the folded map tightly. He neither said when they would start nor mentioned delaying it. He only stood by the well and watched as the sunlight began creeping faintly over the horizon. 3 decades ago, he had walked out from the dwarven territory along this road. Whether the path was still there remained uncertain. But he remembered the position of the stone gate marked on the map, between 2 intersecting ridges with a dovetail mark pointing to what lay behind the gate. 120 miles. The first 80 followed an ancient riverbed, easy travel. The last 40 meant navigating a treacherous slope of loose scree. Tietze slotted the last forged pickaxe into his pack, the edge of its blue steel blade glinting faintly in the morning light. A cold gleam. The backpack frame was crafted by Zhao himself. He used dwarf wedges for the joints. They tightened under pressure. The left shoulder strap. Zhao personally carried it for 3 miles, then disassembled it and trimmed it again, fearing it might chafe the skin. Aunt Martha stuffed coarse wheat cakes she baked in the middle of the night into the topmost layer of the frame, each one tightly wrapped in burlap. Mixed into the dough were some freshly picked wild greens from the canal-side field. They were still young and tender. After pushing the burlap-wrapped cakes farther inside to avoid scraping against the pickaxe handles, she stepped back, rubbing her hands repeatedly on her apron. Ashiyu handed over a tightly filled water skin, made from wolf hide. The leather bulged under the water's weight. She had tanned the hide while the scabs on her hands were still healing. When the salt from the curing process seeped into her wounds, the pain was so sharp that she had to bury her hands in damp soil at night to cool them down. Old Tom slung the water skin diagonally over his shoulder and adjusted the strap so it hung snugly around his waist, avoiding his legs. His hand lingered on the surface of the pouch for a moment. The leather was soft and warm. On the day of their departure, the wilderness was windless. It was the calm spell between the seasons of dead winds, so quiet that even the sound of canal waters overflowing the field edges grew faint. No one spoke a word. Because everyone knew, the road through that stone gate wasn't pre-drawn. It had to be carved out, step by step. The path that was navigable over 30 years ago might no longer be passable today. They'd only find out by reaching it. And the greater danger was this. The forged city lay deep in the dwarf mountains, where every mining tunnel claimed it led there. Yet which of those routes actually led to the end? That would have to be tested with their lives. Old Tom leaned on a gnarled tree branch, his right foot pressing down just as his left shoulder instinctively jerked upward. His injured leg still couldn't bear full weight. The journey spanned 120 miles, with the last 40 being loose gravel slopes. Each step forward slipping half a step back. He didn't say, "Let's go." He simply rolled up the map, tucked it inside his jacket, and turned to glance at the fields. Beneath the freshly covered earth of the ridges, iron seed grains were beginning to soak up water. Their embryonic roots were breaking out of the seed coats, pressing into the dark brown soil. They had no knowledge that the wilderness above had been barren for 10,000 years. They only perceived that the soil here was moist, warm, and alive, perfect for taking root. But old Tom knew, if they didn't make it back from this journey, whether or not these seeds would ever grow was no longer in his hands. When Tyron hoisted his pack, the strap thinned at the left shoulder slid neatly into the curve of his scapula. He hadn't expected it to fit so precisely. Zhao had never taken his measurements while crafting. Instead, Zhao had simply made him wear the empty frame for a while and used his fingernail to mark a spot on the strap. Now, under the full weight of the pack, 6 iron pickaxes, spare handles, a sack of water, and half a pack of dried cakes. All the load was being supported by that single strap, as if someone had placed their palm against his lower back, steadying him just enough to let him stand tall. It was the first time he realized that a backpack could help you walk upright, instead of hunching forward and being crushed by the weight. Linny picked up the crystal disc Alicia had pressed onto the map and placed it back into her hand. The keystone is a dead of your clan. She clasped it tightly. The fingerprints that Dawn had left on the edge years ago seemed to align perfectly with the lines of her palm. When Dawn sank the keystone into layer 7, he must have passed through this very stone gate. He might have turned back to glance at the sealed mines he left behind, the rooftops of the coarse grinding workshop, the stone that closed the main chamber of the mine. Then, he would have turned forward, walked through the gate, never to return in his lifetime. Now it was their turn to take that road. 3 people, 6 pickaxes, 3 backpacks, 1 water pouch, 1 pouch of bread, and the road Dawn once walked. Tyron stepped out first. Leading the way, his pack clinked softly with every stride. The sound wasn't of pickaxe heads knocking against each other. They were separated by hemp ropes, and each step caused the ropes to tighten and loosen, making the handles shift inside and produce those faint rhythmic collisions. It was like the synchronized ticking of 6 clock hands on their respective dials. Ashiyu's backpack was the lightest, yet her walking posture had changed. She no longer leaned forward as she had when chasing wild hares, ready to pivot at any moment. Instead, Her back was straight, leaning just slightly backward so the weight settled on her hips rather than her shoulders. Xiaoda had taught her that. She had spent an entire afternoon walking back and forth along the canal bank with an empty pack, gradually training her shoulders not to instinctively tense against the weight and learning to find that balance point for her back and hips. Old Tom walked in the middle of the group. The gnarled branch struck the sandy ground rhythmically. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The pace was slower than it had been on home territory, not because his leg injury had worsened, but because he was listening as he walked. The ancient riverbed's gravel layer was hard yet brittle. The mined pathway's crushed stone base was firm and compact, and the weathered flakes of rock in the dry creek beds were loose and hollow. These vibrations translating up through his stick matched, or didn't match, his memories of the paths he'd walked over 30 years ago. When he arrived at the first point that matched, he stopped and carved a dwarf wedge symbol into the ground beside the path, with its tip pointing in the direction they had come from. On the way back, follow the opposite of the wedge tip, he instructed. He brought up the rear. Extending his senses outward, he activated his formal-grade magic circuits. The faint remnants of magical energy drifting from the heart of the earth were something he could subtly pick up, similar to a thin film of water left on a beach after the tide receded. Bit by bit, he captured these traces. Ancient subrivers flowed deep beneath their feet. The residual veins of crystal mines lay even deeper, and the faint afterglow, like remnant embers, from the sealed central crystal dome still flickered deep within the layers of the earth. His magic circuits were interacting with these dormant elements of the land, as if they were mutually recognizing each other. Alicia walked a step ahead of him, barefoot on the compacted gravel path of the mining route. She could discern through her bare soles which of the stones had been fit together with dwarf wedges. When Tyron reached the pebble stretch, his steps halted. It wasn't that he intended to stop. His feet had been forced to pause by those smooth, ancient stones. Over 10,000 years ago, flowing water had polished them smooth, and their surfaces glistened as if a thin layer of water still flowed past beneath the angled morning light. He crouched, pressing his palm against the pebbled ground. The stones. The surface was cool to the touch, yet it carried an undertone of warmth beneath its weathered and time-worn exterior. Old Tom once said that this riverbed had been dry for 10,000 years, but the pebbles still remembered the direction of the water that once flowed. Alicia walked past him and crouched down as well. From the crevice between the stones, she pried loose a bluish-gray rock and turned it over to examine the underside. Almost entirely eroded, faint grooves were still visible, patterns identical to those she had seen on the ancient fragment of a waterway map in the Mountain Ridge's abandoned mine. The dwarves had carried these marked pebbles from upstream, laying them deep under the roadbed one by one, with the carvings facing downward, pressed into the soil. The entire mining road wasn't just any ordinary thoroughfare. It was, in effect, a scattered and buried book, with its pages etched into stone and tucked into the earth. She placed the pebble back where it had been, ensuring the grooves faced downward. As she stood up, she glanced back at the road behind her. Axiu was leaving marks on what was barely discernible as an ancient path. The fractured stones that had been carefully locked together by the dwarven wooden wedges stayed solid underfoot, while the later deposits of loose, weathered shale slid easily under the slightest weight. Axiu trod carefully, stepping only on the firm ground and marking treacherous sections with the tip of her foot, making a note to step around them. The others followed behind, watching for her markers to know where to step next. No one in the group spoke. As they pressed on, black grains of sand started to appear in the crevices between the stones. At first, it was just a few grains, blending into the bluish-gray stones so faintly that you'd mistake them for shadows if you weren't paying attention. Axiu was the first to spot them. Her eyes, honed from tracking wild rabbits, could discern the faintest details, like gray wolf claw prints from the night before, scattered across a chaotic pebble field. She pinched a black grain of sand between her fingers and held it against her fingertip, observing as it slowly adjusted its direction, like a miniature compass. Magnetic sand, a tool used by the dwarves in water vein exploration, capable of aligning itself toward the water veins after being scattered. If it was here, sprinkled on the ancient mining road, It meant the dwarves had likely carried it along this very route into the desolate hinterlands thousands of years ago. Axiu returned the magnetic sand to its crevice, brushed her hands clean, adjusted the pack on her shoulders with a little sway, and continued forward. By noon, they stopped to take a break. Iron pulled out a coarse wheat pancake from the top layer of his pack, the ones Aunt Martha had prepared. As he unwrapped the cloth, the faint green hue of wild vegetables on the pancake's surface seemed even brighter after being warmed by body heat during their travel, much more vivid than when it had just been cooked. He broke the pancake in half and handed a piece to Old Tom. Old Tom took it, holding it up to his nose for a sniff. The faint, earthy scent of the wild greens lingered, a flavor that Axiu and Aunt Martha had gathered from the tender new shoots at the tail end of the canal. He bit off a chunk and chewed slowly. After swallowing, he remarked, "My master used to say that dwarven stonemasons, when traveling far from home, would mix wild greens that grew near the mining veins into their provisions. That way, after eating, their bodies would remember the soil of that place. No matter how far they wandered, they could always find their way back." Iron chewed in silence. He tongued the largest wild green leaf in his piece of pancake, pressing it against the roof of his mouth and holding it there for a long while before finally swallowing it. After their brief rest, the group resumed their journey toward the northwest. The rocky pebble beds gradually gave way, and the underlying roadbed of the mining route re-emerged from the sand and soil. This portion of the roadbed was more intact than the section near the main mining chamber. The interlocking marks from the dwarven wedges were still visible, and at regular intervals, wedge slots lined the road's edges, worn by millennia of wind and sand until only faint, flat impressions remained. Every time Axiu passed a wedge slot, she would crouch down and feel its surface. The wood grain imprints left on the edges from the now-gone wedges felt like incredibly fine rings beneath her fingers. Although she wasn't a dwarf and couldn't interpret the wood's age or the season when it was cut, she could still sense the force it carried. The one who had driven this wedge had swung their hammer high and struck with solid intent. In that instant, when the wedge bit into rock, the entire roadbed must have trembled at the power of the blow.